For decades, a war was waged in the dungeon between humans and the masters of the labyrinth. And today it finally ended. The people won. After the war, the labyrinth's captives were rescued and returned to the surface. Among them were children born in the labyrinth. Having lost their mothers during the war, they were forced to feed on the milk of monsters. Because of this, these children acquired supernatural abilities and became so strong that they could hardly be called human. The surface explorers rescued them from the dungeon, but were wary and kept them under control. Humanity calls them children of the underground. This guy in the coat is one of those amazing kids, and this time he agreed to work as a guide through the monstrous caves. More than 10 years have passed since the end of the war. Now anyone can buy excursions to the dungeon for a decent amount. Now the heroes have made a stop. A girl and a boy, ordinary tourists who want to make money from a video from the dungeon on the internet. But photographs of bare walls and empty caves are not worth as much as a report about a mysterious man who grew up among them. Usually those born in the dungeon are possessed by them. But the guide was the only one who was afraid of the dungeon, and the only child of the dungeon with an unknown level. The boy thinks that he is just a weakling, but the girl reassures him that she has also ordered security just in case, so they are not in any danger. Suddenly the guide stands up and says that it is time to move on, even though not even 10 minutes have passed since the start of the rest, so the tourists are left confused. The escort adds that it is dangerous to stay here, and asks to remind the guards not to use their weapons under any circumstances. They must avoid conflict at all costs so as not to endanger anyone. But the mercenaries are not very happy with these instructions. They are heavily armed soldiers, confident that they will take care of the children themselves, and let the guide keep quiet and do his job as a tour guide. He is clearly not happy with their arrogance, but decides not to say anything. Suddenly, one of the children notices that something large is moving directly towards them inside the cave. Scratching its claws on the cold stones, a 3-meter-long horned monster approaches the heroes. This underground creature is already wounded, and they better leave here before the smell of blood soaks into their clothes, so as not to attract other monsters. However, the guards have a different opinion and are already releasing the bolt on the guns, preparing to finish off the monster. The guide shouts at them not to shoot, but wanting to show all their professionalism, long years of combat training and boundless courage, the shooters turn the monster's body into a sieve. The monster cries out in pain, deafening the labyrinth's guests and echoing its roar throughout the labyrinth. It seems that the heroes managed to subdue the creature. It lies on the ground, not breathing and no longer moving. At first slightly frightened by the monster's scream, the team now bursts into laughter at how easily they managed to defeat it. Everyone is happy that they are no longer in any danger, while the guide stands coolly with a tense face. He states that they need to return immediately, to which he is asked in response if he is finally scared. Suddenly, another loud sound echoes throughout the cave, the voice of an underground predator that heard their shots. The guards decide to finish him off, since this one died from just a couple of bullets. The next one won't be a big problem. If you manage to kill several of these creatures, then everyone will earn 10 million in hand. The hero is disgusted that the thugs are driven by money. They have forgotten about the safety of children, and are not afraid to even lose their own lives for the sake of profit. After this, he turns around and decides to return with the tourists, and the hero responds coldly to their whim to stay. If they want to live, then let them follow him. The team of mercenaries throws them a few parting words and leaves to look for the treasured monster whose voice they just heard. At the same time, returning to the entrance, the girl asks the hero to stop. She doesn't understand why he's bringing them out of the dungeon. By doing so, he's ruined the entire shoot that they came here for, so they won't get anything from the views. To which the hero replies that she shouldn't whine, and they go outside anyway. The girl is outraged, because they didn't agree on this. They even left security behind. It may turn out that the hero is just a coward who is afraid of the dungeon, and she decides to stop listening to him. The girl tugs the boy by the shoulder and suggests that he return to the guards and film their fight, to which she asks why. They've already spent a lot of money on this trip. If they leave now, they'll be left with nothing. Suddenly, the entire cave is filled with another roar of the deep monster, hinting to the heroes that the dungeon is still dangerous. Mixed with the howling are the sounds of machine gun shots and the cries of mercenaries, the loudest of which definitely asks for help and frightens the heroes. The hero says distantly that the predators heard the shots, and the one they killed was their prey. The girl asks the escort if he will really let them die, to which he replies that if he tried to convince them otherwise, they would all be dead long ago. Their clothes were stained with blood, which monsters can smell from miles away, so they were doomed from the start. And then the guy sees a drop of animal blood on his leg. But he discovered her too late. A predator was already sneaking up on him from behind. A huge monkey, covered in fur, bares its fangs and looks greedily at its prey. The camera falls from the boy's hands to the ground, and the others finally notice that he has fallen into the hands of a monster. In his death throes, The boy begs for salvation, but just a second later, he is already dead. The girl, clutching her head with her palms, screams hysterically in fear and horror, and her companion is in shock from what he saw. Turning around, he notices that their situation is much worse than it was before. They were trapped, surrounded on all sides by hungry, merciless monsters. The situation has escalated to the limit. One of the predators is approaching to eat the girl, so the hero cannot lose a second. He takes off and rushes straight into the space between her and the monster. The hero shields the girl and snatches a combat knife from her backpack. He uses all the power he has hidden from others for so long to protect her. In the next shot, the hero soars into the air, inflicting hundreds of cuts on the monster, and leaving only scraps of monkey flesh on his body. Having finished with the target, he immediately looks up at the girl and the other monsters. One of the predators, clasping his hands together, is about to finish her off. The hero throws a knife at the monster with deadly force, hitting it right in the face, briefly incapacitating it. Having landed near the girl, he throws her over his shoulders and intends to flee. Now he's going to run from here as fast as he can, and she might break a couple of ribs, so let her get ready. With the whistle of a bullet, the hero manages to break through the monsters and escape from the encirclement, running away in an unknown direction. He leaves the bloodthirsty predators behind him hungry, and emerges from the battle alive with the girl. The angry roar of monsters can be heard throughout the dungeon, until the heroes manage to hide far away from here. After making sure that they are now safe, the escort stops and sits the girl down on the ground. The guy praises her. She held up well in such a scary situation, but the monsters are still nearby, so they need to hurry. However, he notices that the girl is crying in fear and asks him why he didn't save the others. He could have definitely killed all the monsters. To which the guy rightly replies that he is only an escort, not her security guard. The contract didn't say he had to fight even if people died. Now they're in the dungeon, and she hired arrogant cretins who'd never been down here before, ignored his warnings, and makes him look guilty. If they had listened to him from the very beginning, they would have been able to survive and not even encounter monsters. But the girl asks why he saved at least her, to which he receives the answer that if she dies, he will not get his money. The guide is just doing his job and she is paying, so he will protect her until the tour is over. Interrupting their conversation, the cave is filled with bright yellow flames. The heroes turn around and see something strange. While the girl is in fear and confusion, it becomes clear from the guy's face that he understands perfectly well what is happening now. In front of them, two huge torches illuminate the darkness of the dungeon, and between them on the wall hangs a sword, ominously wrapped around a long snake. This is the emblem of the labyrinth. The hero guesses that behind it is the entrance to the labyrinth itself, and says that they need to escape from here urgently. Before he could do anything, he turns around and sees that the floor beneath their feet is cracking and suddenly collapsing. With a piercing cry, the heroes lose the ground under their feet, and they fly down for a long time, further from the surface into the darkness of the dungeon, until their voice dies down completely. After some time, the hero opens his eyes and realizes that he is deep in the caves. Raising himself up, he feels a sharp pain in his left arm and realizes that it is broken. The hero reassures himself that things could have been worse and begins to look for his client. But, turning around and looking at the scale of the destruction, the guy decides that she hardly survived after falling from such a height. The fact that he will not receive money upsets him greatly, but the hero turns out to be more concerned about the fact that he is in the very heart of the labyrinth. He decides to look around, and after walking around for a bit, he notices that he doesn't sense anything in the area, as if the labyrinth had been abandoned for a long time. But when he notices the snake hanging on the wall, he sees that its eyes suddenly begin to glow, and the snake itself seems to move. The hero doesn't have time to realize everything before she breaks away from the wall and wraps herself around his entire body. He doesn't even have time to defend himself. The snake moves too fast for him. She bites him right on the wrist, and the poison begins to spread throughout his body, spreading across his skin in a creepy blue stain. The hero's vision darkens, and he slowly begins to die from the effects of the bite. Waking up again in the middle of the cave, he suddenly opens his eyes and notices that he is still alive. The hero rises and sees that he is sitting in the semi-darkness in the middle of another cave. He is surprised that he did not die, although he definitely felt the poison spreading through his body. Moreover, not only his left arm, but his entire body was completely restored. And the place where he is now is not at all like the previous one. It seems that he is somewhere near the entrance to the first floor of the dungeon. Turning around, he notices that a girl is lying a couple of meters away from him. Maybe she is still alive, but unconscious, the hero runs up and takes her in his arms. Despite her injuries, she is still breathing, but there are no medicines or people around. No one will help her here. There is no time to think. She can die at any moment, so we need to get to the surface. The hero asks her to hold on a little longer, and they run away as quickly as possible to the exit of the dungeon. A few hours later, the hero returns home alone, where he lives with his sister and parents. Entering inside, he hears the news on TV and, taking off his shoes, goes into the living room. On TV, they are talking about an accident that happened to an expedition group at 9 o'clock this morning. It is announced that the survivor was saved by the accompanying child of the dungeon, and the remaining 7 people died at the hands of the monsters. Sitting on the sofa and turning off the TV, the hero thinks that it's good that at least it was recorded on camera, otherwise he would have been blamed for all the deaths. He wouldn't want to have to pay fines because of the tyranny of others. He left part of his salary in his sister's room, hoping that she noticed. She needs the money more than he does. And then his sister, Hyunji, entered the room. But she looked confused and even a little scared. Hyunji looks like she just cried her eyes out, and in her hands she holds an envelope with her brother's money. It looks like she just saw the money. It's a huge amount for her. She was probably scared. But her brother hands her another envelope. Let him take it too. It will come in handy later. And let him not ask where he got it from. He says that he did nothing wrong. A tall, gray-haired man appears behind Hyunji. It's their father, and he asks what this all means. He heard that the hero had gone to earn money, risking his life, and, naturally, he quit his job and came home. Now he asks Hyunji to return the money to his brother, which leaves his son in a stupor. He reproaches him for risking his life for them, devaluing all their work and efforts. To this, the hero replies that nothing terrible happened to him, and he simply earned a little money. But the father replies that even if they are not actually blood relatives, the guy greatly underestimates him, and he already found out about everything. Feeling guilty, the hero apologizes to his father. After which Hyunji hands him back the envelope with his money, just as her dad asked her to. Although the hero does not fully agree with taking the money back, he decides not to object. His father tells him that he raised him to be an egoist, even though he tried to raise him to be a different person. The hero, perplexed, justifies himself by saying that he gave her this money because he has nothing to spend it on, and why shouldn't he put it aside for her wedding? To which his dad rightly points out that if she had found out that he had received this money by risking his life, she would never have accepted it. Even though he is adopted, he is also a member of the family, and his father asks him, Kim, not to forget this. He says that he should go and rest, and promise that this will not happen again, to which Kim obediently agrees. If you take on the upbringing of a child of the dungeon, you receive a decent amount of money. There were many cases when a child was taken into a family just for their sake, which is why such children often killed their guardians. But Kim was lucky. He grew up with a loving father and sister. He had a real family. Yes, they are having a hard time now because of Hyunji's wedding, but that's nothing. Closing the door to her room behind her, Kim begins to think about what happened in the dungeon. Surprisingly, an unknown tattoo of a snake appeared on his arm. When you run it over your hand, it starts to glow green, and in front of Kim a dialogue box appears, as if he is in a computer game, and on it is the signature Labyrinth of Naga. After researching the panel online, he could only find bits of information. It seems that the Naga's labyrinth refers to the abandoned labyrinth where he was bitten by a snake, and perhaps it has chosen the hero as its new owner. A round red button appeared on the panel next to the portals column, and the hero tries to click on it. At that very moment, the space around becomes covered with cracks like a spider web. Everything blurs before the hero's eyes, and he instantly moves somewhere. Finding himself again on the cold slab floor in the midst of darkness, he begins to look around. The hero realizes that he has once again reached the entrance to an abandoned labyrinth. On the same wall as this morning, a snake's eyes flash and it begins to move, preparing to attack. She is so fast that the hero can't even keep up with her, so he decides to attack with cunning. Kim jumps and throws her coat over the snake so that it cannot escape. And now he is not in any danger, but he decides not to let his guard down. This will only hold off the target for a while. She has enough strength to get out of her clothes without any problems, so he decides to quickly find a suitable weapon. But Kim notices that the snake is hissing through the fabric and declares that he will have to become the owner of this labyrinth. The snake says that he is too young and unfit to take on the burden of the crown, but she can't turn back time, so she will consider it fate. The king has fallen. Long live the king, after which the snake becomes silent. An angry Kim shouts that he has avoided the labyrinths for years and will not return to this hell. As soon as he came down here for the sake of money for his sister's wedding, troubles began to haunt him one after another. Having thought that it would have been better not to go into the labyrinth, the hero notices that someone is moving behind the stone columns of the hall. From the side, Kim suddenly hears his sister's voice, which surprises him greatly, and he turns his head towards the sound. He notices a portal to his room, and realizes that if his sister enters the room, she will see the labyrinth. So he asks her to wait. Kim begins to examine the portal. It looks like he entered the hall through it. Without waiting for his brother, Hyunji says that he will come in now and unceremoniously pulls the door handle. Kim stops studying the portal and jumps through it to his room, flying to the door and hoping that his sister won't notice the maze. Opening the door, Hyunji sees Kim and asks him in confusion what that sound was that the portal made. A sweaty Kim, slightly opening the door, pretends that nothing happened, but cannot think of a way to lie to his sister about the sound from the portal. Luckily, after examining his tattoo, he forgot to turn off his laptop, from which the sounds of a computer game were coming. Hyunji assumes that her brother has launched a video game, but she never thought that her always introverted brother would be interested in something like this. She notes that he has no hobbies, no friends, and no girlfriend. He sits within four walls all day long. Although she is partly right, after Kim left the labyrinth, he tried with all his might to forget this terrible place. The comfort and peace of home, which he was not used to, caused discomfort, and this may be the reason why all other children are drawn to labyrinths. Still, Kim asks her sister what she wanted to talk about, and after Hyunji's question, she looks away gloomily. She apologizes to her brother for making him return to the labyrinth, and she sincerely regrets it. Kim puts on a calm face to cheer up her sister and says that everything is fine and that she should take the money anyway. However, he also asks her to wait, because the portal to the labyrinth is not closed, and besides, he left his coat there. Through the portal, Kim sees a short, horned devil with large ears, who is enthusiastically rummaging through an abandoned coat. He realizes that all the money he earned for Hyunji's wedding has just been stolen from him. Kim reassures his sister once again, and says that he was so absorbed in the game that he forgot about what happened, and asks if she minds if he plays sometimes. After Hyunji agrees, he thanks her and slams his door shut, locking it as she silently marvels at her brother's behavior. Kim is still ashamed of his attitude towards his sister. He mentally apologizes to her and returns to the labyrinth. Jumping into the portal, Kim looks around and does not see the money thief anywhere. He immediately rushes to the coat lying on the floor and begins to search it. Kim finds an empty wallet, her phone, and basically everything except money in her pockets. Immediately, a dialogue box appears in front of Kim's face and notifies him that several $1 million have been lost. In order to find the devil, he must complete the synchronization and activate the entrance to the labyrinth, which Kim is very unhappy about. The very idea of having to link his life with this cruel place again angers him, but he can't help himself. Kim somehow needs to return the money he earned for his sister, so he sits on the throne and awaits further instructions. Under his left hand, a sphere in the throne handle lights up with a blue glow, acting as a control panel. Kim figures out how to use the system and orders the required synchronization to begin. He doesn't care what would have happened to the labyrinth if he hadn't agreed to be its master. Kim decided to do this only to get his money back. But he begins to suspect that perhaps he, like all the children of the dungeon, is drawn to his birthplace. The program responded that the gate to the labyrinth would appear immediately, but the screen only showed a long loading process. Kim decides that he is just wasting his time. He should have looked for the devil right away, and now it's better to leave here. Before he could even get up from his chair, the entire hall turned into an empty space, and the program began to talk to him. Kim was the one who registered the snake nest and became the master of the labyrinth, the so-called king of the Naga. The white room is transformed, and the cold walls of the throne room and tall stone columns supporting the ceiling appear around it. The synchronization is complete, and Kim sees a large room, dimly lit by green torches. Although the room has been externally transformed, Kim still finds it creepy. But now there should be an entrance to the labyrinth somewhere. Directly ahead there is a high arch, a gate, from behind which a small devil is peeking out. Kim turns his attention to the entrance, and seeing the thief, decides not to miss him at least this time. He looks at him with a chilling gaze and says that even though the devil is small, Kim can clearly sense him, and he definitely shouldn't have come here. Since the impudent kleptomaniac ran into Kim, the new king of the labyrinth will not be lenient with him. In an instant he finds himself next to the impudent fellow, grabs him by the throat and squeezes his hand tightly. Emphasizing every word, Kim orders that his money be returned to him immediately, otherwise he will tear the thief to pieces. He tries to say that he doesn't have any money, but the hero isn't going to just let him go anyway. The devil holds out his hand with a red stone, and Kim understands that he wants to pay off, but he resolutely demands that he return his money. However, upon closer inspection, he notices that he is holding the devil's hand, and immediately loses the power of speech. This is a deep gem, a special treasure that can only be found deep in the dungeon. They are so difficult to obtain that people choose to hunt the most dangerous creatures instead, which is why deep gems are so expensive. Even a 1-carat gemstone is valued at a couple million won, and this gemstone is the size of a thumb. Such a stone is definitely worth tens of millions. With it alone, Kim could recoup all the stolen money. But immediately after this, the thief pulls out another identical stone, the same size, only this time blue. With this handout, the devil finally shocks Kim. He throws his hands up and throws both stones into the air, giving them to the offender. Kim immediately rushes to catch the gems so as not to lose sight of them. Taking advantage of the moment, the devil disappears into the darkness of the labyrinth. Even though he couldn't get the money back, Kim tosses the red stone in his hand, happy that he got the gems. The blue stone fell onto the table in the middle of the hall, where it suddenly cracked and emitted light. Kim notices the gem disappearing and swallows nervously. Rushing towards it, he grabs and squeezes the jewel in his hand, hoping that it is still intact. But when Kim opens her palm, she sees that the sum of tens of millions of won is nothing but blue dust. The program notifies about the improvement of the labyrinth through the donated gem. But for Kim, these words mean nothing at all. 4 days later, Hyunji's wedding took place, and despite the stress, it went well thanks to the blessings of others and the generosity of the groom's parents. And Kim managed to sell the deep gem for a good price of 18 million, although he expected to get a larger sum for it. This was enough to buy a decent wedding gift, but he would get into trouble if his father found out, so it was worth handing it over in person. Kim thinks that he could have gotten all 38 million if not for the labyrinth, but there is no point in regretting what cannot be returned. With these words, he opens the gate to the dungeon and passes through the portal, finding himself again in the throne room. A system message immediately appears in front of his face. The labyrinth has been updated to the 2nd level, and new structures have become available. Kim notices that a new room has appeared near him, called the Naga's Nest, and he decides to explore it. There is a roar behind him, and a thick cloud of dust seeps out from the entrance to the labyrinth. Kim enters the room, brushing away the dust in front of her with her hands, and tries to see her through the darkness. The nest is lined with soft hay, and the wall is strewn with small cave-shaped beds. The room does not at all resemble a snake's lair. Before Kim could even get inside, someone attacked him and he had to defend himself. But the system notifies the hero that there are not monsters hiding in the room, but his slaves. A row of cute, big-eyed working snakes sat in front of Kim. The dialogue box now says that slaves are waiting for the master's instructions, and the master decides to distribute tasks between them. 3 of them are assigned as scouts. They must draw a map of the labyrinth, starting from its center. Kim orders them to investigate nearby hazards, resources, ecology, and more, and also asks them to avoid fighting. He is tormented by doubts about sending someone with them, but he does not have the money to protect them. He ordered the rest to dig a wall opposite the nest and create a storage area. Kim doesn't have high hopes for the slaves. They are small, chubby, slow, and weak, perfect prey for monsters. However, they are good for something, and this even impresses him. The slaves worked hard, together, and completed the wall in just an hour, thus creating a storage facility. The slaves returned from reconnaissance after them, but for some reason the system only notified about some of them. From the darkness of the labyrinth, only one snake appears with a heavy load on its back, exhausted by the journey home. The frightened master rushes to her and asks where the rest of the scouts are. It's obvious that the slaves aren't even close to the monsters. They must be dead already. A slight chill runs through Kim's body. It turns out that everything is fine, and one of them had to go back because there was a lot of prey. It was an honor for the scout that the owner was worried about them, and for the handsome workers it was a joy that everyone remained alive. The snake gives Kim a map of the labyrinth that he managed to create, and the program immediately digitizes it. The map shows underground waters, gem deposits, enemies and slaves, as well as instructions to place protection near the owner's room. Kim realizes that he doesn't even need to use a paper map, and is surprised and a little happy. He turns his gaze to the prey, and sees the remains of various junk left behind by people and monsters. Kim can't believe that such a small slave managed to convey so many different things. She doesn't even know if she should thank him for it. Apparently, all this has been lying here since the Great War. It is clear that there have been no people here for a long time. Seeing something among the junk, Kim can't believe her eyes and dives with her hands into the mountain of things. He takes out 3 multicolored deep nuggets, brightly reflecting from the torches of the throne room. Snake says he saw a bunch of these stones in the labyrinth, and Kim orders him and everyone else to bring them to him. Kim himself gets up and runs into the portal to assess them in the human world. But right before the exit, he stops and realizes that he cannot leave the workers without protection. If the labyrinth is attacked while the owner is not there, then now he will see the snakes for the last time. Kim asks again if there are still deep gems inside, and receives a positive answer. After all, the labyrinth brings him benefits, be it money or opportunities, so it is worth arranging it properly. Kim donates the stones he finds to renew the labyrinth, throwing millions of won into the dungeon at once. For the past 5 years, Kim has tried his best to put the maze out of his mind. But once here, he absorbed Kim completely. And apparently now he understands why the children of the dungeons are so obsessed with them. Why are they willing to give their lives for them? despite the danger and pitch darkness. Kim never left the uneasy feeling as long as he lived in the peace and safety of the surface. He was overcome by simple human boredom. Kim declares that he, the Naga King, will bring glory to his empire that will resound throughout the dungeon. Putting all his feelings into a triumphant speech, he proclaims himself the master of this dungeon. Kim sacrificed 4 gems to summon someone who could protect his slaves and a servant who would help him manage the labyrinth. Blinded by the bright light, Kim covers it with his hand and tries to see who has emerged from the gems. Looking at the Naga soldier, he sees a large, muscular snake with pumped-up arms. The subject clutches a shield and spear in his hands, and Kim orders him to protect the vault along with the workers. Judging by his build, he's not that bad, even though he's just an ordinary soldier by the standards of the labyrinth. Following this, the system says that a heroic rank servant will be summoned, and the space around the portal begins to crack. An elegant lady emerges from it, wearing an exquisite blue dress with puffy sleeves. Before the hero appears, the beautiful milady, the servant of the Naga Dominicana, a faithful advisor who will serve the king with all respect, and just a sweet person, with delicate blue horns and long sea-green hair, calling her new acquaintance Sir. A slightly puzzled Kim explains to the servants what they have already managed to do, and what is yet to come. Then, out of curiosity, Dominicana asks to look at the explored map of the labyrinth, which Kim does not mind. After analyzing the map, she reports that there are deep gem deposits nearby, so it's worth taking a look at them in person. In high spirits, he and Kim set off there, and the Dominican Republic promises to explain all the intricacies to him along the way. The deposits are located just behind the thin wall of the stalactite cave. Sometimes deep gems can be obtained during the processing of other minerals. Even if the plant with the gemstone is small, you can take the flower with you. They are quite tenacious, so they do not need care. And here is the very heart of the floor. It is part of the labyrinth, so they will have to guard it. The immediate passages in this room are easy to defend, and there is also drinking water. But if you go outside the labyrinth, you can find an area with monsters. That area can be considered as a hunting ground to gain the ability to summon more soldiers and servants. After listening indifferently to Dominicana's lecture, Kim praises her, causing her to become embarrassed and smile widely at him. He had no idea that there might be someone here he could talk to. Kim explains that he won't abandon the labyrinth, but he will have to come to the surface often, and Dominicana says she understands his concerns. Since the labyrinth doesn't have a core yet, it won't be long before a swarm of monsters comes here, but you can expect anything in the dungeon. She recommends that he summon more soldiers and maids before it is too late, and that he also needs to collect a lot of gems. Kim asks the Dominican Republic what will happen if he doesn't live up to their standards. Will they rebel against him? To which she replies that the Nagas are not so stupid as to overthrow the power of the labyrinth, whose glory will be spread throughout the dungeon. These words may have pierced Kim's cold heart. They have a lot of work to do, so it's better to end the conversation. The new king says he's glad to meet you, and she reciprocates. The next day, Kim comes to the merchant again to get money for the gems he found, and learns that mining these stones has become much more dangerous than before. Over the past 5 years, the professionalism of researchers has declined, causing the supply of deep gems to plummet. The master offers Kim to sign a contract. In exchange for precious stones, he offers him to do some work. He's about to whisper something to the guy, so Kim leans closer. The merchant asks him if he has ever heard of hell spiders, which makes him angry. Kim is offered a huge sum of money to kill just one, but he turns around and says he won't take it. Behind Kim's back, a man reminds him that he has a family to take care of, and that things aren't going so smoothly for them. An enraged Kim hits the merchant's desk with superhuman strength, causing it to fly apart in different directions. He looks angrily at the frightened master, and asks him if he was really digging under him. The man asks her to calm down and just listen to him, and Kim calms down a little. He offers him to work in the search group and asks him to understand, because he bears responsibility when he receives material of unknown origin from Kim. Except for the first gem, their quality is suspiciously excellent, and it can also help kill monsters for the safety of others. Kim has a family he wants to protect, so he should have a better understanding of why he helps other people. He turns around and walks out, reminding the master that he shouldn't touch his family if he wants to live a little longer. Kim asks to send the money for the gems to his account, after which he leaves with an angry look and closes the door behind him. In this dream, we see all the hell that was going on in the depths of the dungeon, and Kim, who is standing right in the middle of it. He is unable to move, frightened by the dying cries of people, the pools of blood in the semi-darkness of the labyrinth. They worked their whole lives for his benefit, and now maddened hellish spiders are tearing their children's bodies apart. Kim wakes up in a cold sweat on his throne, his eyes filled with horror and panic. He sees the Dominican Republic next to him and explains that he had a dream from the past, but that it was a thing of the past and there is no need to worry. Whatever their king says, his subjects seem extremely puzzled by what has happened. Kim comes to his senses a little, and is surprised at how his servants differ from the bloodthirsty creatures of the dungeon, and feels safe. There are hell spiders living nearby. It's good that they are at a great distance from each other, but creatures from deeper levels can appear here. Dominican Republic notifies that there are still 3 seconds left before the labyrinth is updated. With the upgrade to rank 3, previously unavailable structures and workers were unlocked, and the core of the labyrinth was created. While Dominicana gracefully looks away towards the core, Kim hastily turns her head to look at it. An altar appears out of nowhere with a glowing egg-shaped stone hanging in the air above it. This is the core, the heart of the labyrinth, and if it is destroyed, the labyrinth itself will be deactivated. The program informs Kim that due to the activation of the core, nearby creatures and monsters have learned of the existence of the labyrinth. And now a pack of horned rats is heading their way, arriving in just a minute. The Dominican Republic advises to increase the number of troops, because they cannot cope with just one soldier. It turns out that there is very little energy to summon many warriors, so you will have to think logically and save. If we are talking about horned rats, then one soldier is capable of dealing with 4 at once. However, everyone except warriors lacks skills in close combat, and the Dominican Republic asks the master to be careful. He praises and thanks the heavens for the help they sent him. Kim summons 1 soldier and 2 Naga warriors, while the Dominicana rejoices at their king's sudden praise. Immediately, 3 slender 2-meter-tall brutes appear out of thin air, catching their owner off guard with their strength. The warrior opens his mouth and howls loudly, cementing his status as an invincible Naga soldier, and the small fragile worker looks at him with a look full of sadness. Kim asks Dominicana what's wrong with him, and she replies that the Naga workers are the result of mutations in high-ranking Nagas. This child is looking at the best version of himself that he could become. Kim says he noticed that this little one seemed a little lethargic and lacked willpower, but he worked just like the others. The Dominican whispers that he will need to be taught a lesson, but Kim flatly refuses this offer. The king gathers all the slaves, even those who have just appeared around him, and declares that he will take everyone with him to watch the soldiers fight. After all, respect is of great importance to the Nagas, so it would be too cruel to hide them at such a significant moment. Kim will make sure that no one is in danger and will protect them by any means necessary. And into battle he will take with him a weapon, a small worker's pickaxe. Small but powerful, a weapon of war. Kim gains the trust and loyalty of his subjects, expresses concern and acts like a true king of his labyrinth. And now he leads his soldiers into battle, and will show what happens to impudent rats who crawl into the mouth of a snake. Outside the walls of the labyrinth, a bloodthirsty rat army is gathering, ready to attack the labyrinth of the Naga led by their ruler. He can do everything. His name is Tretch, and he has a big horn, and the bigger the horn, the smarter the ruler. The snakes are about to meet their end, and the rats are racing to take over the last snake cave. Screams about how they will destroy their cave, eat them and grow even bigger horns echo throughout the dungeon. Amidst slogans and jubilation, Tretch sends his army to attack the enemy, ordering the destruction of all snake spawn. The 3 tiny workers are frightened by the attackers, but do not run away, because as soon as the rats approach the entrance, the snake trap is triggered. The master of the labyrinth suddenly bursts out and interrupts the rats' advance with deadly swings of his pickaxe. The king orders the Nagas to show what they are worth and kill every single rat. Some are unable to move in terror, some abandon their brothers on the battlefield, and some are already dead in Tretch's army. He saw his triumphant advance quite differently while he was a simple worker. Tretch digs rocks to avoid being killed by his owners, who are big and strong, unlike him. One day, a man in a robe asks Tretch if he is satisfied with such a miserable life. To this, Tretch replies that he has no power that can change this. He is smart and knows the difference between bravery and recklessness. The man tells him about a way that will allow him to achieve the power of their owner, and perhaps even become the owner of the labyrinth himself. Amidst the dead subjects, Tretch doubts that he should have started this fight, but decides not to retreat until the end. This pearl, hanging above the altar in the throne room, this is what that man was talking about. If Tretch swallows it, he becomes stronger and rushes straight into the labyrinth. No longer will the rats bow their heads and pretend that everything is fine while their brothers are killed and eaten. One by one, the rats help Tretch reach the pearl, giving their own lives for the sake of their dream, believing in their leader. Kim can't allow the core of the labyrinth to be destroyed and returns to it in an instant. Borrowing a spear from a soldier, he rises into the air and prepares to deliver the decisive blow. With incredible speed, Kim impales the rat at the altar. A cloud of dust rises into the air, and the program reports that the altar was damaged by this blow. But, having completed his work, the king finishes Tretch off in the very heart, and he dies without reaching the treasured pearl. Dominicana tells Kim that this spear attack was very dangerous and could destroy the core of the labyrinth. To this, Kim replies that it was a necessary measure and the rat almost reached the core, and now it is worth returning the spear to the soldier. However, after Tretch's death, the morale of his troops immediately dropped, so their defeat was only a matter of time. If Kim had known that the rats were so weak, he wouldn't have worried so much in vain. They would never have been able to defeat the Naga soldiers. Dominicana recalls hearing about labyrinths where people would catch them and force them to work. It reminds Kim of the children of the dungeon during the war. It sounds terrible. Their enemies are weak, but the Nagas have shown themselves to be good. Kim still wonders how their huge bodies can move so smoothly without legs. He says that he certainly wouldn't want to be their enemy, which amuses his servants. Beyond the walls of the labyrinth, in addition to the horde of rats that escaped from the battlefield, another unwelcome guest is hiding. Returning to reconnaissance, he reports on the king's servants, all the Naga soldiers and their inexperienced owner. The angry owner reproaches him for having achieved nothing at the cost of 20 soldiers. The man in the robe bows his head to the ground and humbly apologizes to the owner. He receives a demand to gather new soldiers and prepare all the remaining minions for war. An arrogant man named Kim appeared in the labyrinth and claimed to be a descendant of a dragon. His story must be interesting. Through the darkness of the dungeon, the sinister snake eye of a monster looks out, having decided to declare war on the new king, which is already beginning. In his lair, Kim studies the results of the battle and notices that the defense is not perfect. The rat leader got into the room, and if he hadn't been interested in the core, the servants would have suffered. Kim is glad that their first enemies were small rats, but proper defenses need to be put in place. Having touched Dominicana with her concern, Kim begins to think about her next steps. The king begins to inspire his subjects by actively waving his arms in different directions. In a dungeon where the weak perish and the strong survive, they have no time to celebrate their victory over the weakest enemies. The labyrinth is very weak now, but they will fill the vaults with treasures and build new territories, and this hall will become their pride and fortress, which they will create themselves. Kim promises that legends will be made about them all over the world. Many days passed after the battle with the horned rats. The corpses went into food and their weapons into storage. Kim sent slaves to mine gems from deposits and plants under the protection of stern Naga soldiers. In the future, he wants to create 2 squads, a hunting squad and a patrol squad. But now Kim lacks the deep gems to summon. He returns to a familiar merchant to get money for the rat horns. The man will buy them, but he tells Kim that he is much more interested in the deep gems. To this, Kim replies that it is not so easy for him to find them now, after which the interlocutors fall silent. Breaking the silence, Kim decides to ask about the hell spider hunt he offered him. The merchant asks if he has changed his mind about the contract, and the guy replies that he agrees. Kim says that he is only interested in the money in this contract. For that he is ready to do this, and the man asks what level of strength Kim has. To this he receives the answer that he does not know, but grew up on the 12th floor of the dungeon, which amazes the merchant. Kim doesn't understand why he cares so much about a certain level, but the man understands that he is dealing with a child of the highest level. The guy doesn't know anything about the power of the children of the dungeon because he didn't go down there after he got out. The merchant, puzzled by the situation, begins to draw a diagram of the dungeon and explain all the ins and outs to Kim. The level of a dungeon child means the floor they were born on. If they are children from the 1st to the 3rd level, then they are only slightly stronger than an adult. People from the 4th to the 6th level are taken into armed units, and their strength is comparable to that of super soldiers. From the 7th to the 9th level, large monsters live, and the strength of children is similar to that of 2-meter monsters. After the 10th level, which humans were unable to reach even during the war, children have abilities that greatly exceed those of humans. There is practically no information about the lower levels, since only a few children have escaped from there. And the deeper the level, the higher the chance that a person will develop super strength, super speed, and other features. The man would like to know what Kim's superpower is, but Kim makes it clear that it is better not to try to dig under him if he wants to live. Having calmed himself down a bit, Kim asks if there is a place for him in the hunt for hell spiders. He then asks to tell the hunting party that he is not as high a level, even though he knows he will get less money for it. The merchant agrees and says that he will keep Kim updated on the situation, but only if he doesn't break his table anymore. He will add Kim to the register of children of the dungeon when he gives him a photograph and an ID, which the unsociable Kim, as usual, knows nothing about. The action shifts back to the dungeon, where 3 sharp-eyed workers are listening raptly to the Dominican Republic. With an embarrassed face, she tries to convey the inspired speech of their king as best she can, while behind her back, Kim himself appears and watches this performance with a puzzled look. He distracts the servants from their entertainment and asks for a report on the situation. Dominicana says that mining in the cave is going well. The deep gems were able to collect from plants, and a few more from wild animals, which they subdued and sent to the vault. Still red with shame, Dominicana extends her hand to Kim, in which lies the gem she had extracted. He immediately throws it towards the altar and donates the stone to the needs of the labyrinth. In passing, he tells Dominicana that he will not be in the labyrinth for 2 weeks, which puzzles her. He explains that he needs to go hunting for hell spiders, and will not be able to open the portal to the labyrinth. Flowers with gems grow very slowly. Each spider carries deep gems with them, so they will come in handy. Now Kim wants to improve the defense of his subjects, so he summons a Naga archer. Before him appears a large snake with a quiver on its back and gauntlets on its hands, holding a 2-meter wooden bow in its hands. Kim sends an archer to the Naga soldiers guarding the gate, and shows the Dominicana that their summoning energy has already run out. And this means that it's time to get new nuggets for the labyrinth. Kim arrives at the group's gates to the dungeon in the Korean city of Paju, where they receive a brief briefing. The girl to the left of Kim is named Jun-yeon, and she will be the commander of this expedition. For 2 weeks they will be getting rid of the hell spiders that have invaded the 2nd level. The cleanup teams are lined up according to their level, with Kim ranking himself at level 7. When the briefing was over, the command was given to begin the expedition. Behind the hunters, the gates to the dungeon gradually begin to open, and they prepare to enter inside. Considering that this team is lagging behind the first team that has already entered, they will have to move quickly. However, in the dungeon, the hunt does not go as smoothly as they expected. Under the constant shouts of the commander, the soldiers try to deal with at least one monster, while the children of the dungeon watch from the side. They were told that the mercenaries were undergoing training, and that they were not to interfere in the fight, although they could see that they were in big trouble. Apparently, the most experienced researchers have already become rich and retired. Another team member believes that most of them are in debt, so their numbers are decreasing. But while Kim's partners are chatting, he himself pulls out a knife and kills the monster in an instant, interrupting the soldier selection procedure. The commander is very unhappy with this and thinks that she should scold him, even though one soldier died during the selection process, which she probably also regrets. She orders the soldiers to leave before the smell of blood spreads, but first to check the corpse for deep gems, after which he tells Kim that he has good skills. The skin of this lizard is quite strong, and he easily cut it down. Kim's stone heart is completely indifferent to such praise, and he does not respond. The commander asks him to follow orders next time, to which Kim indignantly asks what he did wrong. She rightly notes that he has violated discipline, and if all the soldiers recklessly rush into battle, then they will all die. Also, if he uses up all his energy here, things will be tough on the lower levels. But Kim says not to worry. He justifies himself by saying that he was almost frozen from the cold, and so decided to move, which doesn't sound very convincing. As expected, the attitude towards ordinary people and the children of the dungeon is different. When someone dies, no one even blinks an eye. But when it comes to the children of the dungeon, the reaction will be different, and this angers Kim. A week later, the team of hunters was positioned at the entrance to the 2nd level of the dungeon. Here, the soldiers suddenly find deep gems, which everyone is incredibly surprised and happy about. Only one of them, with a dull look, says that for one such stone they can get only 201 per person. They risk their lives for this, and he doesn't think the hunt is worth it. Even if they defeat the spiders, they will only be paid a few thousand each for their work. But a gem runs past him, attracting his attention, and he runs after it. While the soldier tries to catch the gem, one of the mercenaries starts a conversation with the commander. He reports that they cannot figure out where the first team went. Their tracks are too chaotic. He can't shake the feeling that there was a battle there. But the conversation is interrupted, and the commander is called out from behind. Deep gems begin to fall from the ceiling, which greatly frightens the entire squad. The commander immediately suspected a trap, and in a confident, loud voice, she ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The soldiers fire a flare into the air, illuminating the entire cave with a bright red light. But right above their heads, bound in cocoons of webbing, hang the members of the first team. Jun-yeon notes that only 10 of them are hanging. The rest may be nearby. It is worth retreating, and the commander orders the soldiers to regroup. But behind her back, a huge spider with scarlet glowing eyes is already waiting. Jong quickly strikes him with a sharp blow with his axe. The mercenaries take cover behind their shields and point their spears forward, preparing for battle. The fire begins to dim, and visibility disappears into the darkness of the dungeon. Kim covers the commander from behind, repelling the attacks of the spiders. Kim shouts for one of the soldiers to quickly light up the cave. The heroes stand in battle formation, and from its center the mercenary fires another signal flare. They are surrounded by hordes of spiders on all sides, and they are about to fight back. From one side, a child of the dungeon with the 6th level is attacked by 2 large spiders at once. But he soars into the air and with swings of his spear cuts the offenders into pieces. Now the warrior passes the initiative to his partners, throwing and kicking the spider in their direction. His comrade in arms has already dealt with one predator and is ready to receive the serve. Leaping into the air, he uses 2 knives to leave the spider without a single limb. And their other partner completes the attack. A level 5 bully tells them that such methods are outrageous, and beats his prey to death with his bare hands. Taking the spider by the head, he lifts it above himself and is about to throw it to the other master. Throwing the spider in his direction, he passes the baton of finishing it off. With an arrogant face, the warrior begins to cut the enemy with his saber, turning his body into a sieve without a single effort, finishing off a series of blows on the disfigured spider. The children of the dungeon throw caustic remarks at each other like any arrogant soldiers. They are outraged that they have to fight with all their might, which surprises the soldiers, because they are fighting the most hellish spiders. The mercenary squad is once again attacked by crazy predators, and they try to prepare for the attack. But Kim comes to their rescue, whistling and cutting each spider into 2 pieces. He wields a knife with superhuman strength, furiously dealing with every target he encounters. The soldiers are shocked by his strength and joy that they are still alive, and the commander carefully watches the battle. Kim leaves no living space on any of the spiders, and ends the long fight in an instant. After the battle, Junyong orders to first check the wounded, and then examine the spiders' bodies. The resting children of the dungeon pretend as if it was nothing for them to deal with their opponents. However, the commander becomes embarrassed and notices something strange. According to the records, the hell spiders live in the deeper levels and never rise so high. It looked like this swarm of spiders was very weak, and either the monsters in the depths weren't that strong, or they weren't hell spiders. Kim leans over to the corpse and confirms their guess. They just look like hell spiders. But those are much larger than these, and their horny layer is much stronger than this one. Kim knows that hell spiders never fight at such close range. They fight carefully. He notices 2 soldiers examining the webs left by the predators. It wraps around all the walls and ceilings of the dungeon, and the passage into the cave is completely blocked by it. And Kim realizes that they have fallen into a trap. He demands that explosives be planted on the blocked exits as quickly as possible. His partners are puzzled as to why, since the battle is already over. And if there are any spiders left, they can be easily finished off. But Kim tells them that they can't defeat the hell spider, and if they don't prepare an escape route, everyone will die. The ones they fought weren't hell spiders, and the commander asks how he knows all this. Only the conversation is interrupted by a giant spider, the size of a 3-story building, appearing from the darkness, shaking the entire cave with its steps. He stabs one of the children of the dungeon through and through, ending his life and the peace among the squad. The signal fire illuminates the huge mouth of the hell spider, into which it places its new victim. Wherever they look, the squad is surrounded by crowds of spiders, and it seems to Jongyang that there is no end to them. She orders all the researchers to stand ready for battle and turns her head to Kim. Jong asks him if these are hell spiders, but Kim looks at them in fear and cannot move. Before his eyes, a soldier begs for help as his body is torn apart. He remembers how children died in droves in the dungeon from the clutches of hellish spiders and swallows nervously. Kim finally comes to her senses and replies that all but 2 of the spiders are lower subspecies that they have already fought, and that their queen is hiding behind them. He says that an escape route must be created urgently, so let them prepare explosives. From Zhong's answer, he guesses that he has seen hell spiders before, and that he may have a lot of experience in fighting them. By the time they finished exchanging words, the research team had already begun to plant explosives, and the other mercenaries entered the battle with the spiders, but do not understand why they should retreat. These monsters were the target of their expedition, and it would be foolish to abandon the prey here. The spiders prepare to attack and Kim yells at them to prepare to dodge. They have no intention of running away, and decide to give a fair fight to the creatures of the dungeon. Jumping up towards the spider, the child of the dungeon prepares to hit it with all his might. Kim yells at him not to do it, but the momentum of the menacing blow to the strong cornea had already passed through the spider, stopping the enemy in the air. And it flew back to the attacker, turning the bones in his hand into white dust. Once again, one of the mercenaries dies due to his own stupidity in the depths of the dungeon, and his partners look at his corpse in fear. Another hellish spider attacks after him, ready to deal with the rest of the researchers. Kim appears in front of the terrified attackers, parrying the spider's attack with a swing of his blade. He manages to hold off the monster, and the rest of the children of the dungeon realize that he is on a completely different level for them. Kimu tries to buy time for the other explorers by holding off the spider. At this time, the team gets into battle formation and prepares to open their way back with explosives. Although Kim manages to hold off the monsters, he understands that he won't be able to fight for that long. The spiders are almost untouched by his blade. Their body is much stronger, and he can use all his power to defeat at least one. Kim is about to use an electric charge. His whole body sparks and lights up with a blue light, after which, at superhuman speed, He chops down the spider and instantly finds himself on the other side of the battlefield. The squad continues to be amazed by Kim's hidden abilities, but they are glad to be alive. This power was given to Kim in the lower levels of the dungeon, and for the first time we see him fight in earnest. At the same time, Junyan and the researchers have destroyed the barrier and created a passage in the wall, and she orders Kim to retreat. But he pushes the commander into the passage and covers the researchers with his body. He makes sure the spider doesn't attack them and jumps straight up to the ceiling. He strikes at him and collapses a huge pile of stones blocking the passage. The entire team is shocked when they realize that Kim will be staying to fight. Junyoung yells at him to come out with them, but he replies that there is no escape from the hell spiders. Kim tells them to leave, they'll see each other outside, and he remains alone behind a cold wall of stones, holding in his hands the axe borrowed from Jong. Kim turns to the spiders and snaps back as if they think they've won. Only he feels like he's finally spread his wings, leaving the weak explorers behind, so now he can have some fun. Kim opens a portal to his labyrinth, and behind him appear all the Naga warriors and their beautiful Dominican Republic decoration. The king decides to take on the largest spider and let the other two warriors take the other one, with the archer covering them. With this plan, they can go into battle, but the problem is the Spider Queen. Kim explains that she won't be able to attack because she's too big for level 2. If she acts carelessly, she will destroy the cave, so all she can do is sit and watch them. Kim begins to give further instructions to the soldiers, but is called out by the Dominican Republic. The spiders have begun their attack, and it's time for the heroes to begin the fight. Kim supports his subjects. There is no need to worry, and the spiders are no stronger than horned rats, so just let them not let them break through. While the soldiers are busy with the kids, the king and the warriors can deal with the hellish spiders, and they begin the battle. Kim flies into the air and swings her axe at the spiders to deliver a sharp blow. He swings his axe and thrusts it into where the target had just been, but the monster turns its back on him. An arrow whistles through the spider, taking it by surprise. This Naga archer is supporting his king from behind, as if from a cannon. Kim is not alone in this battle. Here and there the blows of Naga warriors and soldiers can be heard. Each of them copes well with opponents, leaving no trace of them. With force, the warrior throws the hellish spider to the floor. And at the gates, soldiers led by the Dominican Republic are scattering a crowd of frail monsters in different directions. Kim mocks his opponent. If he dies after such a weak attack, it will be boring even for the king. As soon as Kim said this, Dominicana's cry was heard from afar, and he had to defend himself. A couple of meters away from him, a giant spider's paw comes crashing down and knocks the master off his feet. He rises and sees that the queen has come into motion, spewing clouds of smoke from her mouth. She starts screaming loudly, causing all the soldiers to duck and cover their heads with their hands. A dialogue box appears in front of Kim's face, informing him that the hell spiders have removed their fear status. When the roar stopped, he stood up, looked towards his subjects, and instantly turned pale. The spiders went crazy and became much more aggressive than before. They almost managed to break through the defense of the labyrinth. Kim can't wait and uses the electric discharge again, preparing to attack the queen. He soars towards her face, leaving behind dust and stones flying in his wake. It hits the queen in the eye and she immediately falls lifeless to the ground, and Kim turns to the portal to the labyrinth. He tries to shout to the Dominican Republic, and after some time he succeeds. She replies that the gate is in danger and there are too many lower spiders here. He asks to wait a little longer, but before he can finish speaking, he gets kicked in the back. The Spider Queen is not dead. She continues to deliver a series of blows towards Kim, who dodges them without fail. We need to figure out how to neutralize the queen so that we can then help the Dominican Republic protect the labyrinth. But Kim can't come up with a single idea and just runs away from her attacks. He manages to distract her from the gate, and now he just needs to figure out how to destroy her completely. At the gates, Dominican and two small workers bravely stand to defend the labyrinth, although they fear for their lives. Even an insignificant slave tries to help somehow, and conjures a mysterious symbol of circles and triangles in his hands. Kim notices them, and this magic gives him an idea that will help defeat the queen. She hits the master in the chest, throwing him off the wall and sending him falling to his death to the ground. In mid-air, Kim jumps into the ground, softening her landing with her ability, and takes off. He came up with a plan that would save the labyrinth, and instead of the queen, he targets the familiar hell spider. He quickly chops open the spider's jaw with an axe, opening its mouth. And inside the target lies a pile of deep gems, and Kim needs them. He finally understands why the spiders have become stronger since their last encounter. It was all obvious, because they always carried these gems with them. Kim jerks her hand away and rips the coveted blood-soaked stones from the monster's throat. He takes a swing, and is about to throw the stones straight towards the Dominican Republic. Kim has decided to call a new warrior. Tearing through the wind at breakneck speed, the gems burst into the labyrinth portal. and it lands on the altar, filling the entire cave around it with pure white light. A servant with high horns and a long, graceful staff, a rare-level mage, appears from the altar. He raises his staff above himself and begins to cast a powerful attack. Immediately, ice spikes begin to seep through the floor and ceiling, and the entire cave becomes terribly cold. Kim sees how the lower monsters were frozen in an instant, but the real hell spiders remained untouched. A still-living spider breaks through the ice and attacks the Naga warrior, but suddenly he parries his attack without blinking an eye, and the spider backs away. The mage strengthened the warrior's left hand with frost magic, and now the hellish spiders will not be a problem for him. Dominicana tells her master that the Naga soldiers have dealt with their opponents, and all that remains is to finish off their queen. Kim begins to closely examine the giant spider. The queen's weak points are her eyes, mouth, and the joints on her legs. Kim certainly won't get to the brain if she hits it right in the eye, and going through its mouth is too reckless. To Kim's right, a wall cracks and crumbles, and he notices that something is happening to the cave. The Dominican Republic worriedly informs him that the cave is badly damaged and could collapse. Kim suddenly suggests cutting a path to the first floor, but no one understands what he has in mind. He jumps to the ceiling and screams that they don't have enough strength to take down the monster, so this will be their only chance. With his subjects puzzled, Kim tracks the queen and looks for a place to land. Standing on a high ledge in the cave, Kim checks to see that the Spider Queen is following him. And having confirmed this, he intends to return the favor to her for ruining his childhood. This is a great honor for the queen, because she will be the first among the hellish spiders. While Kim is taking his revenge, Dominicana is wondering why he needs to break through to the first floor. Maybe he's planning to bury the queen alive, or he's planning to dig himself a passage since he won't be able to bury such a big spider. The master is trying his best, but neither she nor the soldiers can help him in any way, and this worries the Dominican Republic. It is important for her to know what she can do for the king, how not to be a useless empty shell. She remembers Kim yelling that they weren't strong enough, and she seems to understand why he won't take them into a dangerous fight. The Dominican Republic inspires its subjects because they stand aside, not because they are useless. The master always rushed into battle to protect his servants. He thinks about their safety even in such a situation. She paints a verbal portrait of her ideal master Kim, who will not sacrifice them. He fights alone because he alone is capable of handling it. The subjects rejoice that they are not observers at all, because they have been ordered to be ready, so their turn will come. Dominicana suddenly turns to the magician and asks if he has much mana left. Meanwhile, Kim climbs higher and higher, almost reaching the edge of the first floor. From time to time, he checks to see if the queen has lagged behind him, and then jumps further towards the coveted ceiling. The rumble of the giant spider's movements shakes the walls throughout the dungeon. A group of researchers on the first floor notice that strange sounds are getting closer. There shouldn't be any attack class monsters on the upper levels, which means the sound is coming from right underneath them. The earth shakes and the stones spread out in waves in different directions, and from the crack, the fangs of the Spider Queen and Kim himself appear with a roar. He tries to stay on the floating rocks and move on to the next part of the plan. Luckily for him, they had made their way into a huge cave, but there was still the question of how to throw the Spider Queen down. Her giant body was firmly stuck in the massive stones holding up the ceiling of the second floor. In the cave on the second floor, the king's subjects decided to help him with this problem. The mage concentrates all the summoned ice along the walls of the dungeon, directing it towards the queen. Kim notices something happening below and becomes wary, as it could harm his plan. But the queen slowly begins to slide back into the cave. She can't hold on. The ice surrounds her. The spider must have been confused by such a weak attack, but now the entire path to the first floor was covered in a thick layer of ice. The ice cannot support such a heavy creature and collapses along with it, and the queen flies down straight to the second level. Due to its overwhelming success, the Dominican Republic is already imagining how its king will pay its charming tribute to it. The magician asks if this was the whole plan, but is told that falling will not kill the queen. The master does not need any tricks or traps. He only needs pure attack power. An opportunity had to be created where he could hit with all his might once, and now it had appeared. All the warriors and soldiers gather around the spider, and the magician wraps the monster in webs so that he cannot move. The moment has come when Kim can no longer hold back his power. Thousands of volts of tension ripple through his body, the electrical charge dissipating in a sharp blue glow throughout the cave. The next moment, he covers the distance of tens of meters to the queen with lightning speed. Kim swings the axe and delivers a furious finishing blow to her. He ends the bloody battle and finally reckons with one of the hellish spiders for his childhood. Having decided to restore order in the labyrinth after the battle, interesting changes occur with the subjects. They have become bigger, stronger, and have built up more muscles that they don't even fit into their old armor. However, the wounds never healed. One soldier was left without an arm, maybe it can be restored somehow. Of the subjects, only the mage did not transform. Although he showed himself well in battle, he needs more experience points than the others. And also a laboratory where they can improve their level themselves. If only they could afford it, since the energy Kim earned was spent on summoning the mage and is now almost at 0. The king orders the little workers to check their loot from the last battle. And in a pile of stones and limbs of hellish spiders, they find a pile of gems of different sizes. Kim examines the recovered gems and values them at 60 energy units. He then immediately donates them to the needs of the labyrinth, but decides to take a couple of gems with him. He then explains to Dominique that he needs to return to the research group and that he might be suspected if he comes empty-handed. Kim appeals to his warriors not to relax, even though the battle is already over. They have defeated a fierce enemy, and the labyrinth will naturally become even more dangerous, so they cannot let anyone see their portal. He demands that the warriors take with them as many corpses as needed, and as soon as he leaves, let them block all passages to the portal with magic. However, the magician himself is apparently not very happy with this proposal, and Kim asks what is wrong with him. And Dominica explains that after the ice attack on the queen, his mana is running out. Then, to begin with, he asks to fill the portal with boulders. This will be enough. When the conversation ends, there is an awkward silence in the air, and Dominica asks Kim how long he will be leaving them for, to which he receives the answer that he will be gone for about 5 days. He will return by the time the next update of the labyrinth is completed. He turns around, and the girl awkwardly turns her head away, trying to pretend that she doesn't care about his absence. But Kim understands everything and can't hold back her smile. He praises Dominica, whom he will now call by that name. Even if their plan was terrible, her initiative helped them win. The master allows all who fought to think about the reward, and promises to distribute it after he returns. After thanking everyone for their work and throwing out a few parting words, Kim stands right under the passage to the first floor. And in a few jumps, he leaves the confines of the second level, leaving his subjects to clean up the aftermath of the battle. 5 days later, the hunting team finds Kim in the expedition team's tent at the gates to the dungeon. He calmly eats soup and says with a stony face that he has been waiting for them for a long time, to which he is immediately accused of disobeying orders, recklessness, and unauthorized separation from the group, even though he completed a 2-week mission in 5 days. Kim silently tries to understand why he didn't please Jong, and looks at her with a dull expression, after which he shoves the plate right in her face and offers her something to eat. They are apparently hungry. Jong sighs reasonably and sits down next to Kim, preparing for a long conversation. She asks him what exactly happened, and hears that he had a lucky break, so he was able to escape. Wasn't it he who said that running away from the hellish spiders was pointless? And Kim pretends not to know who said that. To which Jong quips, was he always so nasty? But one way or another, she wants to thank him. He saved her life, so he can ask for whatever he wants, and Jong will try to fulfill any wish. Kim reproaches her that they once lived here and danger is a common thing. We shouldn't forget that. But she still really wants to express her gratitude to him, so she waits for instructions. He shoves a plate in her face and asks her to wash his dishes. Kim pulls the tent curtain back and walks away. Jong finally says he'll call later and wants to know more about the lower floors, but he's not very interested. Once at the merchant's, Kim gives him 12 lovely stones and asks him to keep quiet, because he secretly stole them from the research team. Not counting the fine for the damaged equipment, Kim could get 400 million won for them. But he looks away and thinks, to which he receives the question, is this too little for him? And Kim asks a merchant he already knows to find him a house in some secluded place, for about 300 million. He rightly replies that he is not his realtor, but he can still do something. And since he agreed, Kim asks to cover his misadventures in the dungeon as his mercenary, and retreats to his labyrinth. This is the only way he can get down there without any problems, and with obvious irritation the man makes concessions. Upon arriving, Kim finds Dominica working to sort through the storage facility. He comes out of the open portal and complains that he can continue to lock himself in the room and open the portal. The last time his father was in complete shock was his 20-day absence in the dungeon without a single call. With a dejected face, he moves through the labyrinth, getting down to work. Dominica sees his tired appearance and asks if everything is okay, but Kim just waves it off. He is just tired. The labyrinth update has already been completed, and new structures have become available near the entrance. And the labyrinth also has a guest, and Kim, clearly dissatisfied with the frequent visits of underground creatures, is interested in who exactly has come to see them. There is one team that visits each labyrinth. They are quite powerful if they can afford to visit them all. This is a group of merchants, fortune seekers, and very mysterious individuals, one of whom takes the heroes by surprise. A short but large-horned devil in a gray robe with a bag full of junk on his back falls prostrate before the king of the labyrinth. He reveals his face and with a grin, says that he can't wait to work with Kim. He asks how the merchant found this place, to which he receives the answer that news about the brave owner of the labyrinth has already spread throughout the dungeon. But this obvious lie does not convince Kim much, and Dominica explains that the dark merchants observe almost everything that happens in the dungeon. Apparently this territory is under the control of this merchant. Kim should show that he should not be underestimated. He decides to play along and asks to show everything he can buy from him. And the guest scatters his adventure store, which is full of various artifacts, at his feet. Dominica asks not to throw out the suspicious merchant, otherwise he will spread bad rumors about the king in the area. And since the merchants have noticed the labyrinth, you will have to use your acting skills to avoid losing your reputation. Kim finishes the negotiations, and having received a couple of useful tips, returns to the store. He asks to sell him whatever the devil recommends, which seduces the annoying stranger. And he pulls out a small bottle with a purple liquid in which a small worm is floating. There are only a couple of them left in the entire dungeon. They are called parasites. The price of such a bottle is equal to one large deep gem, and with the agreement of Dominic Kim, a strange product. Returning to the throne room, he begins to examine the worm, which wriggles terribly inside the ominous water. His servant says that the artifact will not bring any benefit until he drinks it. Although she is worried about the health of her king, Kim sees no point in keeping the bottle as some kind of trinket, and opens it with a wave of her thumb, and pours the contents in the form of eye-like mucus onto his hand, connecting with the parasite. He realizes that he did something reckless, but he is also tormented by the thought that with each passing day, he begins to look less and less like a human being. It's time to forget about trifles like the merchant and get down to more important things. It's time to start improving the labyrinth. Kim asks Dominica for advice on what to change after the update. It is common practice in labyrinths to first build internal structures and improve military power, and only then increase rank. However, in Kim's case, who already possesses more than 90% of their fighting power, he can afford to quickly rise in rank. Are the owners of other labyrinths weaklings? No, rather they just don't want to go outside. Kim looked at the list of buildings and decided to open the map. He plans to set up a farm and bar near the Naga nest, and then decides to take on the monsters that are nearby. The little worker was ordered to bring every single low-ranking gem, and Kim throws them all into the altar, raising the energy of the labyrinth to insane levels. Amid triumphant speeches and a confused Dominica, he summons an entire army of Nagas who will set out to roam the vastness of the dungeon. A week later, Kim finds himself very tired and dissatisfied, even though his plan to explore the neighboring territories was a huge success. The Nagas managed to catch giant hares and black bears, and the unused slaves went in search of gems. New fighters are deployed for patrol, defense, and training, and finally the map update will be completed soon. Kim is glad that their maze is finally looking its best, but he feels like they are too busy. Due to the expansion, they are now running low on deep gems from hunting and flowers, so they will have to hunt them down again. Dominica worries about Kim and asks if he is okay, and he finally comes out of his lethargic state. She noticed that he began to stay longer in the labyrinth. She herself is not against it, but she is worried about his family. However, nothing bad. He moved 4 days ago to a country house on a lonely mountain ridge. There are no shops or neighbors nearby. If the opportunity arises, he promises to take Dominica on a tour, which greatly piques her curiosity. Kim goes to bed for the night and asks the servants to rest, jumps into the portal and leaves the labyrinth. At home, it's almost midnight. There's pitch darkness outside, and Kim's eyes instantly close. If it weren't for one thing, the parasite attempts to take over the owner's body. Liters of pitch-black blood begin to flow from Kim's eyes. Pouring out in tons onto the floor, it gradually tears internal organs apart. He is torn apart by incessant pain throughout his body, and a piercing cry for help in his head. The parasite burns half of Kim's face down to the flesh, making him regret being born into this nightmare world. From the house, heart-rending screams can be clearly heard, which the wind carelessly carries along the lonely mountain ridge, leaving the man alone with the demon from the underworld. The girl ran in screaming, asking if everything was okay with Jinwoo. At this time the guy was kneeling, holding his head. He looked at the young girl with furious eyes. Jinwoo approached her with a tray of tea, asking her if she had calmed down. The dark-haired guy apologized to the girl for catching him in such a state, and she asked what it was. The lady screamed and said that half of his face was burnt, but the guy indifferently said that nothing of the sort happened. The young man explained that it was all because of the barley, but she insisted that he was lying and had never seen anything like it. Milady said that even the children of the deep-level dungeons didn't have this, and Jinwoo asked if they were from the 12th level. The girl looked at him in surprise, and he told her that he had become infected on the 12th level in the labyrinth of the Smelly Duke. The lady said that this couldn't be, because all the children on this level had died, and the guy interrupted her and asked if they were missing. She looked at Jinwoo in shock, while he didn't understand why he was considered dead when he was here. The lady understood why he knew so much about hell spiders, and he understood that she now knew where he was born. In his mind, the guy realized that even if she spilled the beans, she would be taken for crazy, and he also asked why she came to him without an invitation. To this, she replied that she wanted to know if he would join them on the next expedition. The girl added sheepishly that he would not have let her in if she had said that she wanted to repay her debt, and so she invited him to the team. The lady sadly answered herself that it was unlikely that Jinwoo would be interested in her proposal, since he was stronger than them, but he answered her emotionlessly. Abby asked in surprise, to which the young man replied that she should not exaggerate his strength, since he had lived on the surface for a long time, and had recently begun to think about returning back. Jinwoo also replied that Gazer had changed and made her happy that he could go with her if she hit his level. Milady happily rose from her knees and was happy, because the child of the 12th level dungeon would be on her team. But the guy answered her that it was for a while she would keep the secret. Abby stood up because she needed to adjust the expedition plan, and she thought that Jinwoo would go with her. They went outside, and the young lady informed them that the next expedition would be in 4 days, and they would go down to the 6th level for 2 weeks. She also said that there would be 5 children with them, and the guy had already met them on the last outing. Jinwoo asked how a team that failed on the 2nd level was going to go down to the 6th, and the girl told him that they were unqualified on his part. But she tried to justify herself by saying that now they could even go down to the 8th level if they didn't make mistakes, and the guy responded with understanding that the enemies were stronger. Abby assured him that the team would prepare itself and was really looking forward to him, and would send all the details by email. Abby ran away saying that she needed to get ready, and the young man wished her good luck. But before she could leave, he added that he had warned him before the next visit, or he would report it to the police. The girl ran away worriedly, saying that she would definitely warn him. Dissatisfied, Jinwoo grabbed the corners of his nose and told himself that he had just moved, and it was good that he had closed the portal. A few days later, the young man and woman approached the gates, and the guy jokingly said that it was as if he was entering the subway. Abby explained that gates A and B are used for large-scale expeditions, while gates D, E, and F are open to anyone, as long as you have an ID and say how many people are going in. She also added that a passage appeared on the 2nd level, and it became dangerous there because of the crowd of monsters. The young guy meanwhile looked at the girl with an indifferent look. One of the team members asked Jinwoo if he was the one who saved Jong. Jong extended his hand to greet him and said it was nice to meet him, and another guy from the team said that Jinwoo was incredibly strong. The young man from the expedition also added that when Mike saw him, he ran away, to which he replied that Louis was the first one to run away. The young guys are happy to be on the same team with him again and will do their best. Abby interrupted their conversation and gave Mike the task of leading the researchers. The girl told Chan that she hoped for a great job, to which he replied that he would do everything right. Jinwoo asked in surprise if she was the captain, to which the young lady replied that he would understand everything in time. Dominica rested her head on the bar counter looking tired. She asked the henchman for another drink. Noah said that Dominica looked like a depressed adult woman looking for a man, to which Ethan replied that she was always in that state when the master was not there. Ethan also added that they now have a bar, and before Noah came along she was a psycho. The henchman recalls that before this, she tried to eat his tail, saying that it would grow back, to which the other was horrified. He also added that there are rumors about her room, where she keeps her master's underwear and socks. Dominica was behind the henchman and heard everything, and lifted them up. The girl with glowing eyes replied that it was a good idea, and the minions asked for help. A team of explorers was walking through a dungeon, and one of them shouted that there were a bunch of monsters in 500 meters, and they answered that they would quietly pass by them. The children of the dungeon and the explorers behave in harmony, and Lewis gave the task to one to take over the pursuit, and the boys to walk in the center with spears, and Jong and Jinwoo to stay behind. Chung raised his finger without emotion, and someone agreed with him. Jinwoo told Abby that he now understood why Jong was the captain even though he was below her level, to which the girl replied that the captain was a capable man even though he was born at the middle levels. The detection skill allows you to see all living creatures except those with the ability to hide, and this ability can lead to victory in any battle. Abby told Jinwoo that she thought he had the same ability, but the guy denied it, saying that he simply felt their presence. The girl was surprised. The young lady believes that the 6th sense of children of the 12th level is on a different level. The team heard what she said and now they are discussing it. Jinwoo angrily remarked that he had asked her not to talk about it, to which she had apologized. One of the expedition members reported that the captain ordered the children of the dungeon to gather together. The team stopped at the entrance to the abandoned labyrinth and were shocked. The captain said that this was the entrance that was occupied by wolf monkeys, and that they would have to go through it. He also added that he couldn't find anyone, and they weren't taking much of a risk, but the team's decision was important to him. Someone from the expedition shouted that the labyrinth was huge, and would everything really be okay? To which he was told that everything would be fine. Jinwoo replied that he had no objections, and thought he could suggest some ideas to rebuild the labyrinth. Chan decisively announced that everything was decided, and they were going through the center of the labyrinth, and also warned everyone to keep their eyes open. The man said that it would take a couple of days to recover, as the injury was too serious. The man continued speaking, but was interrupted. The monster began to talk about how everyone knew about their great offspring. The animal asked how long the tour would take. The monster said that the man must make the rounds himself. The guy showed Jin the owner's room. Jin was shocked that they had been in the building for quite some time, but had not encountered a single monster. Then the man said that this was a long-abandoned place that was not marked on the map. Chan said the military plans to redevelop the site. Chan noticed that the map was being sold at the Labyrinth Mall. The man said that they only sell maps of the upper floors, but the military also has a map of the middle floors. Chan gave the command that they would build a pass. He noted that if they finished quickly, there would be more time for rest. The girl tried to cheer the guy up. The lady offered to look at the owner's room if the guy was too bored. They found the throne of the king who ruled this place before. The guy thought he was very surprised by this. Suddenly, the guy became activated. Seeing that the boy was holding his eye, the girl asked if everything was okay with him. The young man asked not to let anyone in, as it might frighten the others. The guy was glad that the girl didn't see pop-ups. The boy was shocked that he was no longer enveloped in pain as before. The guy noticed something was wrong, something he had never noticed before. Taking the unknown stone in his hand, he thought that it did not look like a deep gem. The guy thought that this was probably why his eye was caught. The guy's gaze suddenly fell on something shocking. He saw that the entire room was covered with deep gems. At this time, the monsters were figuring out who was on duty today. One of them didn't understand why they were shouting. Someone noticed that something was wrong with their boss. Then they started to figure it out. The monster asked if he had understood her sadness correctly. Then the monster said that she could ask them for help. The henchman said that the lady looked more like a human, and he added that she didn't like living in the same house with them. The girl asked if the young man was tired, and she added whether he had any strange hobbies. The guy said he felt unwell. The young man thought he was lucky to have collected so many deep gems. He also noted that he was lucky to run through the closed parts of the map. Jinwoo understood that this was all thanks to the parasite and, if he could, he would thank him. Suddenly, the man shouted that the captain was asking the children of the dungeon to gather together. The hero immediately realized that there must be a monster there. The man said that there was a crowd of monsters right at the entrance. He also said that, given the sounds they make, they are either four-legged monkeys or fanged bats. Jinwoo realized that the man's ability would not be able to determine their abilities for sure. A boy from the team asked if they could wait until they had killed each other. He assumed that there were too many monsters, and other predators might come there because of the noise and the smell of blood. Abby said she would like to avoid combat until level 6, but there is no other way. The man began to panic and say that it wasn't that simple, because there were 28 medium-sized monsters there, fighting for territory. Then the girl laughed and said that the third-level monsters were just midges, and then she clarified that Jinwoo could easily handle them. Then the captain said that if the guy succeeds, it will be just wonderful. After these words, the hero stepped forward and said that he would take on half of the monsters. Having passed through the passage, the hero realized that the monsters had already begun to fight each other. The man, looking at all these monsters, understood that today was his last day. However, Jinwoo confidently said that this would never happen. At that very second, the guy flew towards the monsters and killed them one by one. The man was extremely surprised by the hero's abilities, and did not understand how this was even possible. The fighting style of the children of the dungeon is in keeping with the labyrinth they grew up in. This fighting style consisted of attacking a guy without thinking until the opponent fell to the ground. The man turned towards Jinwoo and thought, "It's all because this guy killed everyone with one hit." It was as if he clearly saw the weak points of the monsters and attacked there. The man thought that the hero's speed level seemed much higher than Zhang's. Suddenly, a girl's voice was heard telling the captain that Jinwoo was from Marcus's labyrinth. Then the captain asked Abby again with surprise about this part of the 7th level. Turning to him, the girl said that the guy had to make his way through many labyrinths to reach the 6th level, and probably during this time, he understood how to fight most effectively in order to survive. Everything immediately came together in the man's head, because Jinwoo was located even lower than the entrance to the 8th level. Abby thought that despite the hero holding back, the only thing that came to her mind was to say that he was from Marcus's labyrinth. After that, she became depressed, and realized that she needed to think through Jinwoo's story better. The girl ordered everyone to get to work, because the guy was taking the rap for everyone. As the man walked past the monsters, he realized one thing, namely that they need to show what they are capable of. At this time, the guy realized that his body had become much lighter, and also the fact that the enemy's movements seemed slow. Jinwoo didn't know if he was fighting at full strength. He tried to keep his strength level on par with Zhang, but the boy felt like that was all he was capable of. Suddenly he saw the heart through the monster's ribs. The hero realized that the monsters were protecting the ribs, and thanks to the parasite he could see them. The more Jinwoo learned about his abilities, the more useful the parasite became. Of course, all this was except for the moment when he tried to take over the guy's body. Suddenly the voice of the team was heard. They were shouting to the hero that they were finished. Abby said the guy killed 70% of the monsters, even though he said he'd take half. After this, the girl whispered into the guy's ear that she had to make up all sorts of nonsense to somehow justify his abnormally high strength. Abby also said that researchers say the boy is a natural-born war hero. The girl turned to the squad and told them to quickly collect the deep gems before the monsters came to the smell of blood. Suddenly a man called out to her, and the girl immediately thanked him for his good work. However, he began to say that they most likely had a problem. The man said that another expeditionary force was approaching them, which was twice as large as theirs. He also said that he was unable to spot them earlier due to the battle, but realized that they were watching them while they were fighting. Then Abby ordered everyone to prepare for battle, because a battle was coming. Jinwoo was surprised, because he didn't understand why they had to fight with people. Then the girl explained that since Gazer is not subject to laws, it is easy to steal someone else's loot here. Everyone understood that the team, even though they had killed about 30 monsters, was already exhausted. If it weren't for Chan's abilities, everyone would have already been trapped. The man said that those people began to group together, which meant they realized that the team knew of their presence. Although the people changed their minds about encircling the detachment, they did not retreat. Abby said there was no point in running, and it was easier for them to stay alert and act according to the circumstances. After these words, the girl turned around and began to say that they rely heavily on the guy even without these situations. However, she asked Jinwoo not to abandon them if things went wrong. The hero replied that he liked the squad he was a part of. Suddenly a sharp and nasty voice of a man was heard. Insults immediately began to pour out at him, and he said with a grin that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Looking over the team, the man said that he was very glad to meet them. Chung-hul came closer and said that he heard that they had recently fought with spiders and had succeeded. Abby couldn't take it anymore and shouted at him to shut up. However, the man continued to say that in order for them to reach the lower levels, their squad had to pass through this place. He asked the squad if they had anything interesting. At this moment, Jinwoo asked the captain who this man was. They told him that they were just bandits standing at the entrance to the labyrinth and attacking the troops. Then Jinwoo asked why the government wasn't doing anything about it. He was told that a lot of money was being invested in Gazer, and now no one was acting independently. The captain said that people think they are doing the right thing, but it all comes down to a fight for money. Then Jinwoo finally realized that he didn't like these people. He saw that there were 9 children of the dungeon among them, and they seemed to be much stronger than Zhang. The hero also realized that they were all armed, which meant that this situation was definitely not the first time. Jinwoo calculated his forces and realized that if a fight began, they would kill everyone except him. It was at this moment that the guy's ardor already exceeded all limits, and the bandit squad began to get on his nerves. Abby, watching their dialogue, realized that she could not move because of fear. The girl understood that the king was wandering somewhere nearby. The man laughed at Abby's fright and said he was only joking. Then the girl decided not to show her fear and shouted back at him. Chung-hul laughed because she decided to make him look bad. With a sardonic smile, he asked if they needed his help. The man, smiling, said that despite the offered help, he still had a lot of things to do. After this, he ordered his squad to leave and not touch Zhang's spoils. As he was leaving, he suddenly turned around because he wanted to say something else. The man turned around and said he didn't think they had ever met, but he gave Jinwoo one piece of advice. He told the guy not to mess with them, because this team couldn't even join the association. He also noted that Jinwoo was a very skilled guy, and asked to let him know as soon as he wanted to join a normal team. As he left again, he said that if Jinwoo suddenly wanted to join the team, he just had to say Jung-hul's name. As he moved away, the man also shouted to Jinwoo that they would see each other again. Chan began to calm the girl down, because they were very lucky that they didn't get into a fight. After that, he turned to Jinwoo and said that he too should moderate his ardor. However, seeing the guy's calm face, he was extremely surprised. The hero looked at them with complete incomprehension in his eyes, and the girl and the man told him to stop pretending. They also told Jinwoo that they had never felt such a strong thirst for blood before, and they even felt like the king of the labyrinth was standing behind them. Then the guys from the team said that they didn't feel anything like that. and the man explained that their feelings had to reach a certain level. Jinwoo started telling Abby that he felt like she knew that guy pretty well. Now he is a very spoiled person, but before he was normal. After his escape, he got a full taste of free money, but he couldn't even imagine that people change so much. Abby thought they should head back after they collected the loot. When Jinwoo clarified that they were supposed to reach level 6, the girl replied that Chunghul's team would still get in their way more than once. Even though the man didn't attack this time, the girl still had no idea what he would do if they encountered each other again. Abby also clarified that if there had been different circumstances, she would have insisted that everyone continue on their way. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by team members shouting that they were finished with the loot. Hearing this, Abby shouted to everyone that they were coming back. Their journey back went smoothly, and they returned within 1 week. Every time they go down to Gazer, they inevitably get into trouble. However, the most amazing thing was that they always returned in full force. As he left, Jinwoo knew he needed to learn more about Chongkul and the Research Association. He went to an establishment with jewelry made from deep gems. There, together with a man, he discussed Chongkul and his place in the Research Association. The man told the boy that because they had set the minimum level for the descent, the survival rate of ordinary explorers had skyrocketed. In the past, the children of the dungeon had no restrictions, and the survival rate was approximately 50%. The man said that Jinwoo could see this as a set of rules or as restrictions. Jinwoo asked his grandfather if Chunghul had caused any trouble. Then the man replied that at the moment, one could only get rumors and nothing more. Suddenly, grandfather remembered something. He started telling the guy about the groups of people hunters. The man said that the children of the high-level dungeon, without any researchers, would form groups and attack other troops. They form gangs and sharpen their teeth into fangs. Jinwoo began to leave and thanked the man for the useful information. Before leaving, the grandfather asked him if he had any gems, to which the boy replied that this time he was paid in money. The guy went out and began to think about what caused Zhang to have such hatred for the association. He didn't understand what the problem was, because he didn't see anything strange. The hero returned to the labyrinth, where the girl joyfully greeted him. Jinwoo immediately asked about the situation in the labyrinth, and the girl's face sank. She said they had a guest waiting for the guy at the pub. Jinwoo asked if that dark merchant was there again. However, the girl replied that a hired low elf was waiting for him there. After these words, the guy confidently walked towards the pub and said that they needed to meet. The girl noticed that the lower elves were devoid of any loyalty and sense of dignity. Hearing this, Jinwoo asked why the elf was still in his labyrinth. The girl replied that, unfortunately, there were currently not enough scouts in the labyrinth. She thought that the master might need a low elf. The guy replied that he would make the decision himself and headed to the pub. Opening the door, he also told the girl not to worry, because the leader needs to solve such issues. Jinwoo greeted the pub worker. As soon as the boy saw the elf, he immediately turned to him. As soon as the elf tried to say something, Dominica started yelling at him. She spoke with anger in her eyes as she showed her respect for the master. The elf looked down on her and remained silent. After this, she bent down on one knee and began to say that she had illegally settled on his property. The elf asked to be granted the great honor of being presented before the master. She said that her name was Rikshasha and that she was a hired low elf. Then Jinwoo said that he was amazed by her speed, but asked how she dared to approach him with a weapon. And then, with rage in his eyes, he also asked if she wanted to cut him down. Dominica immediately started screaming, but Jinwoo interrupted her. The rickshaw woman began to talk to the master again, but he said that he hated sycophancy. The elf began to say that she had never seen a human occupy the throne before, and also that after what I saw I realized that it was pointless to try to harm the hero. The guy started asking what the girl specializes in, and she kindly replied that she was good at intelligence skills. After these words, the master immediately said that she was hired, thereby surprising Dominica. The guy told her to calm down, because she herself said that they needed a scout. As they left the pub, Jinwoo said that they would continue their conversation while showing Rickshaw the labyrinth. While Jinwoo was showing her the labyrinth, Rikshasha thought it was a complete mess. She also thought about the fact that the core of the labyrinth was not fenced in any way, and could be seen even from the corridor. There are no traps at the entrance to the labyrinth, and the subordinates do not take the matter seriously. Rickshaw thought that Jinwoo definitely didn't fully realize that he was a master of the labyrinth. After this, the elf told the master that his slaves were shirking their work. However, the guy immediately replied that they had a day off today. The rickshaw woman was surprised and said that slaves should not have days off, and the guy again proved the truth of his words. He said that the more you use your muscles, the less effective they are. Listening to this, the elf thought that the guy was simply too naive. She assumed that this labyrinth would clearly not last long. The master, along with Dominica and Rikshasha, headed to the training hall. A couple of days later, Jinwoo sat on the throne and realized that the labyrinth was progressing too slowly. The gems they extract from the deposits are barely enough to pay salaries. The only thing that made him happy was that they had a lot of food and still enough water. From time to time, their soldiers hunt monsters near the labyrinth to obtain gems and other materials. Jinwoo said that they received about 3 low-level gems per day, and one of them only gave 3 units of energy. The guy kept thinking that he had gone too far back then, wasting his energy on calling up soldiers. The master asked Dominica how many combat units they had at the moment, and the girl replied that they had 42 soldiers. The guy sadly noted that the larger their army became, the more difficult it was to command each of them. Dominica thought that if they had not called the priest, their army would have died out long ago. Jinwoo told her that their soldiers were at average levels, but still continued to die in battle. Suddenly he saw the girl's worried face and asked what happened. Dominica told the guy what she knew, and Jinwoo didn't believe it, because such a thing simply couldn't happen. Then the girl said that it seemed to her that the labyrinth chose the master, and after he took the throne, returned everything to its original place. This could happen because sometimes abandoned labyrinths find a potential master in this way. The hero realized that the reason he found things during the expedition was because it was the most remote part of Gazer. The guy began to realize that even the entrance through which he and the reporter had entered was in a dangerous zone. After that, he asked Dominica what level of geyser they were on, but the girl did not answer. Then Jinwoo realized that a lot of time had passed, and there was no point in worrying about it. There is also no guarantee that the labyrinth is located at deep levels. Dominica asked Jinwoo why he needed that elf, and the guy kindly replied that he needed information about their location, and also that she had been wandering around Gazer for quite a long time, and she might have a couple of ideas. As he entered the pub, the guy called out to Rickshaw. The elf immediately began to greet the master. Dominica immediately started screaming that they couldn't let her dirty self into the owner's room. The rickshaw woman asked in response why they didn't put a door there. The situation between them was getting tense, and the hero told them to stop. Jinwoo began to ask the elf if she had really wandered around Gazer for a long time. She replied that people divided the underworld into categories. However, since she was born and raised in the underworld, she does not understand their classifications. Hearing this, Jinwoo thought about it, because it all sounded quite logical. The elf also said that she could tell about her travels before the guy hired her. The rickshaw woman began to think, and suddenly said that she was sorry to tell the master one thing. Namely, that right next to the labyrinth of the Naga is the labyrinth of the King of Water Dragons. Jinwoo was shocked by this information, and the elf added that the labyrinth existed before the war. The master of the labyrinth is the King of the Water Dragons, Anaxtus. The rickshaw driver told him that it was a 4-day journey to get there, and the master realized that it was indeed close. The hero realized that if their labyrinth existed before the war, then it was more than 2 decades old. He also understood that if the labyrinths had unequal strength, the weak would be swallowed up by the strong. When Jinwoo was a slave in the labyrinth, he often encountered battles. The elf reported that they seemed to know about the existence of the Naga labyrinth. And then she explained that between the 2 labyrinths there is a territory controlled by a predator. The dragons tried to subdue the leopard but failed every time. Listening to this, the master had a question that made it clear that they had not been able to go in a straight line. The rickshaw driver said that given their slowness and detour, the journey would take about 2 months. The guy praised the elf, because she knew much more than he thought. Then Rickshaw said abruptly that she used to work for them, which greatly surprised Dominica. The girl started screaming, and the elf immediately said that she would explain everything now. Rickshaw explained that she was an ordinary mercenary and only did what she was told. Jinwoo interrupted her and said that he had one more thing to do. He wanted the elf to tell him everything she had learned while working for the King of the Water Dragons. The rickshaw driver replied that it would cost the master a pretty penny. The guy told her that she shouldn't worry about money, and the elf fell silent. After some time, Dominica informed Jinwoo that Rikshasha had left with some food. The girl told the master that she felt like the elf was hiding something. The guy replied that he understood that she was up to something, since she had asked to be placed in the weak labyrinth. However, Jinwoo doubted that her actions were in the interests of the water dragons. When Rikshasha talked about water dragons, the boy didn't feel like he could trust her. The master understood that the elf was just waiting to sell them. Dominica thought that sending Rickshaw all alone was not the best idea, but the master told her that everything was going according to plan. The boy said that he was surprised by one thing about water dragons that he heard from the elf. Since the Great War, Anaxtus has been sitting in the shadows, and all because rumors reached him that people had weapons that could kill him. Now the King of the Naga is the very species that Anaxtus fears so much. Jinwoo finally told Dominica that he would return in 3 days with a gift and left. After a while, Abby was awakened by a phone call and reached for the phone with a serious face. The girl didn't understand who needed something on her day off. When she picked up the phone, she heard Jinwoo and immediately thought that he wanted to join her team. The guy asked if they still wanted to repay him for saving their lives. At this time, the monster screamed that the snake entities were no match for him and would not be able to leave him even a scratch. It's all because of their class differences and the power of great blood. With madness in his eyes, the monster screamed that he was unkillable only because he was a descendant of dragons. The other monsters watched this and were not in a good mood that he had started doing this again. They thought he was getting cocky because their opponents wouldn't leave a scratch on them either. The monster asked his comrade if he had forgotten how last time he had made them listen to him talk about his boundless power. Although, when they passed through the territory of the blood leopard, he could not say a word. Suddenly the monster responded and asked what happened, to which he was told that everything was fine. They started shouting at him that he was powerful, and not just a descendant of a dragon, but a real dragon. The monsters waited impatiently until they reached the Naga's labyrinth and could rest on the throne. However, such words could anger Anaxtis, so they soon fell silent. Suddenly they saw a slave from the Naga labyrinth and realized that he was very close. The disturbed henchman began to run away, but the monster ran after him. He shouted that if they ran after him, they would be able to find the entrance to the labyrinth. The henchman was trapped, and the monster told him he would pay for making him run. The monster just wanted to tell him to take him to the labyrinth, when suddenly a bright light appeared. While the monster stood with its mouth open, someone asked if all descendants of dragons were so noisy. He shouted that no one dared to desecrate the name of dragons while Jinwoo held the minion in his hands. Finally, the monster told the guy to show himself and introduce himself. Jinwoo turned around proudly and said that he was the king of the Naga labyrinth. Everyone immediately started saying that this information should be reported to Anaxtis, but the yellow monster said that he would deal with him. At this time, Jinwoo covered his face with his hand out of fatigue and waited. After that, the guy ordered Dominica to start. The monster realized that they were being ambushed and began to scream in panic. Suddenly he calmed down, because apparently some thought came into his head. Turning to the king of the dragon's descendants, he began to shout, "Why are they taking such a risk?" Because their labyrinth had only recently appeared. At that moment, Dominica shouted at him to shut his mouth and know his place. The girl said that the slaves and the great servant were enough to destroy them. After these words, Dominica ordered everyone to open fire on the monster. At this time, Rikshasha walked through the labyrinth and thought that it was very dark and gloomy there. There were traps set up everywhere, designed to take someone's life. There was no place to rest, and the food supply was very meager. The elf, looking at all this, understood what a real labyrinth was. Approaching the great king of water dragons, she knelt down on one knee. Rikshasha began to say that now the Naga labyrinth knows about the existence of the water dragon labyrinth. However, they mine very little deep gems due to a lack of labor. The elf wanted to take advantage of their despair and convince them to subdue the bloody leopard, whose death would allow the dragon to kill their leader without hindrance. Rikshasa suggested launching an invasion of the Naga's labyrinth while their forces were depleted after the battle with the blood leopard. The king of the water dragons praised the elf in a dark voice and said that he would listen to her advice. He also said to recommend the Naga labyrinth to attack the blood leopard a week after they enter his territory. The elf said that, as she had said earlier, it would take about 2 months, given the speed of the water dragons. Then the king told her not to worry about it, because he was going to take a different path. At this time, the monsters screamed that human weapons could not kill them. However, one of them immediately saw blood on his hands and realized that this was not so. The monsters began to scream and say that they should retreat. One of the monsters said that they would not be able to retreat since they were already surrounded. Before the attack began, Jinwoo approached Abby, who delivered illegal guns and equipment to him. The guy told the girl that she had a lot of connections. And then Abby said that while they were wandering around Gazer, they somehow met a lot of different people. However, Abby understood that Jinwoo was the strongest of her acquaintances, and asked why he needed a weapon, to which the guy replied that he was just playing with him. Watching the battle, Jinwoo reasoned that the weapon was quite effective against soldiers, although it could not kill with the first blow. By this time, Dominica had already gotten into the swing of things and was shooting at her opponents. The yellow monster closed his eyes in fear as bullets flew at him. Opening his eyes, he realized that there was not a single scratch on him. Looking back, he saw his comrades dying from gunfire. The monster of the city stood and began to scream that for him the attacks of the labyrinth of the Naga were nothing. Dominica tried her best to kill the monster. The monster shouted that all their attacks were too weak, and that he couldn't be defeated so easily. And then he also shouted that the Naga labyrinth was really very weak. These words finally angered Dominica, and she was ready to kill him. However, the master stopped her and said that he would deal with it himself. At this moment, the monster was shocked that the king himself decided to fight him. Jinwoo rushed towards the monster with a furious look. At that very moment, the descendant of dragons screamed that he was in pain. Dominica began to worry about the master, but he replied that everything was fine. The monster didn't understand what was happening to this guy. and all because his physical form was even better than that of the hellish spiders. The monster didn't understand whether the master was making fun of him. Jinwoo thought that this monster had no vulnerability. Even the parasite's ability cannot detect a single place. The yellow monster was shocked that he had lost sight of the man and thought he had killed him. Suddenly the master's voice was heard, saying that although the descendants of dragons were different, they had the same weakness. And then he also said that this weakness is the area between the shoulder blades. Coming out of the smoke, Jinwoo said that his next target for attack would be this area. Suddenly the aura of this dragon changed dramatically. This happened after he heard about his vulnerability. The atmosphere around has changed dramatically. The guy was glad that the monsters finally showed their true nature. No attack could reach him before he transformed, and so the master could not even imagine what would happen now. However, the monster didn't even move and just stood there. Jinwoo reasoned that his previous attack had pierced the beast's scales. Now his vulnerable spot was in full view, but the monster still didn't move. The master realized that he couldn't dwell on this and prepared for battle. He decided to find out what he was going to do. At this moment, the monster was trembling with fear, because the master had two terrifying eyes. A shiver ran through his body, because his king said that some weakling owned the Naga labyrinth. But it turned out to be wrong. The places where the hero hit still hurt, because the fact that the monster has strong armor does not mean that it does not feel pain. The descendant of dragons decided to pretend to let the man go and run away himself. Suddenly the monster lost sight of Jinwoo and thought that he had disappeared. Immediately after that, a blow hit him and blood oozed from his chest. The monster was very scared when he saw his own blood for the first time. He realized that it was at this moment that he would die. After this, the monster bowed before the man and began to beg for mercy. Dominica approached the master and said that they were finished with the water dragon soldiers. After this, Jinwoo looked at the monster again and asked the girl what they should do with it. They began to intimidate him further, saying that they would find good use for the dragon's remains. Jinwoo also said that killing a monster is not a problem, but to cut it up, you need to make an effort. Suddenly the descendant of the dragons raised his head and began to shout that he swears allegiance to the master and his labyrinth. Then the guy said that the monster would betray him, just like it did its current owner in the same situation. The monster continued to swear by the name of the dragons that he would never betray the Naga king. Jinwoo became wary and shouted at him not to dare play with him. Dominica began to say that dragons are very noble and selfish creatures. However, once they take the dragon oath, deviations from its words are tantamount to a painful death. The only thing that seemed strange to the girl was that this monster was not a purebred dragon, because it had no wings. Jinwoo asked the dragon descendant if this was true, and he confirmed Dominica's words. Then the guy said that he didn't see even a hint of nobility. However, the master thought that he would still be useful to them, and they would be able to find a use for his strong body. A few days later, not far from the Naga labyrinth, Jinwoo was asking about the power of the Water Dragon King's scales. The descendant of dragons said that although everything looks good on the outside, inside it hurts like crazy. Jinwoo replied that he wanted to prevent even the slightest hint of betrayal, and then he also said that he just needed to test the weapon. Suddenly, Rickshaw appeared behind them and was surprised that they were able to catch the dragon. Jinwoo asked if they knew each other, and the elf said that they rarely crossed paths as they had different assignments. And then she immediately added that it was unlikely that this stupid descendant of dragons remembered her. With a serious voice, the master asked Rikshasha when the dragons would come to them. The elf replied that they were recruiting troops and preparing weapons, so the Naga labyrinth had 2 months. She also added that it was unlikely that they would be able to equalize their strength, since their labyrinth was more than 2 decades old. After this, Rikshasa said that she had one risky proposal. The elf suggested that they attack the bloody leopard. She was confident that high-level profound gems would greatly help them in preparing for war. However, before attacking him, she advised him to spend at least a week collecting gems and building up his military strength. Dominica said that despite all the danger, this was most likely the only option that would help them. Then Jinwoo ordered Rikshasha to make a detailed map to the Blood Leopard Labyrinth within 2 days. The elf said that she could do it, but only up to the entrance to the labyrinth. After this, the master said that he should go back already. Dominica asked where Jinwoo was going this time, but the guy didn't give any useful answers. When Jinwoo was about to leave, he said that he needed to find his savings, and that he would be back when Rikshashi arrived. The descendant of dragons asked the master if he could move, but did not receive an answer. After some time, the guy found a suitable place. Jinwoo took out the cards and ordered them to be synchronized. After synchronization, he was finally able to reach the place where he left the gems. During the last expedition, it took them about 4 days to get from the first level to the abandoned labyrinth on the third. After ordering the parasite to find all the deep gems, Jinwoo realized that it would be faster if he ran. Since the guy was a child of the dungeon, it will be even easier and faster for him. He dropped to one knee and began to consider his power. When it was fully activated, Jinwoo realized that he would be 100 times faster. After some time, the master returned to the labyrinth and asked if anything had happened while he was gone. Dominica became wary, and the guy said that he climbed into all the holes while getting to the 3rd level. The girl asked where he got so many gems from, and Jinwoo replied that it was all thanks to the parasite. The master began to think that this was enough. However, only low-rank gems could be found on the upper levels of Geyser. Now the master only has to figure out where to use them. While reasoning, the guy asked Dominica what information Rikshasha had given that time. After this, Jinwoo decided to improve the labyrinth and summon 5th-level soldiers, and also immediately summon a couple of warriors now. He thought that a few 4th-rank soldiers should be enough for a while, and so Jinwoo began to summon the Naga guards. The Water Dragon King decided to cut through the Blood Leopard's territory, rather than go around it. It takes one day to travel from the Naga labyrinth to the Blood Leopard. Rickshaw knew that no matter how they prepared, the Naga's labyrinth had no chance. Suddenly Jinwoo told the monster to stop, because Rikshasha was working in his labyrinth. Then the elf told the master that the map was ready, and then she also asked where they got the soldiers from, and the guy replied that he took some deep gems. The thoughtful elf said that with such powers they really had a chance to defeat the leopard. Then Jinwoo said that these warriors were tasked with guarding the labyrinth, and the soldiers who will take part in the capture are behind the guy. Jinwoo also said that these soldiers are the elite of the Naga labyrinth. Rickshaw began to say that with such troops they had no chance of winning, and she also shouted that they could lose their lives. Suddenly, Jinwoo's expression changed, and he asked how an elf dared to look down on his soldiers. The rickshaw woman began to ask for forgiveness, and at the same time thought that they really didn't have a single chance. The master told her that he hoped she had had a good rest. He also added that he wanted the elf to accompany them. Having prepared for the journey, the master ordered everyone to set off immediately. The elf thought that he asked for the map to be made as an excuse to get her to leave the labyrinth for a couple of days. When they arrived at the Blood Leopard's territory, the elf told the master's soldiers to be extremely quiet. The Blood Leopard specializes in stealth and ambush, so they need to be prepared for anything. Jinwoo noticed that Rikshasha was very excited, and the girl replied that the Blood Leopard had ruled this territory for many years. She also said that she would not like to do the job of a guide. The elf thought that even though she had agreed to accompany them, it was still dangerous there. The rickshaw driver clearly sensed a thirst for murder. That same controlled but enormous thirst that gives you goosebumps. And this thirst did not come from the elf. Suddenly a voice was heard from behind, saying that if she turned around now, she would die. Jinwoo said with fury in his eyes that they could talk now. The guy said that he felt like the elf didn't particularly like the way he was running the labyrinth. After listing her previous words, he said that he understood perfectly well why Rikshasha thought so. However, the guy asked not to forget that he himself was born underground and knows very well how everything works here. He takes care of his comrades and gets rid of his enemies, and unfortunately, Jinwoo still can't decide who the elf belongs to. Rikshasha betrayed the Naga labyrinth and sold information about them to the Water Dragon King. The girl began to say that she used to carry out orders from the King of Water Dragons. But now this is not the case. She said that she had acted rudely on the first day of their meeting. But if the elf had really been a spy, she would not have revealed the fact that she had previously worked for him. Rikshasha said that she also spied for the Naga labyrinth. However, the master did not believe her, and the girl tried her best to convince him. This is exactly what haunted the master. Finally, Jinwoo asked why she came from one labyrinth to another. In the end, the elf said that she was not going to make excuses or beg him. Then the master asked if she had heard anything about parasites. The girl replied that she had only heard about them, but had never seen them with her own eyes. At this moment, Jinwoo calmly said that he had one like that in him, and added that she had one too. The parasite immediately began to appear on the elf's skin, and she could not understand when it had time. The guy began to explain that during their first meeting, he placed part of his parasite into her body. This parasite really enjoyed traveling with the girl, especially to the labyrinth of water dragons. He began to absorb her, and the elf stopped speaking. Finally, Rickshaw asked why the guy was giving her a chance even though he knew everything. The girl also said that she had greatly underestimated the master and, frankly speaking, does not belong to any of the labyrinths. And then she added that she just wanted revenge, and she wants to take revenge on the King of Spirits. The rickshaw woman understood that this was where her end would come. Jinwoo continued to tell her not to turn around, because if she did, she would die. The elf was thrown back with all her might. It was a bloody leopard, which the girl did not even notice. Rickshaw reasoned that the master was able to disguise himself even during a fight. And now Jinwoo was already flying with a sword towards the leopard. As the leopard approached him, he said in a terrifying voice that he saw him. Even though the guy became a master of the labyrinth, despite everything, the girl underestimated him too much. Now she couldn't perceive Jinwoo as a human being. The guy turned to the elf and said that they would continue their conversation after the battle, and if she wanted, she could run away right now. However, he warned her that if their paths crossed again, he would not give her a second chance to talk. The rickshaw asked the master if he could see the bloody leopard. At the moment, the animal was sitting in place and possibly recovering. Jinwoo also thought that this was the first time he had used so many powers and parasites at once, and it was draining his stamina greatly. The master understood that he had to finish off the monster as soon as possible. Suddenly, another bloody leopard appeared right behind the guard. It reminded Jinwoo of fighting spiders. He realized that if he continued like this, he would lose all his stamina before he could deal with them. The elf stood up and said that she would help him, drawing her sword. Jinwoo stopped Ricksha and told her to stay behind and watch the fight, as he did not need her help. As he left for battle, Jinwoo told the girl to never underestimate his soldiers. At this time, the magician from his team was healing his comrades. Having learned of the magician's condition, the soldiers realized that it left much to be desired. This magician was very important to the king, and therefore it was necessary to preserve him at any cost. All they could do was wait until their king arrived. The blood leopard continued to attack the minions of the Naga labyrinth. The leopard used its tail to push the monster away. The monsters began to realize that they were losing. For decades, their labyrinths lay in ruins, and now there is finally a chance to start all over again. When this happened, the monster immediately swore. He believed that he would live to see the rising king with his own eyes. However, from the very beginning, his oath to destroy enemies together with the king was wrong, and now the bloody leopard has already grabbed him. The monster managed to escape from his clutches and began to pierce the leopard with all his might. He didn't understand how he could call himself a soldier. After all, right now he is shaking with fear in anticipation of a miserable death. Jinwoo said that today he would go to hell with him. As he died, the monster threw up a bloody leopard. Suddenly a voice was heard asking if he really called himself the super predator of this territory. The man stood and said that this was all a disappointment. Watching this picture, the girl could not believe what was happening. It turns out that the guy deliberately took so few warriors with him. To activate heroism, a soldier must have sufficient combat experience. However, even those who are subject to heroism cannot predict its appearance. The master's words about his soldiers turned out to be prophetic. The elf didn't understand how many trump cards the guy still had hidden up his sleeve. Suddenly she saw the Naga king right next to the blood leopard. The guy looked at him with bewilderment in his eyes and did not understand what kind of heroism was being discussed. He ended up saying he had no idea what just happened, but he knew one thing for sure. The leopard returned to his soldiers again, opening its mouth. One of the soldiers heroically shouted at the monster to attack. Watching this, Rikshasha reasoned that this is exactly how bloody leopards fight. Even the activated heroism of soldiers cannot compare to a master who can track the movements of a bloody leopard. Moreover, this monster simply needs to protect his wounded comrades. The magician was seriously injured and was told to barely move. Then the monster turned around heroically and said that the fight seemed not to be over. But suddenly a leopard began to appear right behind him. At that moment, the mage froze all the wounded soldiers, using up all the remaining mana. He also told the monster that he would not be able to destroy this wall, even if he put all his strength into it. Then the monster heroically said that he would have to trust the magician, and asked to freeze the floor too. The magician asked him again in surprise, and then the monster took his bat more firmly. He decided to blow up the whole place, leaving no trace behind. Hitting the ground, the bloody leopard immediately appeared. He began to attack the monster with fury. Dodging his blows, the soldier realized that he was at it again. The monster said that this time the bloody leopard would not escape. The leopard decided to use his enemies as a shield. Watching from behind the ice, the mage shouted with fury in his eyes at the leopard not to underestimate him. The monster grabbed the leopard right by the jaw. He bit the leopard with all his might, biting through its skin. The leopard's eyes widened in pain, but the monster told him not to be dramatic. As soon as the leopard was frozen, the monster grabbed his club and hit the ice with all his might. Having killed the leopard, the monster finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, he heard the master clapping for him. The guy said he just wanted him to buy him some time, but the monster dealt with the leopard himself. After praising him, the soldier dropped to one knee and said that because of his weakness, they had lost a comrade. Then Jinwoo said that no matter whether they were soldiers or heroes, they were still Nagas. The same applies to ordinary slaves who fought with guns in their hands. The guy noted that the monster thought too much of himself if he thought that he was responsible for everyone just because he became stronger. Watching this, the elf thought that the guy was not encouraging, but criticizing such a valuable warrior. For a noble soldier, criticism will do more good than praise. The master said that since the monster had accomplished such a great feat, he deserved a reward. He slowly named the monster Quint, which greatly surprised the soldier. The The master explained that this name was borne by the greatest commanders in history. From now on, the monster will be called Quintus, and he will be the general of the Naga army. Then Quintus shouted that he swears to serve the king until the end of his days. Taking the leopard in his hands, he said that as soon as the king ordered them to go back to the labyrinth, they would go immediately. The master told everyone to remain on guard, since the leopard was still alive. The boy felt sorry to leave the other blood leopards here, but their thin skin was not suitable for making armor. Jinwoo said that it seemed like they would have to settle for just the profound gem. The guy said that he decided to attack the blood leopards to get gems that he could use right away. But who would have thought that this is all he would get? After this, the master turned his attention to the elf and asked if he had passed her exam. The rickshaw woman immediately bowed down to him, but the guy replied that there was no point in fawning over him. Turning slightly towards her, he merely suggested continuing the conversation. Summing up the previous conversation, the guy asked if she had stumbled upon the Naga's labyrinth, causing enmity between him and the king of the water dragons. He realized that the girl wanted to declare war on the Spirit King. The elf said that his story was missing a couple of important details, but overall it was correct. The master asked when the king of the water dragons would finally arrive, and the girl replied that they had left while she was spying on them. Rikshasa said she thought they had about 5 days before the dragons arrived at the Naga's labyrinth. Jinwoo thought he would have about 2 weeks, and now he was able to understand whether he would have time to prepare the labyrinth. The elf asked if the guy knew about this in advance, having planted the parasite on her. Then the master replied that he had lied. The completely lost girl could not understand what had just happened. The master explained that the parasite would die as soon as it left his body. Then the elf said that it turned out that the guy's suspicions were just a pretense. Master Bile advised the girl that if she doesn't know how to lie, then she shouldn't. Having completely repented before the guy, Rikshasa confirmed his words. Jinwoo said that he had little time, and therefore he was giving the girl one last chance. It didn't matter to him whether she joined the Water Dragon Labyrinth or the newly reborn Naga Labyrinth. However, if the elf goes with him, the guy will help her take revenge on the Spirit King. Then Rikshasa asked to give her some time to decide. At this moment, Jinwoo asked if she was going to join the Labyrinth of the Winners. Releasing the parasite again, with fury in his eyes, he grabbed the girl by the neck and asked if she thought he was joking. The master also clarified that she was the first one who was able to live so long after betraying him. His eyes were filled with scarlet color, and the master shouted at her to choose quickly. Will she serve a king who is easy to join, or a new one? After a while, they came to the labyrinth, and the guy said that he was glad that everyone got there safe and sound. The soldiers were not in a good mood when they saw the elf. Dominica congratulated the master on the successful subjugation of the bloody leopard, and the emergence of a new hero. And then, to tease the monster, she said that only his appearance had changed. The monster began to shout that if his king wanted him to introduce himself to Dominica, then so be it. After that, he immediately extended his hand to the girl and began shouting that he was glad to meet her. The master asked Quint if he had delivered the message that Jinwoo had asked for to Dominique. The girl replied that, given the viability of the blood leopard, their mage was badly injured, and the guy promised to call more mages. The master also said that they had little time left, and they would have to send new mages into battle without proper training. As soon as Dominica heard that the water dragons would be coming here in 5 days, she was extremely shocked by it. Jinwoo also said that Rikshasa was now one of them, although he himself was not completely convinced of this. After this, the guy ordered the elf to tell everything she said to Dominica. In addition, the master ordered Quintus to help the slaves build a tower and traps, and the guy himself was going to collect more deep gems from the upper levels. When he returns in 3 days, they will make a plan based on the information from Rikshashi. As he left his team, the guy said that they shouldn't worry. At this time, in the labyrinth of water dragons, the minions asked if the king wanted to see them. The king ordered his minions to go to the front lines. These minions were the water dragon heroes Azag and Urzag. 5 days later, the invasion began. Dominica approached the master and said that all the fighters were in position. They had 90 ordinary fighters and 10 warriors, not including Quintus. 5 mages and 2 guards were also ready for battle. The girl began to explain how many military units their enemy had. She also mentioned one commander who, she believed, was a hero. Hearing this, the master said that they really did not have anyone suitable for long-range combat, just as Rikshasa had said. He remembered their dialogue, where the elf noted that water dragons were quite slow. However, they found a way to compensate for their 2 main shortcomings. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Dominica, who looked away in horror. The enemy army was already in sight. The guy was upset that they still hadn't managed to finish improving the labyrinth. Dominica confirmed that the route of the enemy troops was completely consistent with her report. Jinwoo ordered everyone to take their positions and organize the first line of defense. After this, he turned to the descendant of dragons and said that he was clearly unhappy with the way he was being treated. The master ordered him to show what he was capable of. Seeing their brother, the opponents were surprised, because they thought that he had died. They realized that he had decided to join the Nagas and became very angry. The descendant of dragons was surprised that these were all the words they wanted to say to him as an old comrade. Azhag noted that ever since he had been hanging around underfoot, calling himself a descendant of dragons, he knew that all these rumors about dragons were lies. They belittled the monster, saying that he was just a descendant of some extinct species. And then they asked him if he thought he had more dragon blood in him than they did. Azhag told the monster to know its place. The monster asked if he had decided to attack them alone. Looking at the Naga troops, the dragons laughed, because, comparing the two labyrinths, they clearly lacked numbers. And after, when they saw the magi of the Naga labyrinth, they decided not to leave them unattended. The water dragon hero ordered everyone to attack. He shouted to his comrades to raise the Naga to the ground. At this time, Azhag was telling the other soldiers that once the troops encountered each other, they would have to lead the others to the magicians. Completely enraged, Azhag declared that he would take on his old comrade. He rushed straight at the descendant of monsters, comparing it to a fight from old memories. One after another, he struck the monster. Watching this, the guy was surprised that the monster decided to expose his back as well. Dominica was worried about the dragon, and asked if everything would be okay. Then the master explained that this monster was incredibly afraid of death, and thanks to this, he could perfectly read the enemy's strength. Jinwoo said that the monster was most likely analyzing the enemy's strength right now, and not just standing there like a pillar. He also exposes his back to the enemy to see if he knows about his weak spot. Dominica was shocked by this information, because she never thought that the dragon hid such power. Out of breath, Azhag shouted that his opponent was bluffing beautifully, but he dared to go against the hero of the water dragons. The monster also shouted that he could not stand against the power and took out his weapons. Watching the fight, Jinwoo still knew that he couldn't know for sure. In their labyrinth, the dragons were then second in strength after the master. He easily smashed Azhag's weapon with his body, thus catching the enemy off guard. After that, he took the water dragon hero by the shoulders and asked him if he really thought that he had more dragon blood in him than his opponent. After that, the yellow dragon descendant began to talk about how there was such a thing as basic characteristics. Showing all his power, he asked Azhag how he would cope with this. The monster began to scream in fear and asked to stop. His face was melted and he didn't know what to do now. Having completely melted in the hands of the descendant of dragons, he completely stopped speaking. Yellow said that he thought that the descendants of dragons were not susceptible to fire. Seeing the hero defeated, the team of water dragons was at a loss. They rushed to run, because a real dragon was fighting for the Naga labyrinth. However, they were immediately grabbed by a relative and told that they were ordered to get to the magicians. Despite the fact that the hero was defeated, the monster walked straight towards the magicians with his comrades in hand. Dominica immediately informed the master that the enemy had thrown their own warriors at them, and asked whether he should order the firing. Then Jinwoo said for the two mages to focus on defense. One of the monsters was shocked that he survived. Jumping on his comrades, he shouted at them to stop. The master immediately ordered Dominica to tell them to target the larger ones. The girl replied that the dragon was holding the center, preventing any attack in their direction. And also, seeing that the enemy commander was defeated, the troops in the middle of the formation scattered in different directions. The guy said that it was too early to activate the traps, since they needed to lure the thugs there. After this, the master told Quint to tell the dragon to concentrate on the left flank, and he himself to take the right. Suddenly, the voice of the elf was heard calling out to the master, and everyone turned around. Out of breath, she sat down on one knee, and the guy asked what happened. Then the girl looked up and began to say something about the main forces of the enemy. Having come to her senses a little, Rikshasha said that their king was approaching them. Looking towards the enemy team, Jinwoo saw him for the first time. Behind all his warriors stood Anaxtus, and only his silhouette was visible. The guy began to reason that their main forces numbered about 300 warriors. The master realized that even if we take only the number of high-ranking dragons, it is many times greater than the number of troops in their labyrinth. Suddenly, Dominica turned around and started talking about the king of the water dragons. From the king's side, warriors flew straight towards the Naga labyrinth. Then Jinwoo ordered everyone to hold their positions and pay attention to the flying dragons. Dominica was worried to the point of madness, but the master ordered her to wait, because they had to lure as many warriors as possible. The girls said that the magicians were already at their limit and would not last much longer. At this moment, Jinwoo ordered that in such a case, they be sent into the abyss. Dominica immediately ordered the mages to stop. She then told them to join the fight immediately. At this point, the enemy team stopped, as one of them noticed that the ground began to shake. The rickshaw realized that they had used magic to disguise the cliff. She told the master that if they had not lost their intelligence, they would not have been caught like little children. The guy replied that it would be logical to assume that they knew nothing, since both the elf and the dragon had become allies of the Naga. Dominica began to tell that they had lost 20 infantrymen and 1 warrior in the defense. The girl also said that the entire front line and about 20% of the enemy's main forces fell into their trap. The girl said that their defense was on a narrow bridge, and therefore it was better for them to use a phalanx formation. The warriors following Quintus and the dragon will need to spread out to minimize damage from the catapulting dragons. Then the master said that their catapults could not be allowed to reach the back rows. Hearing this, Rikshasha asked the boy where he had learned such an advanced art of fighting. Jinwoo replied that he only knew all this from the game. Then the elf looked at him with horror and thought that, apparently, people treated warriors as a normal pastime. The master continued to say that now all they could do was wait until the king of the water dragons entered the battle himself. The rickshaw turned to Jinwoo and said that something was clearly wrong here, and that something was bothering her. The girl said that she still hasn't seen a single siege-type dragon or conqueror among the enemies. Suddenly Dominica's voice was heard, addressing the master in horror. The girl screamed that the enemies had managed to break through the right wall. Jinwoo was shocked and didn't understand what kind of monster it was. Its size reminded the guy of a hellish spider. Enemy troops entered through the destroyed wall. The conquerors were heading straight for the Naga labyrinth, and among them were heroic-class dragons. In other words, the entire elite of enemy warriors was heading straight for them. Dominica screamed that the siege-type dragon would soon reach them. The master and the girl shouted at the soldiers to retreat. Dominica understood that the Quint had only recently reached the heroic class and would not be able to cope with the enemy conquerors. At that moment, the monsters hoped that the dragon would not stop protecting them with his fiery breath. Then Rikshasa told Jinwoo that she would not just stand there and do nothing. The master said that she was not up to the task of this fight, but the elf insisted. At this moment, Jinwoo ordered her and Quint to take on the conquerors. The master ordered the rest to free the bloody leopard. The magicians were shocked, because they did not expect this to happen on the bridge. However, without further questions, they immediately began to free the beast, and it seemed to appear from the ground. The enemy monsters, seeing this, were shocked and could not say a word. Suddenly Dominica asked what would happen if the leopard attacked them, and the guy replied that one fight with him was enough for the monster. The blood leopard began to attack the enemies. The master explained that they left him without food for 5 days, so the leopard would eat everything in its path. However, the issue with the siege-type dragon was still unresolved, as it was aimed at the master. Jinwoo ordered Dominica to step aside and the girl obeyed. At that moment, he pulled out a huge mace from right out of the throne the guy was sitting on. With madness in his eyes, he said that he could easily deal with the monster. Dominica said that the master should save his strength for the battle against the king of water dragons. Jinwoo didn't listen to the girl and headed straight towards the enemy. Having completed the move, the guy thought he was finished. However, almost immediately he saw that this dragon was running towards Dominica. Jinwoo realized that the monster had not been chasing him in the first place. With anxiety in his hands, the master shouted to the girl, and fortunately, everything was fine with her. Dominica also said that the dragon was stuck in the gates of the labyrinth. The master realized that the dragon's main target was the core of the labyrinth. At that moment, Jinwoo ordered the descendant of dragons to return immediately. Lifting him above himself, the guy shouted that they didn't have time to wait for him to get there. Having thrown the dragon straight at the enemy, the guy told him to stop the brute. In a panic, the dragon screamed that he couldn't cope, but he was reminded that he was also strong. At that moment, the descendant of dragons realized that he was not weak and stopped panicking. The master also ordered to hold out until he killed the king of the water dragons. After this, the guy turned to Dominica and asked what was wrong with their troops. The girl replied that thanks to the bloody leopard, 2 squads returned to the second line of defense without losses. However, they lost more than 20% of the troops fighting against the conquerors. Quintus and Rikshasha were also alive and fighting against the law of the heroic class. However, they still can't deal with them, and all because their enemy is not an easy one. Blood Leopard helped the Naga labyrinth more than expected and stopped the onslaught of the main enemy forces. Jinwoo thought that the leopard would leave as soon as he had a hearty meal, but he still had not forgotten his old enemies. At this rate, he might get to the king of the water dragons. Enemies who saw the blood leopard were shocked that the Nagas were able to tame it. However, distracted by this conversation, they did not notice at all that the monster had already opened its mouth right above them. Suddenly, the king of the water dragons appeared right behind the leopard and said that he had thoughts in his head that the fangs of the bloody monster could sink into him. This is what really irritates the king. Dominica said with horror that half of their left flank was destroyed. And then she said with the same fear that the king of water dragons was entering the battle. Quint began to shout to the elf in a hurry. It turned out that Rikshasha was injured and could not move one arm. The girl realized that the monsters were stronger than she thought, and would have been even stronger if their king had not been idle. The conqueror was an experienced fighter, but he did not have the opportunity to develop his skills to the maximum. The dragon's descendant was trying to hold back the siege-type conqueror at this moment. The master needed to conserve energy for the battle with the king. The leopard held back the enemies on the main front. Suddenly, the elf's stream of thoughts was interrupted by the light, and she and Quint turned around. They saw behind them the king of the water dragons, who decided to join the battle. Then Rikshasha asked if Quint still had strength, and the hero replied that he would personally finish off the king. The girl said they just needed to hold out as long as possible, and all because the two of them definitely won't be able to deal with the king of water dragons. At this time, the master was waiting for the labyrinth update to be completed. Sweeping away everyone in his path, the king laughed at the fact that he saw a man. He didn't think the Nagas would hire a human. The water dragon king asked Jinwoo where their king was hiding and said that he might not kill him. Then the guy replied that the monster was apparently not thinking clearly, and all because he himself was the king of the Naga. Having said this, Jinwoo struck the water dragon king with all his might. However, he didn't even flinch from the blow. The king's joints and the spaces between his scales are stronger than those of a normal dragon. The monster began to say that he already wanted to save the boy's life, since people were rare to meet here. But he was surprised that Jinwoo was the king. The boy continued to mimic the monster and anger him. After this, the master asked whether his entire speech was a bluff to hide the fact that he was insanely afraid of human guns. At this moment, the monster became angry and began to approach very quickly. Then Jinwoo realized that he would have to resort to the help of the parasite, because he was fighting the king after all. Watching all this, Dominica called for the master in fear. The girl fearfully asked the descendant of dragons why their king used fire breathing. The monster replied that there were rumors before that the king had enough dragon blood to use breath attacks. Dominica reasoned that the human weapon that could kill the king of water dragons was not a firearm type. The girl didn't understand how something so tiny could kill the king. At this moment, Jinwoo accelerated in speed, surprising the water dragon king. However, he kept his composure and began to attack in response. Jinwoo, completely invited by the parasite, continued his attack with fury in his eyes. The king could not understand what kind of tricks the man was using. The guy reasoned that such a strong reaction should be enough. After using the parasite, Jinwoo became accustomed to the king's movements. However, he still could not see the weak points. Jinwoo knew that the monster wouldn't be able to use fire breathing while he was so close to him. Then the king of the water dragons said that he held back because he did not take the guy seriously. After that, with an arrogant voice, he asked Jinwoo if he really thought that this was the dragon's entire power. All of the king's subordinates understood that he was seriously angry. Seeing the dragons starting to leave, Rikshasha couldn't understand what was happening. The girl never thought that she would be able to see the king of water dragons fight at full strength again. Then Rikshasha asked her enemy if he was going to retreat, since all his subordinates had already fled. The monster replied that he was not going to retreat, because he did not care about his life. He also said that the elf was very weak. The monster, watching the fight, continued to say that neither she nor the Naga king could withstand even one blow. Jinwoo began to realize that the monster's body had changed, and it had entered its second phase. The dragon has several weak points on its body, and by sacrificing defense for offensive power, the guy's attacks will be more effective. The master realized that he just needed to wait for the right moment. Suddenly, the parasite Jinwoo began to feel a mortal threat. The Dragon King appeared right behind the guy and began to attack. The fire began to spread throughout the entire area. The master realized that he didn't even have a chance to catch his breath. The boy reasoned that he could not allow the dragon to corner him, and that he must quickly get to the king. The monster with the terrifying voice said that the guy was just dodging him to save his life. Jinwoo understood that he had to avoid the fire breath attack at all costs. However, almost immediately he also realized that he could not dodge. Suddenly, an ability began to activate that would absorb a significant amount of the parasite's health. Looking around, the master was surprised that time had slowed down, and then I immediately realized that it was just going slower. Jinwoo realized that only his consciousness began to process information faster. However, he felt the parasite's life force draining away. The master decided to first dodge the attacks of the Water Dragon King. At that very second, all attacks missed and hit the rocks, causing a thick layer of dust. Jinwoo knew full well that he had to finish off the monster before the parasite died. Suddenly, the king started shouting that the boy was very naive and headed straight towards him. Then Jinwoo activated the consciousness acceleration again. Thanks to this ability, he realized that the monster was attacking from a blind spot. At this time, Rikshasha watched their fight while Quint fought with the hero. Dominica also assessed the situation from afar, but something was bothering her. She was shocked to see the Water Dragon King kneel down. At this point, Jinwoo said that this pose suited him much better. He also asked whether the king had been enlightened about his true nature. At this moment, the monster began to scream with even greater rage that the master had no right to speak like that. The guy, in the same calm voice, told the king of the water dragons that he was caught. At that moment, a large explosion enveloped the monster. Jinwoo reasoned that he had discovered his weak points, and that this attack should kill him. Suddenly, through the smoke, the guy saw an exoskeleton and was completely confused. The mouth of the king of water dragons instantly grabbed the master. He started screaming that he would not die in such a place. Dominica couldn't believe her eyes and was also completely confused. Seeing this, the king of the water dragons turned to her and said that her king had fallen. However, Jinwoo's silhouette could be seen right out of the darkness, and only his gaze indicated that this was not the end. The health of the Naga Labyrinth Master has been fully restored. Completely enraged, Jinwoo shouted at the monster that he didn't dare humiliate him. The king shouted that the outcome of the battle was already decided, and it didn't matter how strong the guy was. The guy continued to say that the monster was quite unpredictable because he managed to survive even after the explosion. However, the weak point of the Water Dragon King had become apparent, and all that was left was to strike. Approaching the elf and Quint, the guy said that he urgently needed a sword. Taking it in his hands, he instantly dealt with the heroic class monster. This struck Rakshasha so hard that she could not utter a sound. The other monsters, seeing that Urzog was defeated, became even more angry. They started attacking Jinwoo to kill him. Then the boy approached Quintus again and asked for the sword. The warrior obediently gave him the weapon. At this moment, Jinwoo activated the acceleration of consciousness again, and Rakshasha did not have time to stop him. The guy said that even if he couldn't move after the attack, he would still kill the king in an instant, and also that he will put all his power into this blow. At that moment, a sharp blow was directed at the dragon and knocked him off his feet. The monster, shocked, tried to use fire breathing. The king reasoned that the moment the boy swung his sword, he was able to cover the wound with the muscles in his neck. Suddenly, the master's next attack followed. With madness in his eyes, he told the king of the water dragons that it was all over. The monster still couldn't understand how he lost to the man. At the moment when his head was already separated from his body, he was still shouting that he would use all his strength, absorbing the remaining deep gems. The master decided to absorb the king of water dragons, fully agreeing with all the conditions. The guy just stood there motionless. Suddenly, the king of the water dragons saw what was in the mouth. At that very moment, all his soldiers were astonished and did not know what to do. Quintus watched this and was happy about what was happening. Standing motionless, Rakshasha was amazed to see a man devouring the king of the water dragons. Dominica was glad that the master was tearing the monster into small pieces. The system began to report that the master of the water dragon labyrinth had died, and the summoned water dragons could no longer sustain life. The existence of a powerful species is coming to an end. The intelligence of lower creatures gradually deteriorates, which leads them to a state of savages. Then Jinwoo began to summon the Naga. The ball began to appear, and the king's minions watched it. The guy said he would use all the energy he received. After this, he shouted to all the Nagas to go into battle. Jinwoo, with madness in his eyes, shouted for them to kill each one with the most painful death. At this time, the Hammer King was surprised that the Water Dragon King had died. Everyone understood that he lost only because of his overconfidence in the strength of his body. All the labyrinths rejoiced that the monster was no more. The King of the Swamps also did not retreat and noted that the King of the Water Dragons was destroyed by his vanity. They were not happy that it happened so close to their labyrinth. The King of the Swamps decided to explore the territory and look into the labyrinth of the Naga, and on the way also to the labyrinth of the dead. At this time, Jinwoo asked Dominica how the cleanup went. The girl replied that they had lost about 50 combat units, which was half of their army. She noted that it was a heroic fight, and if it weren't for the master, they wouldn't have succeeded. Everyone mentioned the fallen warriors with respect. The elf understood that most of the deaths were caused by fire breath. The Naga Labyrinth got rid of more than 200 water dragons on the front lines. Suddenly, the master asked Rakshasha how her wound was. The elf replied that the healer had patched her up. After that, she said that there was no one in the Water Dragon Labyrinth now, and their core was not protected. It is necessary to have time to get it before the labyrinth chooses a new owner, so the master should hurry. Jinwoo was disappointed that they wouldn't even have time to catch their breath after the battle. At this moment, a strange monster offered his help. He congratulated the master on his heroic victory over the labyrinth of water dragons, and said that he was deeply impressed by their feat. Quint explained that the monster had broken down near the bridge, so he brought it to the master. When the hero let him go, the master asked what kind of help he was talking about. The monster replied that he was a dark merchant and was ready to offer a tidy sum for the spoils of war. One of these trophies was the body of the king of water dragons. The monster didn't care that the king had no head, because all the other parts of his body were in excellent condition. Jinwoo said that he would leave a minimum amount for food and construction, and he could buy the rest. At that moment, he said that he didn't come here for that at all. The monster held out a small box and said that he wanted to give this thing to the master. Seeing that it was the Baron's seal, Dominica was very surprised. The system has shown many achievements before Jinwoo. The girl was sure that the master would not doubt, because she knew about the existence of such a thing. However, she clearly didn't expect that the master would receive it from an ordinary dark merchant. Jinwoo decided to change the subject and turn to the monster again. He led them to the labyrinth of water dragons, which raised many questions from the master. The monster said that at the moment, the Naga labyrinth is unable to control the water dragon labyrinth. Since the water dragon king died far from his labyrinth, his core and everything else were preserved in perfect condition. Therefore, dark traders are ready to offer even more haul period. Jinwoo replied that he had no intention of selling it. The confused merchant began to say that they did not have enough strength to manage it, and what should they do if not sell it? At that moment, the master called all the slaves and ordered them to destroy everything that was there. Everyone got to work and dust began to fill the space. The merchant started shouting that if they broke everything, he would never show up in that place again. The master replied that this is exactly what he wanted to achieve. The monster continued to shout that the Baron's power should not be underestimated, and many would not even dare to come here. Jinwoo didn't care about his words, and nothing attracted his attention. He just said that the core has an incredible amount of energy, and after that, he immediately took all the energy. The merchant shouted and asked not to do this. The water dragon labyrinth has been deactivated. After this, the master clarified that he simply did not like the idea that another labyrinth might appear nearby. The merchant fell to the ground and began to say that decades of development had evaporated in an instant. Then Jinwoo told the monster not to worry, because he had something for him. He is willing to sell specialized water dragon equipment. He also clarified that the merchant had better hurry before the Nagas smashed him to pieces. Suddenly, the voice of an elf was heard calling for the master. The girl said that horned rats worked on the labyrinth of water dragons. The rickshaw woman asked what she should do with them, since some were still hiding. Then Jinwoo looked at them and said with a smile that they looked useful. At that moment, the elf turned to the rats and told everyone to listen to her. She introduced the master of the Naga labyrinth and said that for his exploits he was recognized as a gazer. After this, Rikshasa added that if they wanted to save their lives, they should bow before the greatness of the Baron. At this moment, all the horned rats submitted to Baron Gazer. The guy started saying that he would only accept them if they proved their usefulness. However, before that, he must understand what they are worth. Taking one of the rats in his hands, he was upset. They won't even be able to hold tools properly. Most of the rats were severely emaciated, and the rest were suffering from infection. The horned rats began to worry that he would kill them. Suddenly, Jinwoo said that they needed to be fed first. He also ordered that a place be found for the rats in the maze, and that they be given food 3 times a day. The monsters began to worry even more and thought that the guy wanted to fatten them up and eat them. The master assured them that by working for his labyrinth, they would not die, except from natural causes. He also said that they would have jobs once they got back to normal. Jinwoo continued to say that they needed to eat to become stronger and rest to stay in shape. He understood that the rats still doubted him. Then he took one of his slaves, who was spoiling the merchant's products. And then he asked all the rats to look at the monster. When the rats saw it, they realized that it was the Naga's emergency food. However, as soon as they heard from the guy that this was his slave, they were very surprised. The master continued to say that if the rats were sent on a mission outside the labyrinth, then a Naga warrior would definitely go with them as an escort. All the rats began to look at the guy as if he were a god. They began to shout that they would serve him until their last breath and worship him. The rickshaw was very surprised by this. The remaining rats came out of hiding after the master's words, and this only made him happy. Jinwoo said once again that the horned rats no longer had to live in fear of being eaten by water dragons at any moment. The master continued to invite everyone to join his labyrinth. 2 days later, in the labyrinth, Dominica and the master came to their core. The guy decided to activate 2 cores at once. After placing the core on the platform, activation began. Suddenly, the system reported that the energy of the additional core exceeded the maximum volume, and therefore they would lose a lot of points. At this moment, Jinwoo changed his mind about activating the cores, because such a number of points was equivalent to losing 1,000 profound gems. However, the activation has already occurred, and now nothing can be done about it. Jinwoo started asking Dominica how the rats were doing, and the girl said that they were getting back to normal. However, she added that some of them still think the guy wants to eat them. The master realized that they would only be able to calm down when they started working. He thanked Dominica for digging a new room in advance. The girl said that the room was a bit small. She changed the subject, saying that they were almost finished collecting the spoils of war. The girl said that they extracted deep gems from the dead bodies of water dragons, and also that 176 warriors and 47 heroes cannot be used as food. The master clarified that they were lucky that the mages knew how to use ice magic. Otherwise, everything here would have already stunk. Dominica said that they currently have 236 gems, and also that they have a gem of the highest rank. She thought that this gem was clearly not from a siege-type warrior. The girl suggested that one of the gems was probably from the blood leopard that the king of the water dragons killed during the battle. Jinwoo praised Dominica and said that now they will gain even more energy than they lost. The master began to say that now that they were done with the cleanup, they needed to focus on expanding the labyrinth and the main hall. Thanks to the battle, they were able to increase their territory a little, and also expand it to the bridge. However, now we will have to build gates on the new borders of the labyrinth. The guy said he couldn't move the barracks, the farm, and the training ground, and also that now they will be able to build a laboratory and a temple. The master also specified that in the empty spaces they should build dwellings for rats and nagas. Then Dominica asked why the guy didn't make a restroom for himself near the main hall. She added that it was impossible for such a wonderful king to have only one throne. Dominica began to stir, and it was clear that she wanted to say something. After that, the girl quickly said that Quint had asked for each heroic ranked naga to be given a room as a reward. The master was surprised, because he thought that he was one of those who would ask for a new weapon in such a case. The guy decided to thank the hero later, but the girl insisted on conveying words of gratitude. Then the master left this matter to her, and the girl ran away in a hurry. Watching this, Jinwoo thought that everyone was just restless due to all the changes in the labyrinth. The guy understood that from this day on, the Naga labyrinth would begin to develop with great force. At this time, people were fighting a monster that killed the 8th level hunters. According to people, the monster was supposed to run away, but it started attacking. He was an ordinary werewolf, but something clearly upset him. Jinwoo stood in a bright room and checked the level of the geyser. He didn't understand why the man was asking him to go down to the 7th level. The man asked to help him out just once and to provide a report that he had sent someone there. The man said his client insisted on it, and it was just a level, and even if he liked the money, he wouldn't send people to their deaths for a piece of paper. To which the young man replied that he already had gems for the man, and he was not doing this for their sake. The man said he didn't want to go into details because the boy had been in a similar situation himself. The man asked if Jinwoo had heard of werewolves. He also noted that he was talking about the creatures that appear in comics, people with tails or ears. The guy asked if he understood correctly that it was like people who became subordinates in Gazer. The man noted that the guy knew how money worked in this world. Suddenly the guy became very angry with the man's behavior and started yelling at him. The man began to calm him down and said that he would give him everything for free. He just needed to go down to the 7th level and go back up. The man continued to say that he would pay the guy for this job because he urgently needed a person with a high level. Then the guy calmed down and agreed. The man said that the journey to the 7th level would take about 2 months, but did not have time to finish. The young man interrupted him, asking if he had heard of the labyrinth of water dragons. Jinwoo returned to the labyrinth and began to ask his assistant if everything was okay during his absence. Dominica replied that everything was fine and added that she had a report. Dominica began to talk about how most of the horned rats had started working, and it seemed to her that they were even enjoying it. Dominica said that according to Rikshashi, this difference is due to the characteristics of one race or another. Dominica explained that instead of digging out huge spaces to build tunnels or rooms, horned rats are used to digging small holes to fit their size. She added that in a couple of days the processing of the blood leopard heart in the laboratory and forge will be completed. The guy said that he would then leave the labyrinth for a couple of days, as he had things to do. Dominica asked Jinwoo where he was going, to which the boy replied that he had once again accepted a job from a human. Dominica understood that the young man belonged to the upper world, but she was still sad that he was so rarely in the labyrinth. The young man laughed shyly and said that he felt awkward. The guy began to calm the girl down, saying that he only had one thing up there: money, and that his house and connections were just a cover. The guy continued to say that he was born in Gazer, which is probably why he feels more comfortable in the Naga labyrinth than in the outside world. Pora said that he already receives information from above. Jinwoo reported that it turned out that the Naga labyrinth was located on the 9th level of Gazer. The girl stood there and didn't understand anything at all. The guy at this time continued to talk about how if the monsters of the abyss start to rebel, they will have a hard time. Jinwoo suggested continuing the dialogue on the way, as he wanted to see how the construction was going. They walked on, continuing the dialogue. The guy talking about how people considered the king of water dragons a complete coward, apparently because during the war, he avoided clashes with people. On the way, while inspecting the construction, monsters approached them and reported that the heart of the bloody leopard was ready. Jinwoo took the first gem from the lab. Jinwoo had no idea how to use the camouflage abilities remaining in the gem. Suddenly the system lit up and Dominica said that her hypothesis was most likely correct. She felt that the development of a parasite in a master's body required gems of the highest ranks. Hearing this, the guy was upset, because such gems contribute to the rapid growth of the labyrinth. Dominica, on the other hand, said that they were lucky, because some parasites suck the blood of their host, Then Jinwoo said angrily that knowing this, the girl forced him to swallow the gem. The master understood that Dominica was right, and if it weren't for the parasite, they would have been killed long ago. After that, he put the gem into the parasite's mouth and allowed it to eat it. Suddenly, the parasite disappeared from Jinwoo's body. Confused, Dominica didn't know how to react, and then the master explained that the parasite had gone into hibernation. After that, the guy reached for the gem from the kitchen. Jinwoo said that he would hardly be able to use it, since in every battle he kept breaking his weapon. However, right after that, the guy said that he should find something special. Having finished with this, the master said that it was time for him to get to work. Dominica asked if Jinwoo could cope without the parasite, and the master replied that the strength was not only in him. As he left, the master shouted that everything would be fine with him. A few days later, researchers were on the 7th level of Geyser. They realized that judging by the small wounds, the monster was not too big. One of them said that they should stick close to the walls and beware of the ceiling. Another man was outraged that they had to go to a place where many people had died. However, no one wanted to retreat, and everyone remained on guard. The guy warned everyone that no one should relax, because at any moment they could end up in the place of the corpses. At this time, Jinwoo watched the children of the dungeon and realized that they were beginning to lose their grip. Geyser's monsters never leave behind corpses, because most of them are hunting, and would not waste energy senselessly. While examining the area, Jinwoo reasoned that there was not a single bite mark on the people's bodies. The guy realized that this individual most likely killed them in self-defense, and he also felt that she was hiding very close by. The guy didn't have time to come to his senses before he was already flying towards the monster with a dagger. Taking a slight step back, Jinwoo thought about how he hadn't sensed the monster until it had attacked him. The young man remembered the words of the man who spoke about this monster. The researchers were hunting for it. He watched the monster's actions closely. The guy thought he was fighting a smaller version of the blood leopard. Jinwoo remembered that the current battle was similar to the battle with Quint. Jinwoo said that the monster no longer attracted him. The guy said that the monster no longer attracted him, and all that was left for him to do was kill him. Just as the monster was about to pounce on Jinwoo, it was caught in mid-flight by a spider web. The monster was trapped and loud sounds began to be heard. The man was worried, despite the many corpses, but everything turned out to be simpler than expected, and everyone decided to leave as soon as possible. Suddenly, Jinwoo asked them what they were doing. The man started saying that he shouldn't ask such things after his life was saved. He also reasoned that the guy was clearly not a child of the dungeon, but rather the captain of the team. The man distracted Jinwoo and said that he had a lot of precious stones. He also said that he came here alone and did not know the people who died. He continued to say that the stronger a person is, the greater his chances of survival. At this time, one of the man's colleagues was about to read the target's movements 2 seconds ahead. He began to observe and notice something strange. Seeing that Jinwoo would deal with them, the man thought that it was all over. His commander started shouting that he should have given a signal in case of danger. He also started asking his colleague about that guy. The man replied that his reaction speed was not bad. Suddenly, Jinwoo began to say that the attack he wanted to carry out was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary researcher. The men didn't understand why a possible dungeon child was dressed like an ordinary explorer. Tearing the jaw of one of them apart, the guy assumed that they were human hunters. Immediately after this, Jinwoo shouted with fury in his eyes that he would definitely destroy them. Everyone started to panic and didn't understand what was happening. One of the guys said that they should save themselves and run away. At this moment, the werewolf was able to free himself from the net. At this time, Jinwoo was telling all the remaining people to leave, and then the one remaining man suddenly screamed. He said that he suddenly understood everything that was happening here. The man assumed that Jinwoo killed all the people because he wanted to take the beast for himself. He believed that the boy, like them, was a hunter of people. However, before he could finish speaking, Jinwoo rushed past him and killed him. The guy said that the man wasn't even worth listening to. The other men ran away while their captain fought. However, Jinwoo had no intention of letting any of them go. Watching the boy kill the team, the man could no longer tell what was real and what wasn't. He understood that the difference between them was too great, and trying to survive was pointless. It was hard for the man to accept that he would be the boy's next target. And all because Jinwoo was already at level 12. While the guy was sad about losing the gems, a werewolf started approaching from behind. Sensing this, he asked if he still wanted to fight him. And after that, with a sword in his hand, he turned around, telling the werewolf that he had already given him a chance. Suddenly, Jinwoo saw his strange expression, and couldn't understand what would happen next. They walked through the labyrinth, and Dominica told them everything. They approached the farmer, and Dominica thought about how their animals were not having time to reproduce, since the maze was growing very quickly. Quint asked why they couldn't eat the gems and give the food to the rats. Dominica said it was a good idea, but then their army might become weaker. Quint thought about it, and said that it was unlikely to be a disadvantage for them, since after the Baron began to rule them, there were no more attacks on them. When the boy said that they needed to quickly find a place to hunt, Rikshasha offered her own option. Dominica was very happy with her words, and decided to find out how she knew this place. Then Rikshasha said that the territory of the Bloody Leopard and the labyrinth of water dragons attracted a lot of monsters. Dominica wrote something down in her notebook and said that the food issue was resolved. The girl continued speaking, saying that all that remained was to build the walls. Suddenly something lifted her from her place and she ran away. Running up to Jinwoo before she could say a word, she saw the monster he was saying something to. Jinwoo ordered the monster not to touch anything that moved. He invited the monster closer. Dominica asked about the monster, if she was the same as Jinwoo, but he replied that she latched onto him on the way back when he saved her. He also added that many people died because of her, and she knows the commands. Dominica asked if she had a heroic rank. Dominica said that werewolves serve the higher beings of the abyss from birth, and very rarely leave their master's territory, and was surprised that Jinwoo found him on the 7th floor. Dominique found this strange. It seemed to her that this child had never served anyone, and it seemed to her that something had happened in the territory of the abyss. Jinwoo said that something strange has been happening in Gazer lately, and he added that, be that as it may, the monster would now be with them, and asked Dominica to look after her. Dominica wanted to talk about synchronizing the labyrinth core, but Jinwoo said he would deal with it later. He stroked Hoya on the top of his head and asked him to obey Dominica. 2 weeks later, he returned to the labyrinth. Seeing Hoya playing with his minions made him happy. Dominica appeared behind them and said that they had received a lot of adaptation from Hoya. She immediately asked Jinwoo if they could check the core now. Jinwoo immediately didn't like the amount of energy for the summoning. They started discussing the core because the number was too big. Jinwoo said that we need to gather the Naga summons and discuss it. The guy continued to call them. After everyone had gathered, Jinwoo began to talk about how they had no one to send out for reconnaissance, and thanks to the sorcerer, they would reduce the level of losses of their troops. Dominica said they had bigger problems, and the guy asked what happened. Dominica replied that their food supplies were running low, and they could only hold out for about a month. Jinwoo asked if Rikshasha was here. Jinwoo told Rikshasha that she needed to find new hunting grounds. He gave Dominica the task that she could use the energy of the core. He also gave Quintus a task. He is responsible for training our troops and protecting small workers. Draken will be responsible for Koi. The Naga labyrinth has become much stronger. Rumors that the Naga king had become a baron spread throughout the geyser at the speed of light, and no one dared to encroach on the territory of the labyrinth. Their team began creating equipment using the minerals they had mined early on, but they couldn't find a use for it. The labyrinth did not function smoothly even without the king's intervention. In addition, a special reconnaissance squad of horned rats was formed under the leadership of Rikshash. At reconnaissance bases, squad members monitor the tunnels in shifts. The rickshaw came to the king's room and began to apologize, as she had to come because they received a report from the northern base. She said that a small army was spotted not far from the labyrinth, about 12 hours walk away. Jinwoo asked what kind of army this was and if they were monsters. The rickshaw woman confirmed the guy's words. She also said that she warned the army to be ready to defend, not attack. Jinwoo asked to show him the way. They stood and watched the army advance towards them. One of their army approached them and said that they were sent by the king of Malaxis, the Hammer King, and that they came for an audience with the king of the Naga labyrinth. A second man from the army approached him and said that if he valued his life, then it would be better for him to step aside. He was much smaller than Jinwoo, and he held a huge hammer in his hands, which he pointed at the boy. Their entire army began to worship Jinwoo, and he did not understand what they were doing. One of the warriors, Mlok, said they were there to pay their respects as he was the first to receive a noble title in this territory. Continuing, Mlok added that it had never even occurred to him that a human could be king, and they showed him great disrespect despite his status as the master of the labyrinth. Then Jinwoo asked if they had come simply to greet him, but they said that their king wished to establish friendly relations with him. They did not take an army with them, as it was a very important event for them, and they had no other intentions. To top it all off, they had a gift. They opened a secret drawer for him. The guy stood in severe shock from what he saw. The box contained deep gems that could be converted into 5,000 units of labyrinth energy. Then the king said that he forgave them for their value. Mlok was surprised, as he realized that they were the only ones. He asked Comrade Block, because it seemed strange to him that the other parts of the labyrinth had not yet come to get acquainted and establish friendly relations. One thing seemed strange to Jinwoo, and he decided to ask the army how they found the Naga's labyrinth. Mlok and Block looked at each other and remained silent. Then Mlok said that as a sign of friendship, the Hammer and Anvil Labyrinth was ready to share current information with the guy, namely, about the location of the labyrinths closest to here. Block began to outline a map-like image on the stones and explain where other labyrinths were located. He added that right next to them are the ruins of the labyrinth of water dragons. The guy got tired of showing where and what kind of labyrinths they were, and explaining what kind of labyrinths they were. He drew a pretty good map and explained all the locations. Jinwoo thought about everything, listening carefully. But Block just wouldn't stop talking about everything. He said he didn't want to upset the balance by destroying the water dragon labyrinth. He also added that weaker labyrinths came to them under the pretext of congratulations. Then Jinwoo realized that all their words were false, and immediately asked about it. Jinwoo wondered why it was such a problem for them that the two labyrinths were keeping each other in check. The labyrinth of gluttony was not interested in this, but their king was crazy. However, his body became huge, gaining enormous strength. Jinwoo did not understand anything, since one thing contradicted the other. After thinking for a moment, he asked if it meant that they were constantly gaining power without making any effort. Jinwoo thanked Block and Mlock for the valuable information and asked them to convey their gratitude to their king. Jinwoo offered to stay since they had come a long way, but they refused, saying that if other guests came, they would not be very happy. Jinwoo ordered Quint to escort the guests. The guy asked Ri if they could be trusted. As the goblin said, after a couple of days, guests from other labyrinths began to come to Jinwoo. From the Dream Labyrinth, Jinwoo received two creatures that looked like a fairy and a witch. The Swamp Labyrinth sent them swamp creatures that resembled fish. And finally, from the Labyrinth of Wanderers they received aggressive centaurs. Jinwoo was only happy with the goblin's gift. Dominica said that only two labyrinths had no guests. Jinwoo told her that he had an idea what was going on. The guy peeled off some slime from somewhere, saying that it was sent by the most ill-mannered guests. Jinwoo asked Dominica about her king, if he missed the wars. The guy stood there in bewilderment. He realized that he had just declared war on them. The guy said he didn't want to speak in front of the goblins because he was afraid of information leaking out. Ice was their weakness. Jinwoo squeezed the slime in his hand and looked at it, saying that they had started a war. He said he knew their weakness and location. The guy said that they would come out to them in a week. The Slug King became angry upon hearing Jinwoo's words. Dominica told Jinwoo that it was time to hurry, because the week would soon end. Sitting on his throne, Jinwoo was thinking, but someone distracted him. It was Dominica. She said they had arrived. Dominica announced that the King of Gluttony had arrived. The boy stood up from his throne and ordered Dominica to stay where she was. Jinwoo was angry because the guests entered without permission. Jinwoo talked to himself about how the king came here for his death, not to apologize for his actions. A large slime appeared in front of him. Dominica didn't understand when the monster managed to get so close. Then Jinwoo guessed that he was planning to quickly break through the master's room and destroy the core. Having put forward his version, the guy began calling them magicians. After this, Jinwoo asked the monster if he had any pride. The master decided to freeze the enemy along with the entire corridor. Then Jinwoo asked if he had any last words. However, the guy did not expect at all that the monster would not be scared at all at the sight of ice. He looked rather inspired. The master was confused and did not understand what he had done wrong. He also suggested that Dominica's assumption was wrong, but then immediately changed his mind. Jinwoo ordered the mages to strengthen their blades. With madness in his eyes, the guy began to say that the slugs should have bowed down before him. Coming even closer, he shouted that he would freeze them to death. The master ordered everyone to attack and defend the core. Suddenly a voice was heard plaintively apologizing. Uther introduced himself and said that he had come to apologize. Jinwoo didn't want to calm down, and the monster continued to say that the servants brought him here. Then the master repeated that he was already surrounded, and they would freeze him along with the entire corridor. Uther continued to shout that he did not want to fight and asked to be heard. With even more fury in his eyes, the boy asked again if the slug would have any last words. It was at this moment that the monster realized that he had no vocal cords. When little Uther told how it all happened, he immediately fell to his knees. He apologized for not talking to anyone for a long time and for forgetting how to do it. The master and Dominica looked at him and did not know how to react. Their silence made Uther think he had forgotten his language too. The slug started speaking in English, and then Jinwoo told him that they understood him before. After this, the master asked him if he really was the King of Gluttony. Then the kid introduced himself again and said that he was the leader of the Gluttons and the owner of the Fallen Valley. The monster also said that it was the first time he saw the nobleman, and therefore did not know what to give him. However, it was very difficult, because he never gave gifts to anyone. The baby just wanted to explore what his owner liked, but he didn't think he would get to his room. Then the master asked if he was not too modest for the bearer of the title of Glutton. The monster replied that, after leaving the labyrinth of gluttony, he maintained his form only with the help of energy. It is because of this that dozens of clots of gluttony die every minute. But this does not bother the king at all. The monster said that he took about 1,000,000 with him to make sure he lasted a month. Then Jinwoo said that if he froze them all, the King of Gluttony would be finished. However, the master reasoned that it would be impossible to freeze his entire body due to his incredible mass. This means that it will not be possible to freeze it until it is completely immobilized. Suddenly the slug said that it was time for him to go back, and since he had apologized, he could go with peace of mind. However, Jinwoo said he found it difficult to accept his apology. The guy told the monster to apologize, but he didn't say he would forgive. The master also said that not all was lost, and he could earn forgiveness. The guy decided to ask the monster to become his servant and first knight. Slug couldn't believe that they wanted to entrust him with such a position, since they had only just met. To this, the guy replied that they would be bound by a contract, and therefore trust did not play a role. Jinwoo believed that if he agreed, he would receive a loyal servant. The monster would immediately become the nobleman's first knight, and everyone would admire him. The slug admired and called the master a hikikomori. At this moment, Jinwoo opened the contract and began to sign it. The little boy happily took it in his hands and signed it. After checking the authenticity of the contract, Jinwoo began to read it. The contract stated that Uther was obligated to protect the king and the labyrinth with his life. The slug listened to the master's words, and each time his interest grew stronger. At this time, the dark traders began their meeting. Everyone was there, and the only people missing were those responsible for the first 3 floors. One of the traders said that the 4th floor would also be occupied by people and offered to participate in the auction. Then the merchant on the 7th floor asked why the other was so concerned about the king on the 4th floor. Immediately after this, news came that the labyrinth on the 4th floor had accepted a person. And then one of the merchants decided to ask how the king was feeling on the 9th floor. At that moment, a VIP ticket appeared in front of his face. He was shocked and could not believe his eyes until the very end. Then the merchant from the 9th floor said that this man was able to become a baron. The merchant handed Jinwoo a ticket and explained what it was for. On the black market, traders sell common items and put rarer items up for auction. From the conversation, the master learned that the kings of other labyrinths would be present at the auction. The guy also learned that once more than 100 people attended this event. It turned out that Gazer was much larger in scale than the king had imagined. The merchant also said that when the labyrinth is empty during trading, they give out a special flag. If other mazes attack a maze with their flag, they will be blacklisted or destroyed. Jinwoo couldn't believe that the merchants were able to overcome the labyrinth. Suddenly, Uther added that he was once able to avoid an attack on his labyrinth only thanks to an auction. The merchant looked at the slug and realized that he was the king of gluttony. And then Jinwoo saw the labyrinth of gluttony itself right behind Uther. Jinwoo decided to explain to the merchant that the slug had become his knight. And after Uther signed the contract, he was able to open the gates between the labyrinths. The dark merchant was very surprised that Jinwoo was able to make another king his subordinate. He also said that their alliance would help protect the labyrinths from attacks from others. Then the guy replied that on the 9th floor, their alliance only concerned the Belicious Labyrinth. The merchant said that the boy had managed to surprise him again, and at this rate the old man's heart would not be able to withstand it. Jinwoo thought that his power only extended to an individual, and he could not control the labyrinth that individual owned. The guy decided to ask how the slug couldn't develop his labyrinth to the 5th level. Then Uther decided to give a tour of the labyrinth of gluttony. The merchant and the master began to say that Uther's labyrinth was not a very pleasant place, and the slug was amazed. Eventually, the merchant decided to return to the topic and explain to whom they were issuing the ticket. He said the guy would have a seat in a separate room with a good view of the auction items, and he immediately recommended participating at least for entertainment. Then Jinwoo asked if the Ghost King was participating in the auction. The trader replied that they were not allowed to disclose the personal information of other participants, but he could say that he took part in the auction every year. The master was glad to hear this and thanked the merchant. However, this merchant specifically provided this information because he was sure that this way the matter would take a more interesting turn. The guy said he would think about the auction proposal and maybe go there just to look around. The trader then clarified that the auction would begin when the ticket lit up and would last a week. Jinwoo also asked if it was possible to bring someone with him, and the answer was yes. A week later, not far from the labyrinth of gluttony, the master complained that the place was dirty. Then Uther asked why they were leaving his labyrinth, and the boy replied that enemies might break in. It turned out that the slug's maze would be used as a shield, and Baby was worried. After this, the master asked Quint if he had hung the flag. The guy reasoned that, given that the king of the dead would also take part, the only threat they would pose would be the wild ones. Then Quint replied that he would not allow even a bug to enter the labyrinth. Uther and Rikshasha should have gone with the master, since they know what the owners of the 9th level labyrinths look like. Dominica will have to stay for their labyrinth to function properly. Jinwoo also reminded her to remember to rest. Looking at the shining ticket, the guy realized that the time had come. Having torn up the ticket, the guy boldly informed everyone that they were setting off on a journey. At the auction, the monsters discussed past years and laughed at each other. Quarrels began, and one of them said that the other would only participate in the auction inside the stomach. While the monsters continued to argue, shadows were already visible right above them in the special VIP room. The master, entering one of these rooms, was surprised at the mess there. Rose replied that most of their clients are fighting or in conflict with each other. The girl also said that they have other circumstances besides the auction. The slug said that people would no longer dare to attack him. Suddenly he began to tug at Jinwoo's hand and ask him to look away. Pointing to the auction guest, Lizen said that this was Belitzius. Seeing that there were empty seats around him, the master asked why that was so. Uther said that most likely, no one sits next to him because others say that he smells like corpses. The monsters in the hall still couldn't finish their quarrel. The master, noticing this, said that it would be much more spectacular if they had a fight. Suddenly John came on stage and began to thank the guests for participating in the annual auction of dark traders. However, he had no intention of wasting the aristocrats' precious time with his conversations. He also announced that they promised to prepare special goods for the aristocrats at the end of the auction. As soon as the first product was wheeled onto the stage, John began introducing it. He began to spectacularly remove the fabric from the cage, captivating the guests' attention. The guy immediately got angry, as they hadn't seen this for over 10 years. John said it was hard to find as it was in the shallow levels of the geyser. There was a defenseless girl sitting in the cage, and John said loudly that this was a child of the dungeon. John said that after the contract was signed, he was on the verge of death. But a noble aristocrat was found who took him in and raised him. The monsters sitting at the auction whispered to each other, not understanding when they started selling people at auction. John explained that their higher-level clients coexist with humans, so such a product is beyond their capabilities. He continued that this man could be used as they wished. The monsters present at the auction could smell the human scent. John immediately warned that this product has one drawback: it cannot speak. He also added that it was a high-level dungeon child that was auctioned off by one of their expensive aristocrats. People from the audience started shouting out different prices, but Jinwoo sat and did not understand why the man was put up for auction. Jinwoo turned to the assistant host and loudly told them to explain themselves. The girl replied that the goods for the auction are selected with a high level of geyser. Rakshisha asked Jinwoo to calm down so that they would not have problems later. Rakshisha said that they could not go against them as they had done with the water dragons. Jinwoo asked if her people had been bullied, and that was why she wanted revenge on her king. The lady pointed to John, who was presenting her race as a commodity and a toy. Jinwoo asked if she would stop him if he did the same. Rakshisha looked away and answered in agreement. John's assistant, Rose, said that if they went against the Dark King, they would have no chance of winning. Rose asked if they wanted to save this child. Rose said that as a commoner, she found it hard to imagine his life in Gazer. She also added that there are other aristocrats who are more intelligent than they are in character. She said the way to save these children was simple enough, and he just needed to start bargaining. John is probably the closest to the aristocrats of the other participants here, and all because the King of the Dead is not going to retreat. One of the participants continued the price at 1,300. John announced that the venerable aristocrat had raised the stake to 1,300. But suddenly someone interrupted him and raised the price to 1,500, saying that the stakes were going up. The two monsters sitting in the hall began to talk to each other. One of them said that this applicant must have gone completely mad, since he should not encroach on the goods that the top brass had their eye on for themselves. Someone from the audience again offered a higher price. Then John announced again that the price had increased, and he added that they are not responsible for what happens after the auction. After John started counting, no one else added to the bet. His last word was sold. He added that the child of the dungeon was sold to an aristocrat for 1,600 gems. Jinwoo was furious that he had to suffer for so long, and he hit the slug with all his might, which immediately crawled along the wall. Rose said they would have to pay a fine for the damage. Jinwoo asked if he could pick up the goods right away. Rose replied that they couldn't pick it up today because they were shipping the items after the auction ended. There were no more people as commodities. Other lots included deep gems with unusual abilities and expensive goods, and also items at absurdly inflated prices. And among them was a product that Jinwoo couldn't understand at all. This product was a vampire, because everyone knew that vampires were extremely rare in Gazer. This vampire had only one flaw: his blood was almost all dirty. Jinwoo watched the entire auction, and he thought about the vampire. The guy thought that the vampire was looking at him. Having said this, Rakshisha answered him that he had destroyed the entire VIP room, and therefore it was not surprising that they had drawn attention to them. The room was seething with loud bets, but John calmed them down by saying that this product had one condition. The condition was that even if they were able to win the bidding for the item, the transaction would be cancelled if the vampire did not acknowledge them as its master. John said that, frankly speaking, this is the first time that the dark traders have held such an unusual auction, and also added, so that no one would forget, that this product was put up for auction by a master of one of the deepest levels of geyser. Someone in the audience said that he was afraid that such behavior might anger the honorary aristocrat. Jinwoo said that when he was in the deep levels, there were creatures that attacked others for blood, and asked if this was one of them. Rakshisha replied that they were just bloodsuckers. Jinwoo added that it is said that the vampire is able to find its master with the gift of immortality. The guy said that he was not interested in her, since there had recently been a large addition to the team. John announced that the auction was over, and they were leaving. When the auctioneer who bought her approached the vampire, she didn't even look at him. Then the auctioneer wanted to hit her because she was defiling his name. The functionary began to suck the energy out of John. But suddenly, John pulled out a first-class quality gem from somewhere and said that perhaps it would appear at the next auction. After a couple of hours, they came to some door. Rose said that even though the goods were now in Jinwoo's hands, she would ask him to refrain from touching them, since some procedures were not yet completed. Entering the room, he saw a girl sitting on the floor. The guy asked her if she had a name. He tried not to scare her and approached her with caution. She was silent, and he remembered that they said that she could not speak. The guy also thought that apparently her life in the labyrinth was very hard, and he had seen people like her. The guy told her that now she would serve him. She fell to the floor and did not get up for a long time. Jinwoo thought that she had been treated too badly and turned into a doll. He ordered the girl to raise her head, and she immediately obeyed him. The guy asked if there were any Geyserians in the labyrinth she lived in besides her. He began to ask her many questions, but the girl remained silent. Clutching his head, he realized that his plan would not work, as her condition was worse than he had expected. But if he leaves her, she may be in danger. He knew this was going to happen, and so he realized he would have to keep an eye on her. Having stroked the girl's head, he warned her that he would come for her in a week. Having called his escort, he left the room. Jinwoo said he was unhappy with the storage conditions of the goods. Rose asked him what he was unhappy with, and the guy told her that she was now part of his family, and that she should be shown the same respect as he was. He added that they should find her a decent room, feed her, and treat her wounds. I also asked if they were willing to give back the damaged goods. Rose had just started to say that such a relationship was too polite, but she didn't have time to finish. As soon as Jinwoo turned into an evil monster, Rose immediately began to apologize. The guy left, saying that he would check regularly to see how the girl was doing. 7 days have passed since Jinwoo arrived at the merchant's auction house. He spent most of his time in the noble's quarters. Jinwoo was quite comfortable, except for the lack of entertainment. Because they had a lot of time, he was able to hear Rakshishi's story. After the fall of the elves, the boy gathered the remaining members to create a mercenary guild. This guild was famous for its fighting prowess. But there was one fact. It consisted only of strong and refined elves. This caused Belicious, who was crazy about the brave creatures, to set a trap for them. Jinwoo was ashamed to say this, but this was a common occurrence in Geyser. Rakshisha knew this, and understood that her strength was not enough. So she tried to use her wits, but Jinwoo tried to support her, saying that he would help her. The elf asked if he was really ready to help her, to which he replied that it was he who dragged her into the labyrinth. He said that even if it weren't for her, the king would still be acting very suspiciously, and he added that his labyrinth was located next to theirs, and sooner or later they would collide with each other. Then Jinwoo turned to the slug and asked if the child was okay. The slug asked to wait and thought for a bit. He said that the girl was the same as always, continuing to sit and look into the distance into the corner of the room. Then Jinwoo asked about food. Slug said that she is given food as usual, but she only eats on command. Having put the food on the table, the girl began to eat. Jinwoo, sitting in the chair, said that she only moves on command. He asked to be patient a little longer, since it was the last day. A friend said over the loudspeaker that everyone should gather at the auction house, as everything would end today. The slug asked why he didn't buy anything after the girl from Jinwoo. He replied that everything else was just luxury, unnecessary, and he added that if something needed for the labyrinth appeared, it cost more than 10,000, and the labyrinth's budget was 8. Jinwoo suggested that they finish quickly and get ready to go home. And standing at the counter, Jinwoo understood that there was nothing valuable in these things, and it was better to spend the money on fighters. John said they were about to unveil the merchandise for the grand finale. A vampire came out from behind the scenes, and John said that everyone knew who she was. John didn't understand why she was here. He didn't have time to finish asking whether the vampire would choose the one who offered a decent price, when she interrupted him. Sweat was pouring down John's face as the merchandise was forbidden to speak, but the vampiress immediately shut him up, saying that she would be in a difficult position if she was not sold. She added a little spice to the final day of the auction. Having collected her thoughts a little, the girl frowned. In an instant, the vampire was enveloped in a red veil. She said that she would choose who she wanted, adding that he would not look at the price, it would be sold for it. John agreed to her proposal. John wanted to maintain the intrigue, but she interrupted him, saying that she had already chosen her buyer. She pointed to the one she had chosen, and the entire room turned to look at him. The vampire said out loud that this man was in the creation room, and there was a noise on the first day. She added that his scent was enticing and sweet, and her eyes were burning with greed. Jinwoo asked Rakshishi if all vampires were like this, but she replied that she was seeing something like this for the first time. Jinwoo added that she looks like a lady of easy virtue. John immediately announced that the vampire had chosen her master, and added who her choice fell on. Two of the audience did not try to justify that the choice was obvious, since he was a nobleman. John said that now everyone was waiting for the nobleman's word about the price for which he would buy her. John created intrigue among the guests. At first the guy was silent, as he was deep in thought. Then he said that she was from the lower class. Everyone was immediately shocked by his words. Then John said that they couldn't be sure of that, and she might have certain abilities. Jinwoo said that he would not give more than 1 stone for it. Jinwoo knew it was stupid to spend money on something unnecessary, especially when he could choose the topic himself. The guy had no idea what the vampire was capable of. The master also noted that if it is useless, he will return it. John shouted that a low-class girl had been singled out for a stone. Moreover, this purchase was the lowest price in the history of the auction. John laughed at the vampire as much as he could, and this angered the girl. Suddenly she realized that now she didn't care how she was judged. The vampire asked John if she could see her owner. When he replied that this would not happen, the girl began to complain that she would soon die of hunger. John began to thank everyone who came to the auction, and announced that it was coming to an end. The dark merchant was happy at that moment, because he had a lucky chance. He said that the Baron was very lucky to buy the vampire at a low price. Turning to Jinwoo, the merchant said that it was time for payment. However, before this, the guy decided to ask why they chose him. The girl replied that she was full of energy at that moment, but the master was not asking her. The merchant replied that there should be no questions, since the boy had recently received the position of Baron. Jinwoo began to say that after he overcame the labyrinth, they began to call him a nobleman, and the first vampire chose him. The guy was convinced that for the girl he was nothing more than food. The merchant replied that the master was the same owner of the labyrinth as the others. It was hard for Jinwoo to accept all this, but he decided to leave it as it was. Suddenly the merchant said that it was not a matter of lack of price. After that, he added that the former owner loved her very much, and therefore there may be problems with her upbringing. With a more serious face, Jinwoo asked what his luck was. Suddenly the merchant, with fear in his eyes, began to ask him to take the vampire. The guy replied that he didn't need it, and that the traders could take it for themselves. Jinwoo ordered Uther to keep a close eye on the girl and take good care of her. With fury in his eyes, he asked the merchant if he thought he was so stupid. The guy said that since her previous owner loved her so much, he should take her back. The girl began to struggle and asked to wait a minute. She stated that just the sight of her next to the master would make everyone afraid of them. Jinwoo replied that the vampire was a nobody, and he did not understand why such great importance was attached to her. He informed the girl that he was a human. He also added that he didn't know how others felt about vampires, but he thought differently. Jinwoo continued to say that people like her had no meaning to him. The girl said that she already understood everything, and added that owning a vampire has its advantages. Then the vampire began to say that Jinwoo did not quite understand the situation. At this point the merchant decided to leave, but the girl said that he should stay. Having heard from the vampire about the agreement, the master grinned. The girl decided that first the guy needed to know her name, and also told who her previous owner was. Angela said that it was not a lie that the former owner loved her, but due to special circumstances, he decided to get rid of the girl. The owner did not fulfill even the most basic conditions for concluding a contract with a vampire. To form this contract, the vampire must receive the blood of his master and the necessary power. Angela said that she could take anyone's blood, but that would be no good. Jinwoo decided to clarify and asked if he understood the gist correctly. The vampire began to say that it was because of this that she had to go without food for several months. She also said that she planned to use her abilities as a high-class vampire to seduce the master and enjoy life. Falling to her knees, the girl began to beg Jinwoo to take her away, because she would soon die of hunger. Angela said that just 1 drop would be enough for her. Suddenly the dark merchant told the Baron that if he refused the vampire, it could anger Anatolio. The girl continued to beg the master to take her away and said that she would work hard. Eventually the guy got angry and pushed the girl, saying that he understood everything. Jinwoo said that he would give her some blood first, but that would not mean that he had accepted the girl completely. With a wild look, she approached the master and thanked him for the food. Suddenly something confused the girl, and she didn't know how to react. When they returned to the labyrinth, they were met by Dominica, who immediately realized that something was wrong. She noticed the newcomers and began to look at them, thinking that the little girl looked like the owner and belonged to the same race. But the girl next to her confused her. Dominica immediately told the owner that it was a vampire girl, but Jinwoo replied that he bought them at an auction. Dominica began to panic, thinking that their budget was at its limit, but the owner reassured her that everything was fine. Jinwoo added that Angela came to him almost for free, and he also ordered Dominica to bring one precious stone. The guy asked if they had any free rooms, to which Dominica replied that there was only one. He ordered that this room be given to Angela, and the girl be placed in the same room with him, since her condition left much to be desired. The guy ordered to take the girl, feed her and wash her. He told Yoon to listen to Dominique since she was the one in charge after him. Taking the baby in her arms, Dominica began to walk away from them. Angela made fun of Dominica by calling her a maid. The slug confirmed the vampire's words, saying that Dominica was the core of their labyrinth. Then the slug asked if they could go home as they were hungry. The guy said that Rickshaw could go home as she also needed to rest. The owner ordered the merchant to stay where he was and wait for the precious stones to be brought to him. And he added that he should not dare to do anything behind his back. Then the vampire and the merchant were left alone. The merchant said that there were no living people in the entire labyrinth, and decided to end the dialogue there. Jinwoo suggested that they go for a walk and look around with Angela. The girl said that she liked the maze, and she added that they have everything except a spacious labyrinth. Angela said that everyone thinks that the king on the 9th floor has already become a nobleman, and also that many nobles are discussing this among themselves, since it infringes on their rights. She continued to say that not everyone thinks so. Some see it as entertainment, and some even want to start collaborating. Angela said she heard that the Dragon King's Baron was on the 11th floor. Then, instead of letting Angela go without any objections, the king invited his enemy to be seduced by Angela. Jinwoo said that if the others felt a crisis, they would form an alliance to balance the forces, since it was difficult for one person to monitor the entire labyrinth. The guy asked Angela how she imagined him going down to the 11th floor if he was swamped with work on his floor. Angela came closer, and Jinwoo pushed her away. The girl said that all the nobles were located from the 12th to the 10th floor, and her former master would be shocked when he saw her master living on the 9th floor. They reached the door and the guy said that this was her room, opening the door wide. The girl was furious when she saw what room she was placed in. She said that it would be hard for her to live in such a place without the cup of the master's blood. But Jinwoo didn't even want to listen, so he left, saying that he knew little about vampires and would observe what use she was. Angela said that she could tell him everything about herself over a cup. But before she could finish, the guy said that he had already given her blood. As he was leaving, the guy thought that he hadn't been in the real world for a long time, and therefore he needed to appear there tomorrow. The next day he came to the man and he began to scold him. The man spoke in incomprehensible riddles. This irritated Jinwoo greatly, as he did not understand anything. The guy just wanted to say that since nothing happened, then but the man interrupted him. He said that about a month ago, the dungeon accepted a boy from the dungeon, as well as its owner. The man laughed and asked if it wasn't surprising that a man became the owner of the labyrinth. When Jinwoo asked if there was any proof, the man replied that they said there was a portal. Of course, everyone was surprised when they saw that the boy from the dungeon demonstrated the portal. Jinwoo asked if this was the portal that the owner of the labyrinth, the child from the dungeon, had discovered and told everyone about it. Jinwoo said that there must be some reason, and the man told him that perhaps it happened when they made a fire in the master's empty room. The man added that members of the expedition also saw this. Since this child had never gone into the labyrinth alone, he most likely would not have been able to kill the expedition members. They say that the monsters of the labyrinth created an auction and sold the child at it. Jinwoo thought that they most likely also participated in the auction, but he didn't remember it. He asked the man what this child of the dungeon was doing now. Suddenly the man unexpectedly replied that he was killed yesterday. Rumor had it that he knew that the boy's labyrinth was a real gold mine. Now the labyrinth is once again without an owner, and there is nothing left inside. Jinwoo thought that since it was a labyrinth on the 4th floor, it would be difficult to obtain precious stones there. The man said that it was a madhouse there now anyway. He also offered Jinwoo to become the owner of the labyrinth. Then the guy thought that the man was talking nonsense. However, he said that Jinwoo was a real killing machine, and since he acted alone, rumors would not spread. The man also suggested that Jinwoo might already have a labyrinth, but was told no. Suddenly the guy asked what information there was about empty labyrinths. The man replied that he had received information about an empty labyrinth on the 7th floor. However, this information was from the association, and most likely they sent their people even earlier. They resorted to the help of Chul, which greatly surprised Jinwoo. The man suggested taking a look at that labyrinth anyway, and the guy replied that he would take a look. After that, he also asked when Jinwoo was going to leave. The guy replied that he would go right now and asked for a gun. After some time, Dominica met the master. Seeing his outfit, the girl realized that the guy had again received a mission from people. The master told Dominique that he needed to explore the labyrinth on the 7th floor. and also that he will go up from here to look around on the 8th floor. He told Rikshasha to rest and Quint to keep an eye on the labyrinth. When the master began to say that he would only take Uther with him, a vampiress appeared out of nowhere. The girl began to assure Jinwoo that her intelligence skills were top-notch. She also added that she can assess surrounding objects at first glance. The guy remembered that Chan had a similar ability, and it really helps in the research. Jinwoo told the girl that she was quite big and would be too noticeable. At that very moment, the vampire began to use her abilities, and a red light enveloped her. The girl half hid in her own shadow, thereby greatly surprising the master. The vampire said that they could all hide in her shadow, and as soon as the master refused, she would immediately disappear. In the end, Jinwoo agreed to let Angela go with them. Suddenly, Rickshaw came up to them and the guy said that this time she could rest. Then the elf suggested that Yoon go with the master. After this, Rickshaw asked the girl to show her skills. She began to explain to Jinwoo that the girl could create maps, and everything he saw would be immediately captured. The guy thought it would only be useful for the dungeon kids who couldn't use the map. Suddenly, the system began to transmit information from Yoon to the master's card. Unfortunately, the girl was unable to share the paths she had taken in the past, but this ability was still useful. Jinwoo reasoned that unlike other labyrinths that had existed for decades, the maps he had created were nowhere near as good as the map of the area. Eventually, the guy agreed to let Yun go with them. Dominica began to worry that this would be dangerous for the girl. The master ordered everyone to get ready, because they were leaving soon. Jinwoo asked Dominica to prepare food for him and Yoon, and noticed how the strong girl was worried about the baby. 2 days later, the boy reasoned that they still hadn't encountered any monsters. Then the vampire said that it was all because she was accompanying them. And then she added that even animals without intelligence must take them for a whole walking army due to their gluttony. The slug became angry, and the master asked why he was so worried. Uther began shouting that after every time he went outside, he should receive at least a year's leave to compensate. Then Jinwoo said that they would simply inspect the area, and after the expedition the slug would be free again. The slug said that this would only happen if the Necromancer King did nothing. The vampire said she thought there was an entrance to the 2nd floor. Jinwoo suggested that they go inside since the entrance was being watched. They climbed up to the 8th floor, and Jinwoo said that he often went there. The slug looked bad, and the boy asked what was wrong. The slug almost burst into tears, saying that he had never been to other floors. Angela said that this was not surprising, since the kings of their labyrinth never leave their homeland. She added that the further you go from your floor, the faster the strength runs out, by about 20%. The vampire continued to say that this is why no one participates in the war, since without these restrictions, the people from the surface would conquer the dungeon. Jinwoo thought about Angela's words. Jinwoo asked, "Does it mean that the higher we go, the more useless we become?" The vampire confirmed the guy's words and said that she was not in any danger, but the other cubs would be in trouble. The slug began to scold the vampire. Angela was making fun of the slug, which made him turn red with anger. Jinwoo began to scold them because they were distracting him. Jinwoo was just about to start cursing, but the slug interrupted him, saying that they were surrounded. There were more than 50 enemies. The guy immediately got angry, saying that he would never do anything normal with them. The vampire told Uther to take Yoon and protect her. The little slug began to turn into a huge slurry. When the king asked what he was doing, Uther said he was making holes so Yoon could breathe. At that moment, the king threw his robe over himself, taking the vampire with him. The vampire was glad to be next to the king. Jinwoo quietly said the word camouflage, and they immediately became invisible. At that moment, a pack of monsters approached in their place. 2 of them moved away from the pack, and one of them said that he was sure of their location. He kept saying that he could feel their presence. The mouths of these monsters were huge. They looked like pigs. They kept repeating that they could smell something coming from the 9th floor. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a king appeared behind one of the pigs. When the monster was told that there was someone behind him, he turned around and was not prepared to see a person behind him. But he immediately collected his thoughts and said that human meat was very tasty, even though it was small. Then the pig used his weapon, falling to the floor and screaming the word earth. Jinwoo stood motionless. When the monster asked his fellows if they had killed the man, they answered in the affirmative, but no one expected the boy to survive. When the king asked why the nobleman's sign did not work, the vampire said that the king should be prepared for this at that moment. By the time Jinwoo had started using his power, there were almost no survivors left. Pig didn't understand why his signature moves didn't kill the guy. He decided to use them again. But something went wrong, and he fell to his death. Jinwoo told the pig that if they met guests, they had better show them the way. The guy put his robe back on and disappeared. Together with the vampire, they watched the pigs from above, where they saw them. At this time, the pigs did not understand where he had disappeared to and looked around. The king and the vampire discussed their next steps among themselves. The king said that it was time for them to start looking for the entrance to the 7th floor. At the same time, the king did not understand where his badge of nobility had gone. Angela asked what they would do. The guy explained the plan of action to her, and they got down to it. Then the boy came up behind the pig and said that they had better show him the way. The boy told the pigs that he could use them as food, but now he needed a guide. Angela introduced the monsters to her master, who was also a baron. Jinwoo ordered the pigs to bow before him because he was not going to play any further. The monsters, worshipping the master, said that they simply came for the smell. The other pigs shouted for everyone to disperse because the baron was coming. They asked the others to disperse and make way for the master. One of the pigs even scared the other by saying that the baron would do something terrible to him. Angela screamed at the monsters to stop looking because they looked terrible. The pigs tried their best to prevent the vampire from drinking their blood. Jinwoo decided to ask what Angela had done that all the pigs were afraid of her. But the girl remained silent. Afterwards, the girl explained that pig blood tastes quite good and is good for vampires. That is why several decades ago her ancestors began to exterminate them en masse. The master continued walking and thinking about why the monsters were crowding around. And then he thought that the pigs had become much meatier, and even decided to take 100 with him. Suddenly Angela called the owner, and he looked back. The owner of the dungeon appeared before them. With a mad rage in his eyes, he shouted that he came here for food. His subordinates began to shout that this was not food, but respected guests who had arrived led by a vampire. Assessing the enemy's ring, Jinwoo thought that he was about 8% away from fully transforming into an Actus. It was the chieftain of the tusked boar tribe who resisted the authority of the sign. The chief didn't care who Jinwoo was. All he cared about was what the guy was doing there. He thought that the nobles had decided to seize a couple of his pigs, but Jinwoo said that their route passed through these lands. The master also said that since he had business on the 7th floor, he needed to go through the 8th. Suddenly, the leader said that on this side was his dungeon, and on the other side was the passage to the 7th floor. The pigs immediately began to make excuses that they didn't know where the passage was and went to ask the leader. Jinwoo realized that forcing pigs to show the way was not the best idea. The leader looked at the guy and understood that he was not lying, but he was curious why Jinwoo was on the 7th floor. Then the guy said that he didn't want to tell, because it was a personal matter. The chief decided to advise the master to return back. Then the guy got angry and started walking straight towards the monster, because he didn't want anyone to stop him. Here he comes. The pigs started screaming that there was a war going on the 8th floor and complete chaos. Then the leader confirmed their words and said that they could be surrounded, and they would not cope. Jinwoo thought about it because his business was really important. Then the leader decided to offer another option. He said that he could distract attention and open the way for a short time. Then the boy asked what the leader wanted in return. The monster said that when they finished their business on the 7th floor, they would have to do a small favor. After this, the leader asked his subordinates where the situation was most disorderly. The servants replied that the bloody lions and striped wasps were fighting for territory. Then the chief asked the pigs if there was a message from the guard on the 8th floor, but the servants did not understand who it was. The chief began to shout at them, and then the pigs immediately began to remember. The monster also ordered them to return to the labyrinth and strengthen their defenses. Then one of the pigs asked if the king was sure he would go alone. The chief replied that it was not worth sacrificing innocent pigs. He repeated again that the servants should retreat into the labyrinth, as he would return soon. After this, the leader, with steam coming out of his mouth, says that he has not been on the battlefield for a long time. First, he needed to warm up, and the pig began to release energy. The servants began to worry about their king, but they understood that he was invincible. Once he gets into a fight, he can't be stopped. Watching the chief leave, the pigs said that their king was a real tyrant during the attack. The boy realized that the leader had already begun. Jinwoo also said that no matter how easy it was to make noise here, he still went too far, because the earth was shaking. After that, the guy asked Angela what their next plan was. The girl replied that all the enemies were now heading towards the king. Judging by the noise, even monsters 2 days away were attracted. The master said that they still needed to hurry, because they had a long journey ahead of them. 3 days later, at the entrance to the 7th floor, the boy shouted at Uther to protect Yoon. The slug said that after climbing to the 2nd floor, he spends too much energy. Suddenly a monster passed through him. He aimed straight at Yoon and everyone got scared. Suddenly the girl pierced the enemy through and through with one movement. Then the master remembered that Yoon was also a child of the dungeon from the 11th floor. Jinwoo approached the girl and asked if she really knew how to fight. After that, he handed Yoon a sword and asked her to show off her abilities. Watching the girl, the master thought that her movements looked as if she was used to fighting. After this, Jinwoo ordered Uther to stay close to Yoon just in case. He also told the slug that what would not harm him could be fatal to her. Then little Uther began to complain that he too was suffering. At that moment, Angela was telling the monsters that she didn't want to drink dirty blood and would definitely return it. After that, she decided to try it because blood got on her hand. Eventually, the girl realized that their blood was simply awful and began to cough. The master asked the vampire what the situation was like now, and the girl replied that the monsters were still everywhere. She also said that she had killed about half of them, so if they continued like this, they would be finished soon. Angela also noted that there were just under 200 monsters left. Then Jinwoo asked if it was possible to get rid of them, and the girl replied that everything smelled too much of blood. Angela said that there is a way, but she needs to use the remaining power of the owner. Unfortunately, after this, she will need to replenish her strength by drinking the master's blood. Jinwoo looked at her with a downcast expression, and the girl continued to say that she just needed some blood to save for later. In the end, the master promised to give Angela 2 more glasses of blood when they were done with all this fuss. The girl's appetite and excitement awakened, so she promised that she would deal with everyone. A joyful Angela began to shout that it was time for the blood festival. After the blood festival, the girl didn't look so happy, but there was no one else left. The master praised the girl for doing a good job. He also said that he would give the vampire blood once he was sure it was safe here. Suddenly, the ground began to collapse under Yoon. At that moment, Jinwoo lost control of himself and became completely agitated. He ordered Uther to quickly move towards the ground, for Yoon was falling asleep. After that, the guy started yelling at Angela, because she said that she killed everyone, but the girl did not understand what was happening. Uther, looking out from under the ground, said that Yoon was not there, and no matter how much he dug, nothing came out. And then he also explained that there were no traces of the girl on the ground. It was as if she had fallen through the ground. Having calmed down a little, the master realized that this was most likely a labyrinth. The vampire began to reason that Yoon had created the dungeon. Suddenly, the master noticed that some part of the map had been updated, and this was most likely due to Yoon's skill. However, in such a short time, the girl moved a distance that would have taken several days to cover. The guy remembered that when he was called, he instantly found himself on the 9th floor. Then Jinwoo began to search for the end of the accessible part of the map and found Yoon. The guy said that the girl was summoned by the dungeon, and he needed to catch up with her quickly. They began to move towards Yoon at full speed, and Uther screamed in fear. The master said that thanks to the little girl's skill, they were able to find her, and now the slime's cries should not bother them. The guy understood that this girl couldn't even eat on her own, so he needed to hurry. Suddenly the vampire said that there were many living creatures ahead, and these creatures were people, which surprised the guy very much. He found it very strange that many people came to the 7th floor. The girl said that in the direction of their movement, she sensed hundreds of other living creatures. She assumed that it was because of them that so many monsters had gathered at the entrance to the 8th floor. Coming closer, the master saw people entering the dungeon, and apparently people were just walking around this dungeon. The vampire said that you can't become the master of the dungeon just by wishing for it, and therefore she didn't see the point in their walking. Suddenly, Jinwoo saw a man who looked very familiar. The master realized that this was the very dungeon on the 7th floor that both organizations and individual researchers were fighting for. He suggested moving on, since their priority now was finding Yoon. After walking further, the master asked Angela if there was anyone alive nearby, and the girl said that most likely only Yoon was ahead. Coming closer to the dungeon, the guy said that it was located in too remote a place, and that was why people had not yet discovered it. Uther and Angela found it strange that there was a clown mask hanging above the entrance. Jinwoo replied that this dungeon was still without an owner, but it was operational, and one had to be careful. When entering the labyrinth, the boy also said that everyone except Yoon were uninvited guests. Jinwoo walked through the labyrinth and didn't realize how much time had passed. He also thought that they had already come a long way, and Yoon was still nowhere to be seen. He didn't understand if they were really in a dungeon, because it felt like they were just walking through a cave. The master realized that he had been here before, and decided to ask Angela if she felt Yoon. When he turned around, he realized that Angela was not there. The guy couldn't understand how he hadn't noticed the attack and assumed that he had simply left the labyrinth. Jinwoo decided to first return to the entrance and look at the map. Unfortunately, neither the card nor the parasite were found. He couldn't use skills and couldn't understand how an unattended dungeon could do that. Suddenly, right behind the guy, a man's voice was heard asking what he was doing. When Jinwoo asked who he was, the man asked him in return if he wanted to become local food. After that, stroking his head, the man told the boy that if he wanted to cause mischief, he should do it quietly. The master could not understand what was happening and where the man in front of him came from. The guy in his previous form said that he became the master of the dungeon. The man asked cheerfully if the boy's body had changed. They walked, and Jinwoo couldn't tell if it was a dream. Suddenly the man said that among the miners the boy was the most diligent, so he could afford to sleep a little. He also replied that then the guy would no longer have to go through what he had to go through today. When the baby said his name and who he was, the man smiled. However, this was just Jinwoo's plan. because he wanted to check if they were playing along with him. At that very moment, the man grabbed the boy and began asking where the child got such an imagination about the dungeon. Suddenly a voice was heard behind him, saying that this is exactly why the boy is loved. The man started shouting that the people were crazy, because if they were caught shirking, they would be killed. He also said that the story that Jinwoo told this time was one of the most interesting. Then the boy with blue hair said that they would listen to him when they dug. At this moment, Jinwoo smiled and said that his name was not Float. The boy said again that it was just a nickname, not a name. After that, he also decided to introduce himself, but the boy himself said his name. Jinwoo also revealed that Hyun is a Korean idol who traveled around the world and entered a dungeon. However, right after that, the boy also said that after the war started, Hyun's body exploded, and at that very moment, it happened in reality. The grandmother who saw this could not believe that Float could do this. However, Jinwoo did not stop and said that she also died because of the poisonous cloud after the war began. Sergeant Sok was crushed to death by the would-be decoy, and Voon's tech was blown to pieces in the trap while he was opening an escape route, all of them killed in an instant. The guy kept talking about everyone who stood next to him, and they died instantly. He also spoke about a former Special Forces soldier who died when the baby lost consciousness. After that, he looked at the man and said that Jin died from a blow to the stomach, and he died right in Jinwoo's arms, showing the boy what death is. This dungeon immerses you in wandering inside a happy dream. The guy found it very ironic that the happiest moment of his life came before the death of all his close friends, just before the terrible despair when they all died. Uther was sleeping at this time and asked to wait another 5 minutes. The vampire was surprised that for the 7th floor this was a rather difficult dungeon, and did not understand how the master got out. Suddenly, silhouettes appeared right in front of them, and everyone froze. The master decided to ask the silhouettes if they decided to use force, since the illusion did not work. She also said that it would be problematic if they encountered them in a dream. While grabbing the clown parasite, Jinwoo said that there weren't many warriors, and they all seemed to be the same. The vampire asked the master if he was going to destroy the dungeon, and all because after waking up he continued to release a murderous aura. Having calmed down, the guy said that he was not going to do it. He also said that he is not a tyrant who destroys everything just because of a little dislike. In the end, Jinwoo said that they should continue searching for Yun. As they walked further, the vampire was surprised that there was nothing else in this dungeon except illusions. Suddenly they approached a wall, behind which Yun was clearly located. The vampire really felt the girl there, but she didn't understand where the entrance was. Then the master said that this was a protective mechanism of the dungeon for the weight of the owner. Having broken through the wall, he saw the girl and was glad that she was okay. As expected, the little girl didn't take a step after getting here. Jinwoo realized that Yun should take over the dungeon. He ordered the girl to accept him and make him her own. After accepting, the master realized that this was a festival dungeon. The procedure was successful, and Yun had a clown-like droplet on her face. The guy told the girl to click on the transparent panel to agree to synchronization. At this moment, the system reported that the Festival Dungeon of Joy and Fairy Tale Delights was registering user Yun as the owner. The dungeon began to reconstruct based on the owner Yun's data. Seeing the doors, the master realized that the synchronization was successful. All that remains is to repair and improve the dungeon. Looking at the baby, the guy said that there was one last thing left to do. Handing over the contract, the master asked Yun to become his knight. As soon as the little girl signed the contract, the guy began teaching her how to open the portal. The girl didn't understand how to do it, and the guy had to repeat it many times. The little girl refused to speak at all, and Jinwoo never thought that he would be stuck because of this. Suddenly the guy saw the portal and realized that everything worked. Dominica, upon seeing Yun, began to hug and cherish her. After examining the dungeon, Dominica also noted that it was reminiscent of the time when their labyrinth was just as small. The boy looked at Uther and realized that he had reached his limit. The master then ordered Dominica to have Draken and Chloe defend the place, while Yun and Uther rested. The guy also noted that he had business with Angela, and therefore he would return soon. Seeing how happy the vampire was, the guy told everyone that he needed to give the girl some blood. After some time, people said that the purpose of their ascent to the 7th floor was the dungeon, which they came to check. The master and the vampire hid in the shadows. The man did not understand why the association had settled inside along with some researchers. The conflict began to escalate and people began to disperse. Suddenly one of the men noticed the shadow and was clearly trying to say something. He started screaming and saying that there was something right in front of him. Suddenly the others also began to notice that the air in the shadows was trembling. Jinwoo thought that concealment skills were rare, and he was sure that everyone thought it was a monster. The vampire asked if the guy would kill people, but he just wanted to get through them. The crowd was afraid and shouted that there was a monster next to them. Hearing this, one of the men told the others to be careful, not to let anyone through, and he would go and check what was going on. Walking towards the crowd, he shouted what was going on. The guys who remained on guard did not understand what they were guarding at all, because it was just a stone box. They thought there must be some button to become the master of the maze. Another thought that they were looking for some ancient trinkets, which seemed absurd to the master. Pushing the boys forward, Jinwoo said that Yun was just a child who had been treated unfairly by people like them. In the end, the master said that we need to hurry because the people could return at any moment. Looking at the box, the guy thought that there were no traps or any structures supporting the core in this dungeon. He suggested that the core could have been destroyed at the very beginning, when it was just beginning to form. The throne was not visible at all. There was only the emblem of the dungeon. Suddenly, the master noticed a burning light and thought that it might be a fragment of the dungeon. Suddenly, the system told Jinwoo that he had discovered a dungeon core without a master, and it would not be activated until it found a new one. The vampire wanted to ask the guy something, but he told her to wait a little. Upon touching the box, the system indicated that the dungeon had refused engraving. The guy explained to Angela that this was the core of the dungeon, and if it was left like this, then one day it would activate itself. Jinwoo felt uneasy even at the thought of a human becoming the master of a dungeon, as it would cause chaos both above and below the ground. However, without a doubt, one day one of the people may become the master of the dungeon and begin to explore it. After this, the master activated the parasite and said that this day was definitely not today. While trying to take the core, the system told the guy that the dungeon was resisting the attempt to forcibly extract the inactive core. Hearing the noise, everyone turned around, not understanding what was going on. The man ordered the association members from the 7th floor to follow him. Angela told the owner that people were quickly approaching them, and the guy told her that they needed to go into the shadows. The parasite began to completely absorb Jinwoo, and the boy asked the dungeon to put its pride aside. He continued to say that whether he was a man or a monster, death was inevitable, and the dungeon will become a toy for people in any case. Suddenly, the system reported that the forced extraction of the dungeon core was successful. The crowd was already very close, and people were shouting with questions about who was there. Suddenly, the man's face changed and he became more tense. He decided to ask his colleagues if they had ever seen anything like this. The man ordered to prepare for counterattacks. Suddenly, people started running away and shouting that they didn't want to die. Hearing all these shouts, the other crowd could not understand what was happening. The man fell to his knees. He ordered the people to stand up if they did not want to die. Suddenly, looking back, the man did not see the monster. And then one of the guys pointed out where he was now. There was a terrifying monster with many eyes hanging on the wall. The man did not understand whether the monster had escaped or what its numbers were. I asked the man with one of the guys if they were going to follow him, and he started screaming. After that, he added that the monster was not at the level that a motley bunch of vagabonds could deal with. The man ordered to check the number of victims and leave immediately as soon as they finished. At this time, the master was coughing from pain. As soon as he stood up, he realized that the parasite had gone into a dormant state. Angela asked about the guy's condition, but he replied that it was just a trick. Jinwoo also said that since he had taken out the core, there was nothing more for them to do here. The vampire asked if the guy was going to return to the dungeon, but Jinwoo said that they had some other things to do. Jinwoo added that there was a promise left on the 8th floor. On the 8th floor, the pigs were already meeting the Baron, and were surprised that not even a few days had passed since he had already returned. The master immediately said that he was not here for the sake of talking. After that, he asked the pigs if the chief was in the dungeon. Not receiving a coherent answer, he looked sternly at the servants. Entering the dungeon, he saw the leader in a very bad condition. The guy immediately thought that since everything was so serious, he and Angela could have suffered. The king said that he had encountered that same Marcus from the Bloodlions. Then Jinwoo asked the pigs how it happened that the dungeon master lost to the other one by 1 floor. The pigs said that the Bloodlions were very fast and had absorbed a huge amount of energy to move to the 8th floor. The master was interested in why they needed this, because the lower, the worse. Then the pig said that he had questioned several lions and realized that there was even more chaos on the 7th floor. Suddenly, the leader's voice was heard greeting the Baron. The guy immediately said that the leader could sit and that he was sorry that it turned out this way. The master also added that it was his fault that the pig got into such a mess, so he needed to listen to everything he wanted. Jinwoo agreed, although he himself thought that the parasite was still sleeping, and it would be very difficult to fulfill the request. Suddenly, the leader looked down and said that he wanted to leave this damned 8th floor. And then he explained that he wanted to join Jinwoo as a knight with the title of Baron. He scolded himself for simply continuing, and perhaps even looked like he was running from a bloody lion. When the boy said that it was, the pig replied that there was nothing wrong with that. The master began to say that they had only met a few times, and it was difficult to say what he was worth. Suddenly the pig objected. He began to say that he had heard about how the boy had decapitated King Anaktu less than 6 months later. The leader understood perfectly well that the master's victory was not due to luck. Jinwoo noticed the pig's knowledge and told him to tell his story. The leader began to say that given the condition of his soldiers, this labyrinth would not move anywhere. And all this is because everyone is missing a screw somewhere. Of course, he couldn't say that he himself had not once been like that. However, as much as they wanted it to be easy, some people treated the chieftain's labyrinth as a food warehouse. Pig always took the initiative to deal with fools who tried to harm his army. After dozens of wars, the leader thought that he could finally afford a little rest, but the bloody lions descended. Pig was honest and said he was tired of all this. He asked to believe in the battered appearance of the wounded and discouraged baron. Jinwoo thought that even though the pig was trying to show his weakness, he shouldn't forget that the one in front of him was the strongest leader of the 8th floor. Calling him an old man was appropriate because he was tired. Eventually, the master said he would accept him as his 3rd knight. However, Jinwoo immediately explained that there were also a lot of enemy troops on the 9th floor. Pig said that he would be the commander of his army. The guy also said that once the situation on the 9th floor stabilized, the leader would need to send a messenger. In addition, the master said that he would return very soon and asked to stay alive until that moment. The chieftain's soul was finally at peace, because now he no longer had to fight alone. After some time, the guy on the ground came to the old man again. The man told him that a new beast had appeared in the labyrinth in the place where the association was located. He also said that the association abandoned the labyrinth and quickly got out of there. Then the guy said that it could be the owner of the labyrinth, who rose from the very bottom. The man began to ask Jinwoo whether he had become a master of the labyrinth, or whether he had witnessed the birth of a mysterious master. The guy replied that the labyrinth that the association occupied was simply a dead labyrinth. The man began to say that he thought that the boy would be able to get something out of there. Jinwoo said that it was useful for a man's imagination to be a mediator, and gave him the gems. Suddenly the man said that someone was looking for the guy and started looking for a business card. Taking out a business card, the man said that this man asked the guy for a nomination. How could he add that this time the country was set in motion by the unrest in the human labyrinth? The man thought that they already knew that Jinwoo entered and exited from here on every level. Anyway, one of the members of this company is a child of the dungeon who is close to the guy. Jinwoo decided to ask what they wanted, but the man replied that it was a state secret. Then the guy looked at the business card again and thought about something. In an instant he burned it, and told himself that he could not follow human information that was no longer certain. The man was surprised by the unexpected reaction, but he had expected it. He also said that this company does not take him into account, and therefore he is not disappointed at all. Jinwoo thanked the old man, and he said that he would make a deposit for everything from the boy. Also, before Jinwoo had completely left, the old man shouted at him to keep his phone on. At this time, Draken told Hoya to look who was there. The dragon was dying of boredom and didn't know what to do with himself. Suddenly a portal appeared and the master came. When the boy asked why there were signs of vandalism everywhere, the dragon pointed at Hoya. Suddenly there was a noise and Draken shouted that it was an invasion. However, workers emerged from behind the scenes. Looking at them, the master thought that this was something familiar. However, I remembered that they had a fatal problem. After clearing his throat, Jinwoo began to call the workers. He shouted that he would command them as master and lord. The hares did not react in any way, and this made the master very angry. Suddenly Angela asked why they didn't start a regency of the aristocracy. The only condition was that the subject be an aristocrat, and all the knights agreed. The girl said that the guy would literally control the Yun labyrinth like a real master. She also noted that for a rational owner of the labyrinth, this would be more humiliating than death. Then Jinwoo asked Yun if she agreed to him being regent. The girl remained silent, as she usually never spoke. The system showed that the mistress of the dungeon agreed to the regency. Reading these messages, the master thought that as the number of knights increased, his status as a nobleman increased. Dominica distracted the master and said that she had put all the gems he asked for. Jinwoo said that since he couldn't protect this place forever, it needed to be improved little by little. But it was time for the hares to go to work, so the master ordered them to build a warehouse. Seeing the pace at which they were walking, the owner realized that they had better call a few soldiers. While exploring this dungeon, the guy noticed that the structure of the troops here was different. Dominica then replied that each dungeon had its own unique characteristics and skills. Jinwoo decided to tap into the festival fever. When he examined it, he realized that at first glance everything looked good. The guy also said that at the second level, ordinary warriors will benefit. Jinwoo decided to summon warriors, one from each cell. The guy immediately saw that there was not a single tank among the troops. There was only one unique skill left, but it was more defensive than offensive. The master suggested that perhaps this was the hypnosis that was used on them. Dominica added that this dungeon looked like the opposite of theirs. Then the owner said that, although it was confusing, its use in guerrilla warfare would be very useful. Suddenly, Jinwoo decided to ask about the Naga dungeon. He wondered what hidden skills his labyrinth had, but the girl replied that they were a more balanced type. Dominica said that they can summon absolutely all classes, and for her personally, this is an important skill. The master thought that it would be best to make this labyrinth smooth, without any corners. He also asked Yoon to use Sweet Dream on Draken. Unfortunately, it could not be used because there was not enough dungeon energy. The master called the dragon, and it responded with a grin on its face. The guy told him to relax his whole body and not to resist. With a little distrust, the dragon put the werewolf down and agreed. He relaxed so much that he was only missing 12 points. At this point, Yoon began to use Sweet Sleep. At that moment, the dragon began to scream that he could overcome all this madness with the power of a dragon. Now the master understood approximately what it was like. Jinwoo turned to the minstrel and told her to use her powers on the dragon. The system has indicated that the target is defenseless, and the success rate of execution is increasing. The dragon began to scream that they had driven him mad. The master then ordered Dominica to send Rikshasha to make a map of the area. Seeing the rabbit shirking his responsibilities, he became thoughtful. The boy told him that from now on he would be responsible for managing the workers and delivering Dominica's orders to the others. Jinwoo knew that he would have to keep an eye on things for a while. After a while, the guy sighed, as he heard nothing new except the warriors. Uther came to the master and asked why he was called. Then Jinwoo said that they would soon have a war. They declare war on Balas from the Dungeon of the Dead. Hearing this, the slug became very upset, and then, in a terrible rage, he began to shout for them to fight this king of the dead. As he donned his gear, he continued to shout for them to prepare for the assault. The master took Uther in his arms and apologized for misunderstanding. The slug then asked if it would not be better to set up an ambush if they were going to fight. Then the master said that it was hard to fight without knowing anything. After that, the guy started talking about the army of the dead, and then a scream was heard. The breathless rickshaw said that the master should go out and see what was outside. The commander of the dead king was there, and everything happened faster than expected. Suddenly, Rikshasha shouted that this was not the king of the dead, and she added with horror that this was Count Anatoly. The vampire did not understand how a nobleman could go up from the 11th floor to the 9th. The entire reconnaissance detachment was captured by the count. Jinwoo asked how Rikshasha was able to escape, and the girl replied that he let her go. The group the elf saw included Anatoly, a dark merchant, and a demon. The rickshaw also said that unfortunately their destination was the Naga's labyrinth. When the dark merchant learned that they belonged to the Naga's labyrinth, he let them go. The master looked thoughtfully at the elf and did not know what to say. He then ordered Dominica to gather all the troops and put them in a state of readiness. Rickshaw advised Jinwoo to meet Anatoly outside the fortress, as he was very big. Angela screamed in panic that they had no chance against them. Angela screamed that they needed to run right now. Jinwoo said that the count clearly did not come here to fight. And if this is the case, then they can't just hide. The vampire resigned herself and said that she would accompany the guy. The girl also said that no matter what happens, the guy should not show him his fangs. Jinwoo replied that he would remember this information. A few hours later, all the troops were stationed around the walls of the fortress in front of the northern gate. Dominica, addressing the master, said that Uther, Chloe, Yoon, and the dragon went to the festival dungeon. Then the master ordered the girls to go to their rooms. However, Dominica did not want to leave her master and asked to go with him. The king said that if something went wrong, the dungeon would collapse and he would die anyway. Dominica insisted that she wanted to see him in person anyway, in case he was their future enemy. Angela interrupted their dialogue, saying that the entire territory of the labyrinth was already within the count's reach, so there was no point in hiding. Then the king allowed Dominica to go with them. Rikshasha joined them, calling the king. Jinwoo noted with displeasure that he was glad to see the Iron Giant. A mass of fog mixed with dirt and dust cleared in front of them. The king had to raise his head to see Count Anatoly, who was their guest. Jinwoo asked why their guest had come to them without warning. Angela replied that she said she wouldn't attack, but she wasn't going to dance to his tune either. Then the king answered her that if he appeared weak, then the labyrinth would be easily exploited. The count began to say that he heard something. He said that he had no shortage of impudence. When the king saw the noble grandeur that the count used, he was greatly shocked. At this time, Dominica felt a strong heaviness throughout her body. The count continued speaking. He praised Jinwoo for his abilities. Anatoly said that Jinwoo is better than the talentless people on the 10th floor, and he was happy with it. Then Jinwoo asked for what purpose the count had come to them. Then Count Anatoly turned to Angela with the words, "Thank you," and praised her for her good choice. Anatoly continued to say that the human baron was a capable boy. Anatoly said that he was the king's investor, and he needed to follow him to the 11th floor. Jinwoo asked what would happen if he refused, to which Anatoly replied that his opinion would not be taken into account. Anatoly added that he needed to defeat the baron, and then the 9th floor would be his. The count ordered him to descend into the abyss. Anatoly left, saying that Jinwoo should wait for him on the 11th floor. Jinwoo agreed, but immediately added that they would still have a look. Jinwoo declared that he would still take revenge for this humiliation. John noted that the king had done a good job. Then the king asked why they were still there if their master had left. John replied that he had come to make a deal. The king interrupted John, saying that he was not interested in this deal. John explained that he couldn't go into detail, but he had a good position on the black market, and he added that he had nothing to trade. The king began to get angry and said that he was not in the mood for jokes and that John should speak plainly. John was willing to share valuable information about Bali's. He added that since the king seemed upset, he would provide the information in exchange for an advance payment. As John began to speak, a merchant approached them and tried to eavesdrop on their conversation. He was taken aback when John began to tell the truth. Seeing that the merchant was eavesdropping, John kicked him right in the face. John's program lit up when he asked the king what he thought was the freshest corpse. The king asked if black traders should not remain neutral. John said that it was so. But when the king asked where he saw neutrality, the auctioneer replied that he was sorry he had thought of it, since the black merchants were nothing more than common traders. And he explained to them their trading system. Then the king became indignant because this was not what he was asking. The guy said that he just heard information from John about the King of the Dead. But John explained that he was just passing on information that might be related to the King of the Dead. John added that the king need not worry, as they always maintain balance. Jinwoo repeated the word balance with confusion. When Jinwoo realized that John had simply sold the information to the King of the Dead, he realized the seriousness of the situation. John apologized to the king. He said there was no need to worry so much, since Balas would end up losing money anyway. John asked if the dungeon on the Baron didn't fight everyone personally. John added that one of the hidden aces of the King of the Dead was revealed from another country. When the merchant came up to them again, John saw him and asked if he was going home. Then the king said that it was time for them to stop gossiping. Jinwoo asked to tell the King of the Dead more about the leaked information. A week later, Dominica approached the king and said that preparations for the war with Balas were almost complete. Dominica explained what constitutes the rank and file. The raiding forces included all fighters and warriors who were connoisseurs of magic. Jinwoo said that this was about 3 times the information that the King of the Dead received. Dominica said that the Lich King's army is difficult to accurately count, but it is estimated to number around 5,000 undead. The king asked to tell everyone again about the undead. Dominica obeyed the king and began to speak. She said that the undead appear after a dead body absorbs the energy of the dungeon and is in absolute submission. They can be classified into 3 types: lower, higher, and chimeras. Lesser undead absorb a small amount of dungeon energy, so they are able to follow simple commands. Greater undead absorb a greater amount of dungeon energy and act as tanks. The highest evil spirits, changed by the hands of the Death King, are called chimeras. Dominica reminded him that, given his reputation as the King of the Dead, there should be plenty of them. Jinwoo asked Rikshasha if she had any additional information about the Dead King's dungeon. The rickshaw driver replied that she had such information. She said that in normal times the Lich King keeps the undead in ambush, and there are many active undead in ambush. Jinwoo recalled that she said that the Death King left his invincible fortress and headed towards the Dungeon of Gluttony. The elf confirmed the king's words. Rickshaw added that the rats confirmed the movement of a 1,000-strong army of undead leaving the wasteland. At intervals of about half a day, they divided into an advance party and a main party. Nastya thought about it and realized that the demon was right. The king said that it would most likely be an attack rather than a defense, and they should be more careful. However, the situation is different from the time when the Naga labyrinth was going to attack without troops. Jinwoo noted that this fight would not be easy, but Balas neglected to gather information. Balas' information was obtained after 1 week of war with the Dragon King. The master said that Uther would go alone. He will advance alone to the Dungeon of the Dead. Listening to this, the vampire was surprised at how irresponsible he was. She didn't understand whether he would be able to cope with this mission and was worried. The king continued to say that given the current situation, in about 2 days, Uther and Enactus would clash. The rest will make a large circle with the riders to steal the core of the Dungeon of the Dead. Despite the strength of the Naga riders, they will have to break through the horde. After this, the master turned to Dominica. He asked her to be extremely careful. Hearing this, the girl was very happy and promised that she would be attentive. Jinwoo continued to say that even the success of one team could turn the tide on the battlefield. In the end, the guy said that no matter which of the squads wins, the General Assembly will take place before Balas. The master asked his subordinates if they had any questions. He also announced that Quint would be leading the squad, and the hero immediately showed enthusiasm. He went to the Nagas and told them that it was time to prove themselves. The hero ordered everyone to advance onto the battlefield and be confident of victory. After this, Jinwoo turned to Rikshasha. He told her that the long-awaited time for revenge had come. Then the guy added that if the girl hesitated, he would be the first to cut off the enemy's head. 2 days later, Slug found himself in an empty field, and he thought it was strange. He was told to fight with some pipes, but Uther himself felt like a corpse. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared right in front of him, and Slime imagined it a little differently. The kid greeted the monster and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Nervously, the Slug also asked him if he had gotten a new hairstyle. However, the monster did not like this and began to attack Uther. The Slug was surprised by how active the monster had become. However, most physical attacks have no effect on him. Suddenly, a light appeared from the monster's mouth, and the baby realized that a heat attack was about to occur. He was shocked by this attack and could not move. The monster stood and blew steam out of his mouth. Suddenly, Uther's voice was heard asking if it was too much to use a special skill right away. Then Uther himself emerged from the smoke and began to attack the giant. The kid was amazed that he was able to defeat the monster with just one blow. Uther also noted that, like the monster, he is the master of the dungeon. The undead were distinguished by their exceptional stubbornness in their unwillingness to die. Opening his little pencil case, the Slug told his soldiers that it was time to eat. When the kids heard this, they immediately looked at each other. The slugs immediately jumped out of the pencil case and attacked the monsters. With a mad look, they shouted that they would eat the bone marrow of the undead. At this time, another slug turned to the Baron. He said that the battle with the dead Dragon King had already begun. Jinwoo realized that this had happened faster than expected, and now, in order not to expose Uther, they needed to attack Ballas as soon as they found him. The troops looked tired after 2 days of marching. The vampire suggested breaking up into small groups and then moving through the portal. The master did not like this idea, as the portal would not close for 24 hours if opened near the battlefield. The boy asked the slug if he could defeat the dead. The kid replied that he fights by attacking and eating them, but the lesser undead have no nutritional value for him. The slime also noted that the Dragon King was very massive and would take some time to absorb. Uther spoke about the temporary unavailability of his most valuable ability, so he has to fight the monster. Jinwoo asked the slime about Dominica's group. The kid replied that they had recently found themselves in a barren wasteland. The master was surprised, as they too were moving quickly towards their goal. Rickshaw ran up to the master and reported that the reconnaissance detachment had discovered an enemy camp. It also became known about the presence of Ballas in the center of events. Angela asked Jinwoo about his plans, and the boy replied that he would have to face the tireless undead. The master warned that there would be difficulties if Ballas discovered anomalies in the Dungeon of the Dead. Jinwoo looked at the elf and addressed her thoughtfully. He realized that the situation had changed, and although he had previously promised to give the monster to the girl, he decided to deal with it himself. Vika ordered the first squad of archers to open fire. They began to attack the large army of undead. The master watched what was happening and thought about his next steps. Among the opponents there were only low-ranking undead. The master realized that his team could cope without him. At this time, Rikshasha commanded the second squad of archers to begin shooting. When the archers were ready, the elf shouted for them to open fire immediately. At this time, the King of the Dead commanded his soldiers. Jinwoo stated that the deal only included his work, and nothing was mentioned about his life. At this time, the slave said that everything seemed strange. Dominica asked what was going on, and the little animal replied that they were on the right path without using magic. He also said that they were very close to the Dungeon of the Dead. There was supposed to be a huge dungeon of bones and tombstones there. However, now they can't see anything in front of them. The slave admitted his mistake. Dominica assumed that the map indicated the location of the Dungeon of the Dead, and they could find it if they went a little further. Quint suspected a trap, but they couldn't stay put. Dominica thought that the master might have already dealt with Bellius. Quint agreed with this assumption. The hero ordered the army to move faster, as time was running out. Jinwoo was puzzled and found the situation strange. The guy found it suspicious that the fight ended so quickly. The skeletons resumed their attack, and the master barely managed to dodge the blow. At this moment, Jinwoo realized that the monster he had just dealt with was merely a subordinate. Suddenly a strange laugh was heard and the guy turned around. The monster stated that it was undoubtedly the King of the Dead himself. Then Jinwoo realized that the general of their army had become the new master of the dungeon. The skeleton continued to say that, unlike others, he was not the type to start a fight. While the master tried to kill him, the monster kept saying that he was getting closer to perfection. Also, after another blow from Jinwoo, the skeleton said that there was no need to rush. Out of nowhere, a monster appeared that was 100 times larger than the others. The master did not understand what was happening and asked Angela about it. The vampire replied that it seemed to her that his spirit was not in this world. It turned out that the king had risen from the dead, and now everything was back in place. However, the entire reaction occurs as a single entity, not as something separate. The Mad King broke his soul into pieces and implanted them into everyone on this battlefield. In other words, all the undead here are Belitius. The master did not understand whether it was possible to break a soul at all. Then the skeleton said that it was enough to simply have a body with a dead soul in order to take possession of it. At that moment, the boy realized that he had to kill all the undead here to completely get rid of the king. After these words, taking his weapon, Jinwoo began to deal with the skeletons. He asked the king what he and his small army could do against the master. After these words, the guy ordered Angela to enter the battle and restore order on the battlefield. Rising above the undead, the vampire began to shed red light. At that moment, Rakshasha realized that this was a signal. The elf ordered the mages to prepare and not to lag behind the vampire's attack. Angela assumed that their opponent was the undead, and that was why there was not enough blood on the battlefield. However, the girl understood that the lower undead could be destroyed with one snap of the fingers. At the same moment, the magicians destroyed the enemies with an ice snake. Jinwoo didn't understand what difference it made if 1,000 or more tens of thousands of soldiers died. Looking at the situation, the guy also realized that this operation would take less than an hour. At this point, the king said that he acknowledged his lack of military power. However, he also wanted to say that he did not need to do anything. All this was because the game of war would soon end. Dominica said, confused, that she couldn't see anything. Dominica added that she hoped to find traces of the destroyed dungeon. The slave suggested that the dungeon was probably in this very place, and that there were traces after all. The little animal added that this tunnel appeared recently. Dominica said that it was very difficult to dig something like that out. She was shocked that something like this could never happen. Jinwoo asked if there was such a level, since it was several times greater than the siege of Enactus. The guy thought that he couldn't allow any more victims. The young man called Angela to deal with this monster. After the guy called Angela the first time and she didn't answer, he called her a second time, but she told him that she felt something was wrong. Jinwoo said there was no time to nitpick, but Angela countered that it was not so. When the guy noticed the girl, she told him about her suspicions. Before they could finish speaking, a huge monster appeared in front of them. Controlling the undead had many limitations. It was not always possible to find a suitable body, and there was a limit to the number of bodies that could be awakened. Even a raised corpse became a skeleton, capable of movement only with the help of magic. The healthy bodies soon decomposed. Over time, the dead troops weakened and became dilapidated. The only outcome after the war was collapse. The king of the dead ordered all the corpses to be collected and put into one pile. He ordered to collect every single bone. The man added that for everyone, death is the end, but for him, it is the beginning. The corpses were piled into a huge heap. Angelica said that everything from the dungeon is the creation of evil. Due to the strike on the dungeon, higher evil spirits appeared. Jinwoo said he didn't want to use his power. Rakshasha asked Yoon to use her abilities and join the fight. She ordered Yoon to attack through the right cliff with the army, and the mages to concentrate on the right side. The dungeon began to grow in power. Angela said that she found it all strange. Angela noticed that it was not easy to watch the transfer of the body. It is likely that excessive use of such power is an ability of the commander himself, although this remains unknown. Angela suggested that soul expansion may have many limitations. The King of Dead Souls said that he divided his soul into parts, and this apparently is not a limitation for him. He also stressed that he himself hid his secret intentions. Jinwoo called the decision stupid. There was a brief skirmish between the kings. The dungeon core has appeared. Their swords flashed from their quick movements. The battle did not subside, but only intensified. Aggression grew between the two kings. As the swords grew hot from the effort, Jinwoo said that it was not a chimera. Then the king pushed him away, saying that he had no time to play. Jinwoo thought it wasn't a hybrid. When Jinwoo fell, Angela screamed in worry, but he stopped her, saying that they were just scratches. Jinwoo added that there were 3 human chimeras inside, and they were all quite strong. The monster saw the earrings on Rakshasha and was surprised. Then Jinwoo asked indifferently, "Really?" Rakshasha was completely perplexed by what she saw. The King of the Dead invited Belicious to his place. The elf rushed into attack in a rage. However, the master immediately ordered Angela to stop her. The vampire quickly approached the elf and grabbed her, preventing the foolish attack. The skeleton, running his sword along the ground, was very surprised. He said that he didn't think that the elf would cling to her life, and so he let her go. After this, the monster also said that 3 elves in the field were enough for him. When the skeleton began to say that Rakshasha was nothing, the master destroyed him. Holding the elf, Angela did not understand how the skeleton dared to say whatever. However, the monster continued, and said that there was no need to attach importance to such things. After this, the king proposed to fight one-on-one, and see how long the opponents could defend him. Ultimately, the king ordered the shield to kill the elf and the others, also allowed to use spirit magic. The rickshaw, with tears in her eyes, could not believe that these were her fellow tribesmen. While the master was trying to bring the girl to her senses, the monster quickly began to attack from behind. Jinwoo was taken by surprise and was unable to dodge and was wounded in the shoulder. Even though the master was confident that he had repelled the attack, the blood still continued to ooze. Everything turned out to be more complicated than the guy thought. In front of him stood a legendary-level elf chimera. Having fallen once again, Jinwoo began to guess that this chimera was also a magician. Having fully awakened the parasite, the master began to release it, because the situation was escalating. Angela watched this whole situation and couldn't believe her eyes. The vampire did not understand how the undead could control spirits. Looking again at the king of enemies, Angela asked why he didn't kill himself. Then the girl noticed that the man began to heal and cleanse himself. The vampire began to find all this funny. While fighting off the attacks, the girl continued to think. Her blows did not reach the king, because the combination of attack magic and recovery was perfect. At this point, Angela came up with another plan to get to the master. Using magic to create a flying mouth, the vampire told Jinwoo that the chimeras were not dead yet. Angela said that spirit magic belongs only to elves, and chimeras cannot use it. The girl also added that the commander cannot control everyone alone. The master realized that the chimeras had simply been brainwashed. Now it was necessary to come up with a way to bring the elves to consciousness. After this, the boy shouted at Yun and told her to protect Rikshasha. Suddenly, after these words, Jinwoo realized that brainwashing could be done with Yun's help. The guy realized that the girl's dungeon was directly connected to this. The master began to shout to the little girl to open the dungeon. Afterwards, he also added to his words and told Yun to use the sweet sleep technique on the chimeras. At this moment, the chimeras began to dream of their past. In this past, a caring knight was looking for the princess and telling her that she shouldn't slip away like that. Then the girl turned around and said that she trusted the knight too much and knew that he would always protect her. It turned out that this elf is the main commander of the knights. Hearing the princess's words, the warrior obediently agreed with her. Then the girl looked at the man with a smile from ear to ear, and he replied that he lived to protect the princess, saying that he would forever be the girl's shield. The chimera began to come to his senses and saw Rikshasha. The elf was shocked, because his princess was lying unconscious in front of him. He didn't understand how he could do such a thing. Seeing the blood, the chimera was completely confused. Suddenly, the king of the dead himself grabbed Rickshaw by the throat and appeared in the eyes of the chimera. The elf began to ask what Belitius was doing. Chimera screamed with rage in his eyes that he didn't understand what was wrong with him, and at what point he became like this. The king looked at him with incomprehension, and did not know what to say. The vampire, watching this, thought that Belitius did not notice anything. Namely, that Yun used the summoning. At this time, Yun was already sitting on the chimera, and the elf shouted that she was also the king's minion. The man threatened to kill and tear everyone to pieces. Suddenly the vampire said that they were Rickshaw's friends. The elf began to shout that it didn't matter now who was on whose side. Then Angela said that if he lost all his energy now, he would simply disappear. And also, if Belitius realizes that the chimera has come to his senses, he will brainwash him again. Therefore the elf will cripple Rikshasha again, because now their main goal is to kill the elf. A cry was heard calling the vampire to him. Angela immediately began to tell the owner that the elf had woken up, and at the same time freed himself from the control of the king of the dead. However, the master understood that it was impossible to free the chimeras any further, all because the energy of the dungeon was already at zero. Then the vampire flew up to Yun and asked if she had heard everything. It turned out that this elf was not a mercenary general, but a prince. The vampiress wasn't very surprised by this, because the man was much stronger than ordinary mercenaries. Seeing another chimera, Angela assumed that he was the court magician. At this time, the elf got down on his knees and began to ask what he needed to do to save Rikshashi. Then the vampire said that all he could do now was to stay out of the sight of the king of the dead. The vampire asked Yun to take care of the elf and prepare for the transition to the 5th level. At this time, the elf apologized to Rickshaw and said that he was still ready for anything. However, all he could do was observe. Having placed a shield on Rikshasha, the chimera left, and the enemies continued to watch. That was all the elf could do for her at the moment. The king of the dead reasoned that the master opened the portal to find the core. However, he also realized that the connection with the shield continued to weaken with each passing second. Belitius began to say that Jinwoo would not be able to make him let down his guard. He eventually ordered the dungeon to destroy the portal. The master immediately realized that this was a chance to get into the dungeon, but first, he needed to open the 5th level. There was still time left, and it was necessary to somehow detain the king of the dead. Then the master began to call the vampire, but the girl was a little busy. Hearing this, Jinwoo turned to Yun. The dungeon was already reaching the portal, and the master began to worry. At that moment, Shield understood that he had to protect all the elves in this chaos. So he shouted to the king of monsters. The elf said that it was better to die than to be his puppet. The vampire, seeing this, began to get angry, because she told the man not to stick his head out. For her, it was useless heroism. At this time, Lunar was flying screaming straight at Belicious. The king was very surprised, because the brainwashing had somehow ended. He began to talk to the elf, who was clearly struggling with something he had not been able to let go of in his past life. Belicious also told Lunar not to attach importance to a life that had already ended. The king began to brainwash the elf again. However, the man resisted with all his might. Lunar only shouted that the king's mistake was to leave the souls in the bodies of the elves. Ultimately, the manipulation of the entity ended in failure. Belicious began to shout that he had created this body, and that the shackled soul should not have any freedom. At that moment, the elf took off his costume. Lunar also said again that he would rather disappear than belong to the king of the dead. Jinwoo looked at what was happening in shock and did not understand how the soul left the body. Looking at the other elf, the boy realized that he had also stopped attacking. Apparently, he was showing his respect, and his brainwashing was also cancelled. The master was clearly irritated by the fact that he did not understand what was happening. Then the vampire began to say that she did not expect that there would be someone who knew how to do spiritualization. Spiritualization was a ritual that prevents the soul from going to the spirit realm. The price for this action was complete disappearance without the possibility of reincarnation. This skill was linked among the elves, and Angela suspected that they did it subconsciously. Then Jinwoo compared this skill to an archon, which confused the elf. At this time, Belicious tells Lunar that he can do whatever he wants, even kill the king. The king of the dead also said that he liked this body, but he could not do anything. Then Lunar said that he did not understand what a spirit was. The elf was able to touch the essence of the king. He had just begun to sense the callous soul of Belicious, which astonished the king. While killing the king himself, the elf apologized to the old ruler. At this moment, Angela and Jinwoo stood there, unable to even move from shock. Suddenly, the cries of rickshaw were heard and the master turned around. The elf asked Lunar not to do this, and asked the reason. With tears in her eyes, the girl screamed that he should protect her. But instead, he was dying for the second time. The master asked the vampire with confusion, and the girl replied that most likely the elf had disappeared along with the soul of the king of the dead. All the undead began to fall as well. However, the brainwashing of the elves was not undone, which seemed strange. Only half of the undead on the battlefield fell, and the rest were fine. At that moment, Angela realized that the soul return was beginning. The girl began to scream fearfully at the master that this was not the end, and that he should hurry and destroy the labyrinth. The king of the dead said that a third of his soul was gone, and he felt like he was throwing a banquet. However, Belicious couldn't bear it when the soul of the main body disappeared without a trace. It was somewhat like a resurrection of an entity, different from his previous state. Jinwoo and the vampire continued to listen to this. In the end, the king of the dead said that he would take control of the battlefield. The master began to say that he was interested in what he was going to do, but everything turned out to be simpler, because the king began to rely on scale. The guy also compared Belicious to the Flood Dragon King. Dodging the blows, the master thought that, apart from the fact that he was superior to the guy in strength, he was also superior in speed. However, the rest of the elves were still in a trance, even though their comrade had sacrificed himself. The unrest has reached level 4, and progress is slower because the festival labyrinth forces have been destroyed. There was also no labyrinth energy left to supplement with anything else. Looking at Yun, the boy kept repeating in his head for her to hurry up. Suddenly, the little girl seemed to hear Jinwoo and thought about something. At that very moment, the girl's eyes filled with red, and all the skeletons around her began to die. Then the master noticed that the excitement level of the festival began to reach 48%. The vampire was also shocked and turned towards Yun with concern. She didn't know if it was just her imagination. However, no, because all the undead in this area disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, the master began to call the baby again. The boy shouted for her to use Sweet Dream on the elven mage. Then the little girl pointed her hand and began to use the technique. The beam of light was directed straight at the elf. Noticing this, the man began to worry, but could not move. The vampire realized that it seemed like this technique had worked after all. Now all that was left for Angela to do was wake him up. The girl approached the elf and struck, as she wanted to pay for the past. However, the magician parried the vampire's blow. Shocked, Angela began screaming about how the guy was able to come out of the trance. After that, she started calling the master, which distracted his attention. Jinwoo approached the chained elf. At this moment, the man began to go into a trance. In his memories, the elves said that the prince wanted a younger brother, but a girl was born. The prince replied that it was not a problem because he would love his sister in any case. Elves had only one chance every few centuries to have children. Therefore, it did not matter to the prince that he had a little sister, if she filled the depths of his heart with happiness. If she were a boy, the guy would subject her to rigorous training. However, since it was a girl, they must protect her so that she never loses her smile. At least the elf should be free from the endless threat of war. The prince also said that he would take on the child's responsibilities. Coming out of his trance, the elf saw the king of the dead, who clearly looked upset. He reasoned that the connection with the elves was also becoming weaker, just as it had been with the shield man. However, Belicious couldn't let this happen just like that. After using force, the chimera again began to say that it could not be fooled by third-rate magic. Suddenly, the manipulation of the entity failed again. Then the king of the dead began to shout that if he could not control the elves, then he would simply destroy them instead. More attacks followed, and the master barely dodged them. Suddenly, Rickshaw ran out in front of his eyes, and Jinwoo became wary. He started yelling at the elf to stop and cease all actions. The rickshaw ran up to the elf and began to beg him to flee the battlefield. After all, she doesn't want to see him die again. With tears in her eyes, the girl continued to say that it was all her fault, and she had always been a burden to them. She screamed that if she had never existed, nothing would have happened. Suddenly, another attack from the dungeon of the dead followed. Not seeing the elf, the master began to worry that they were unable to dodge. Suddenly, the hand of the dungeon began to shine and crack. And all because at that moment the elf hugged the girl and said that she had done nothing wrong. The elf said that it seemed he was too late. However, they now have little time to explain everything. The prince did not want the girl to live the life of a military man. He couldn't even imagine the pain he had caused the elf with his wrong judgment. The guy kept apologizing for all his actions. When he saw Jinwoo, he wanted to ask him for protection for Rikshashi, but he felt very awkward. The master replied that the elf was still out of his mind. It didn't matter to Jinwoo who Riksha was before, because now she served him. However, if the girl is in danger, the guy will protect her to the end. Then the elf, with a smile in his eyes, said that this was all he needed. After that, he turned to Rickshaw. They hugged, and the elf turned to him with incomprehension. The elf began to release his soul from the body created by the king of the dead. Hugging his sister tightly, the boy said that she should live. He disappeared into the girl's arms, and Rickshaw was left sitting alone. The system indicated that it had detected a movement of spiritual energy caused by external factors. The master watched what was happening and did not understand anything. At that moment, the voice of another elf was heard from behind, saying that it seemed like his turn had come. The master asked what the magician was going to do. The Lich King thought that he once had only a small band of undead. He was ready to sacrifice his pride whenever he felt he was in danger. The king's feelings told him that this thing was dangerous. Finally, Belicious addressed all of his subordinates. Hearing that they had to run, the undead began to shake. The king told them to use all necessary means to get out of this place. Hearing him tell the undead to get out of the Naga's reach, the vampiress became wary. Angela started screaming to the master that the undead were running away. Then Jinwoo started shouting for the girl to leave them, because they couldn't let them escape. Suddenly the elf turned to the man and said that Her Highness's awakening could not be interrupted. After summoning the parasite, Jinwoo began to get angry. The vampire said she would take care of the undead. Then the king of the dead began to shout that it was all useless. The dungeon began to attack with even greater force. The vampire began to be sucked in, and the girl began to worry. The master began to search for Yun with all his might. However, the baby was already at the limit of her capabilities. The master understood that the Naga on the cliff were unable to stop thousands of undead. And then the first undead appeared, crawling upward. At the top stood a slug that was clearly hungry. Seeing this, the king of the dead became alarmed. All those who climbed the cliff disappeared, and he did not understand why. After that, looking at the cliff again, he realized that it was the king of gluttony who was killing everyone. Then the slug said that it was probably not him. However, the guy was still extremely hungry. The king of the dead began to curse Anaxtis, because he could not cope with the slug. Suddenly he turned around because he noticed something. There was a tunnel through which the labyrinth of the dead passed. However, the tunnel was also blocked. Suddenly, Koi jumped out of it and immediately began an attack. Dominica began to order the Nagas to help the master. Seeing them all, the master was very happy. The guy asked them to treat all undead as seeds. The king of the dead was in complete despair and did not know what to say. Eventually, he commanded his soul to return. Suddenly, the undead began to move, and the master no longer understood what was happening. Angela approached the guy and asked if the king of the dead had surrendered. Then Jinwoo replied that the man was probably regaining his strength since he no longer had a way to retreat. At this time, the king of the dead said that it had been a long time since he had been cornered to such a state. And even taking this into account, he still does not see any victory, because defeat is inevitable. The king's non-existent heart began to beat. Smiling, he also said that he finally felt alive. And after that, with rage in his eyes, he began to shout that he would fight to the end. It began to collapse, and apparently the king had used up all his energy. The elf at this time said that he was still a lower undead. However, he still had a body to sacrifice. The elf assumed that this would only be temporary, since it was forced. As he left, the man also asked to restore the once glorious elven dynasty in Geyser. Suddenly the rickshaw started to rise. The girl looked like a real royal princess of the High Elves. When Dominica saw her, she was shocked by her new appearance. Since the soul had reunited, the master had no reason to spare his strength. The boy told the elf not to worry about the black traders, because he would definitely clear the way. Finally, the master said that now everything is in the hands of Rikshashi. The girl thanked him and prepared for battle. Belitius at this time said that the dead sheep would become a wandering flock, and asked to be allowed to find the right path. The king also said that everyone would be resurrected and separated through him. The sheep and the place he was in were the only reasons for the existence of the king of the dead. And all this happened in the world of dead sheep. Seeing the state of the labyrinth, the vampire was shocked. The labyrinth had no shape. After this, the girl realized that he was unstable and corrupted. Angela began to warn the master that the king had probably reached the level of the aristocrats. However, the master didn't care what level he was. Belitius began to scream with fury and madness in his eyes, his mouth open. At that moment, the elf began to use her magic. The monster screamed that it was all useless against him. Immediately after these words, there followed a blow to the face. The rickshaw puller did not stop there and continued to beat the king. The parasite Jinwoo wrapped around the king from behind. The system showed several statuses of horror and fear. The king, in the form of a monster, began to ask the elf if she really thought that such an attack would work on him. When Jinwoo grabbed him, he started shouting at Rikshasha. He did this so that the elf could take revenge. Turning to the sage, Rickshaw asked to borrow his power for a short time. Seeing the growing attack, the dead king began to scream in horror. Without giving up, the king continued to shout that he would kill everyone anyway. The rickshaw was approaching him with furious speed. Using the spirit blade, she aimed her attack straight at the king. The girl also informed him that she was going to cut him in half. After this, Belitius asked the master if he intended to die with him. Jinwoo replied that he was sure that nothing would happen to him. Suddenly, the king saw Anaxtis in the boy's eyes. And at that very moment, Rickshaw jumped on Belitius. Flying towards him, the girl screamed for him to die. And then the head of the king of the dead began to split in half. In the end, the whole body and soul were cut. Then Rickshaw told him to stop pretending to be dead and get up. At this point, the king replied that he had been dead from the very beginning. He also said that he had no intention of avoiding the situation by pretending to be dead. Coming closer, the master said that he did not think that Belitius would still be alive after this. Then the king replied that they had no need to worry. Namely because he won't be able to go far. After that, he told the elf to end it all for him. However, the girl simply turned around and said that there was no point in her killing the king anymore, since he was dead from the beginning. She also noted that she would have preferred to simply prolong Belitius's suffering. Then the master asked Rikshasha if she was sure of her decision. The elf said he would make him suffer pain. Belitius asked if he was talking about the right guys. Jinwoo said that they were done with this dialogue, and they just needed to take him away. John appeared out of nowhere. Belitius wanted to say something, but due to his condition, he was unable to squeeze out even half the words. John said that a group of black traders had arrived at their service. Dominica said they were done with the preparations. Jinwoo thought about John's words. He also remembered the elf's words. John said that no one really won in this deal. Jinwoo began to weigh their words. Clutching his head, he realized that he would gain nothing from this war. Dominica asked if it was okay to give them the king. Belitius's eyes lit up. John told the elf to wait for him. John used his magic. Dominica said his words wouldn't leave her head. Jinwoo told Quint to move on to another problem. Quint looked at Jinwoo with an uneasy expression and asked if he was okay. Rakshisa sat and did not understand what was happening. Jinwoo asked if she was okay. Turning around, she saw Jinwoo. She asked what happened to her. According to the demon, it was the curse of Geyser that returned with the consequences of the forced awakening. The master informed the girl that she had been sleeping for about 3 days. The elf immediately began to apologize for not being able to do her job. Now that Belitius is gone, the nearby labyrinths will begin to move. Then the master said that the girl's job was to take care of these guys. The guy also said that it was only true until she took revenge on the king. The rickshaw was no longer connected to the Naga labyrinth, and was only a guest. Then the elf sadly lowered her eyes and did not know what to say. After thinking for a bit, the girl thanked the master for giving her the opportunity to take revenge. She also thanked him for being able to awaken people like herself. Thanks to the guy and the Nagas, she was still alive. The elf began to beg the master to allow her to continue working under his command. The girl wanted to continue working for the guy as a submissive subordinate. Rakshisa said she wanted to help the Naga labyrinth thrive. Jinwoo asked who would work to the point of exhaustion on the front lines, where royalty and lineage meant nothing. Jinwoo said that he wanted to ask her anyway. But he rejects her request. Jinwoo added that if he hadn't done this, she would have run away to do her job a long time ago. Jinwoo noted that despite the lack of damage, she slept for 3 days and didn't eat anything. Jinwoo said that as soon as she recovered, he would definitely come to see her. In the meantime, she will rest as a guest. Rakshisa fell at her master's feet. Jinwoo informed Dominica that she was okay. Jinwoo noted that they will stop for a while to restore strength and stabilize the situation. Quint happily said that most likely all the labyrinths already know what happened to the labyrinth of the dead. Quint shouted that the news had already spread throughout all the labyrinths. Jinwoo said that they had accomplished a lot in a short period of time. Quint expressed confidence that they would form an alliance. The king asked to call Uther. Jinwoo said he needed to meet Malaxis. Hecarim noted that he had been sent an invitation, but they didn't even prepare the bare necessities. Ariana didn't expect him to come, since he never had time for them. She added that they were in the middle of a swamp. Hecarim said that now was not the time to play the aristocrat. The newcomer was surprised that first there was Anaxtis, and now Belicious, and he added that they must take into account his potential. Ariana asked if he could get straight to the point. He asked if she was afraid for Belicious. Ariana responded that his image had sunk as low as a swamp. The guy who came said that the most annoying guy from the Naga labyrinth is still there, and he added that the king of the hammer and anvil is on friendly terms with this labyrinth. Hecarim noted that given the location of Jinwoo's labyrinth and his powers, he was the weakest. The man was surprised that he was even ready to resist him when he was scared. If another master of the labyrinth takes his side, the balance of the 9th floor will be completely disrupted. Then one of those who came said that she thought that the balance had already been upset. The Dream Labyrinth and the Swamp Labyrinth are good for defense, but it is too risky for the Naga Labyrinth to attack the Wanderer Labyrinth. Assuming that the Naga King is not stupid, they will find themselves in an endless dead end. Hecarim didn't like the idea, but he still decided to consider the proposal. When they decided to ask Ariana, the girl replied that she needed more time to think about everything. Then the newcomer said that she still had not gotten rid of her fallen fairy instincts. Ariana replied that there was one thing that was bothering her. She learned the information from her girls, who were able to brainwash some of her henchmen. Apparently, these were aristocrats of a deeper level, and they were clearly planning to invade. 2 days after the war, the king of the dead sat in the territory of a group of black traders. He laughed with all his might because he was in a room without mana or security, bound only by chains. He understood that in this place, most likely, there was no mana at all, but there was a lot of miasma there. This meant that there were a lot of corpses in this place, and this was the first time they had captured intelligent undead. The merchants apparently had no idea that the undead consumed miasma. Having collected enough, the king realized that it was time for him to leave. Belidius reasoned that the merchants did not know that his soul transfer magic depended on more than just the labyrinth. However, the king spent eternity in the labyrinth of the dead, researching the magic of soul transference, and eventually found a way to use it myself. All he needed was to find an undead body, as long as it was fresh. Suddenly someone's roar was heard, a Geyserian was found, and although this was not what Belicious wanted, he had no other choice. After the coordinates of the body's location were discovered, the king began the transfer. The man understood that he shouldn't overdo it and act step by step. Suddenly a demon appeared, saying that he had fallen asleep while waiting for Belicious. Then the king said that half of his soul had already left this place. At this moment, the demon began to say that the lower undead that grew to this level were quite attractive, so this fueled his collector's spirit. However, he wondered what would happen if the undead born from the collection of thoughts remained alive. The monster asked what nonsense the demon was talking about. Suddenly he felt severe pain and panicked. At that moment, the demon said that he needed to rewrite the magic array. The soul fragments began to gather again, and the monster simply could not lose the initiative. The demon asked the monster why he should live if he felt nothing. He also asked the dead man if he was interested in experiencing what life was like for an undead being with a beating heart. The monster began to reason that the living have many limitations, and asked to stop. The soul is attached to the body and limited by its powers. The king shouted about the cancellation of soul transfer magic. John said that he had already seized the initiative. The king said he couldn't just sit there and do nothing, so he decided to pick out all the other parts. John folded his hands, saying that was enough. John noted that Belicious was asking for a lot. He asked how far he could go, and he said that he would keep an eye on Belicious if he suddenly became a new hero. John expressed the hope that Belicious would entertain him. The monster snapped his fingers, and even Belicious didn't have time to say a word. Belicious began to think that the soul transfer magic had sent him into a living body. He began to wonder about his whereabouts. Looking around, he saw a lot of holes in the walls, and thought it looked like a living space. Looking at his hands, he was surprised, as they were quite bulky. After thinking for a while, he began to use magic, but was immediately stunned by the fact that he had difficulty creating a small ice cube. Then he began to think that a living body should progress as it grows. It looks like the keywords have taken effect, so this place must be this labyrinth. He began to think that it was time for him to find out what this labyrinth was, and therefore he needed to look at another life form. He was unable to walk, and when he saw his lower body, he was completely shocked. He screamed at what he saw, as he was not prepared for this. Then an unfamiliar voice greeted him. One of his subordinates appeared in front of him. His eyes were so wide with surprise that it seemed like they were about to fall out. He started touching himself in complete panic. One of the slaves began to explain who he was. The already familiar slaves began to discuss the newcomer among themselves. The subordinate thought that being responsible for the newcomer was normal, and that he just needed to be shown the maze. The new guy fell and tried to crawl, but the subordinate was surprised to see that he couldn't even crawl. The two slaves began to discuss him, saying that after a while everything would be fine. After thinking for a moment, one of them said that he thought so. The newcomer was delighted with the smell of delicious food. But suddenly he fell down, screaming about pain in his arm. When the new boy began to choke and the slaves saw this, they ran up to him. They started shouting that he needed to take more air. It was the new guy's second day in the Naga labyrinth. The king and Dominica greeted the new arrival. Dominica started talking about him. Jinwoo laughed at the word worker. Jinwoo said it was strange that he showed up with a worker's badge, but everything should be fine. And he ordered Dominique to put him to different jobs and see which one he did best. Dominica replied that from now on she would assign the child to another worker. Then Jinwoo wondered if he should be happy about this. One of the slaves thought they needed a new hero-class Naga. Dominica said they were ready to go to the Hammer and Anvil labyrinth. Jinwoo replied that they would need a guide, so he would go and negotiate with Uther. When it was time for lunch in the Naga workers' dormitory, the newcomer watched the others' actions with suspicion. Then he made his way to the place where he had ended up the first time. He thought about having to kneel. Then he thought that he must not be caught until he had regained his strength. He concentrated on his actions. His strength was running out and he gave up. Then he thought that it would take him decades to tune his powers. The slave remembered that the amount of manta is determined at birth. He was thinking about his next steps. His problem was that miasma was poisonous to living things. If mana is like fresh food, then miasma is like waste. He pulled himself together again and began to calm down. But he didn't have to wait long. He started running around the room due to severe panic. He realized that there was no miasma inside the labyrinth. Another slave found him and began to scold him for leaving dinner. The subordinate said that he was very angry with him. The slave then asked where they were fighting when the water dragons invaded. When the subordinate asked how he knew this, the slave became nervous and did not know what to say. The subordinate said that all the wars took place right outside the walls of the labyrinth. Then the subordinate asked if he wanted to see the outer wall. But as soon as the slave joyfully asked if he would see the corpses of the water dragons, the subordinate interrupted him, saying that there was nothing left there. Then the subordinate asked what exactly the slave wanted to see. The subordinate didn't have time to say a word when he interrupted him, and they headed to the cemetery. They reached a door with a sign that said, "Temporary Cemetery." When the slave saw this, his eyes lit up with happiness. When he saw the remains, he realized that they were raging miasmas. The subordinate began to explain that this was a place where corpses were kept after hunting and war. When the subordinate said that only those who were being punished were sent to this place, the slave, waving his hands, declared that he himself wanted to be here. The slave added that he alone would manage the cemetery. Then the slave shouted that since he was the youngest, he should be in this place. The subordinate said that he would ask Dominica to assign a slave to work in the cemetery. The subordinate was shocked and found it strange. When they reached Dominica, she asked him for a long time if this was really his desire. The slave confirmed that it was his own desire and no one forced him. Dominica warned that there had been a lot of carcasses piling up due to frequent hunting in recent times. Dominique found this strange. The slave insisted that this work was meant only for him. Dominica noted that even the master asked to find a job according to his wishes. She added that if he really liked the job, then she would allow it. The slave swore his loyalty and willingness to do the work. He didn't expect his plan to work so well. Dominica warned that they would build a recreation room nearby. Dominica admitted that she was shocked by the new slave. Hammer and Anvil Labyrinth, Forge. A henchman came running to the king, reporting that an urgent report had been received from the scouts. He thundered that an army of Nagas was approaching them and would arrive in a couple of days. Taking up his hammer, the king was surprised by the size of the army. The entire Naga army was approaching their kingdom. The king asked if there were people there. The henchman was yelled at by security because of his boring answer. Then the henchman began to scold himself for this. By this time, an army of Nagas approached their labyrinth. The king did not expect their leader to come in person. He ordered everyone to gather and prepare for an important meeting. When the Naga army approached the labyrinth, they didn't expect that the Goblin King wasn't a goblin. The king laughed, saying that they were alike. They sat down at the table and began to discuss. The Goblin King apologized for his labyrinth. The king said it was the best labyrinth he had ever seen. He began to explain its structure, paying attention to each passage. The Naga King asked if this was not the best place for a fortress. The Goblin King replied that it was their fortress, and they would work hard to improve it. He felt a little sad because it was difficult to find food. Jinwoo began to reflect on what they had been cultivating while others were unaware. Jinwoo was thinking about how he could capture this fortress, and he asked why the Goblin King opened the door for him and if they had a plan. Then the Goblin King denied his words. The king said that he had no need to turn his back on them, since they had no important structures. The king added that there was no point in this, since even Anaxtis had done nothing. The king lowered his head slightly and did not have time to say what was troubling him. The king continued that if they fought everyone, they would suffer great losses. The king pointed to his soldiers and made it clear that they were terrified. The king thanked Jiwoo for protecting them. Jiwoo replied that he was glad about their improving relationship. The king said that Jiwoo must know the reason for their visit. The king asked to give them a little time. The king apologized for his tactlessness. Because of the desert lands, they could not hunt, and therefore depended on black traders. The king added that they would have to give Jiwoo 30% of the gems if he became their knight. The king noted that they were already in a difficult situation, and if he gave away such a quantity, their condition would worsen. Jiwoo asked when he asked the king to become his knight. Then Jiwoo asked how loyal the one he would make his knight would be to him. The king asked why Jiwoo had come. Jiwoo replied that he came for the alliance, as he needed an ally he could rely on. The king was taken aback by Jiwoo's words, as their forces were several times smaller, and instead of taking them into submission, Jiwoo wanted to create an alliance with them. The king said that when he became an aristocrat, he received envoys from the 9th floor. But this was only a pretense, as they were busy spying on his labyrinth. Jiwoo reminded him that no matter how hard it was for them to meet, they brought him a box of gems. Jiwoo said that he hired a lot of troops for himself with the help of these gems, adding that it was no different from what they had already fought together, and if necessary, he would like to reward him, and not take something from the king. The king laughed, saying that Jiwoo was indeed different from others. Then the king called his minions and ordered them to bring things. The king's eyes widened in surprise. In front of him lay a weapon made from the most precious gems. One of the henchmen knelt down and handed the weapon to Jiwoo. Having taken it, Jiwoo was proud of himself. The king said that he originally wanted to use Jiwoo as a bargaining chip, but in the end, this was not necessary. The king added that this would symbolize the union between the Naga labyrinth and the Hammer and Anvil labyrinth. The king said that it had never occurred to him before to get out of this valley, but he was also the master of his labyrinth and could not stay locked up all the time. The two kings shook hands, and Jiwoo promised him eternal prosperity. Angela and the slug discussed their unnecessary presence in this place. All troops worked in 3 shifts, protecting the labyrinths and hunting. The king said that even if they were allies, Jinwoo was the commander, so it would be better to clearly state the king's capabilities. The king had a labyrinth rank of number 5, and an army of 600 majestic units, including 2 hero classes. Everyone took a very long time and approached the work responsibly. When they prepared for everyday life, everyone put on the gear they had created themselves. There were goblins who could use magic, but it was mostly used on powder kegs. Jiwoo said it looked more like a medieval castle than a labyrinth. Dominica asked if the king liked Malaxis. Jinwoo asked if there was any news about the other labyrinths. Dominica replied that nothing special happened. A slave ran up to the king and informed him that messengers were standing at the gates, waiting for permission to enter. Jinwoo asked which labyrinth they came from. The slave replied that they represented the labyrinth of wanderers' dreams and swamps. The messengers approached the king, knelt down and greeted him. Dominica asked them to state the purpose of their visit. One of the messengers spoke up, saying that they would never have come just like that. They continued by noting that their masters admired the king's exploits. Just as he was about to add something, Jinwoo interrupted him, asking if there would be a meeting. Jinwoo also asked if he was being deceived. One of the messengers replied that this could not be, and if it had happened, they would not have named the 3 labyrinths. Jinwoo suggested that perhaps there were actually 3 masters of the labyrinth who were looking for ways to counter each other before the new problem arose. One of those who came asked, not understanding what the king said, "The meeting will take place in a month near the swamp labyrinth, closest to the center of the floor." The envoys reported that the topic of this meeting would be the invasion of the 9th floor by the 10th floor aristocratic union. They confirmed that they had left our territory. It hasn't been a week since the end of the war, and they are not giving us any respite. The king said that during the Great War they did nothing. He doesn't understand why they are acting now. Dominica noticed that it looked like a trap. Jinwoo added that if this is true, the consequences will be enormous. Dominica asked if the king would attend the meeting. Jinwoo asked where the black traders were now. Jinwoo said he would be back soon. A couple of days later, at the place where the Labyrinth of the Dead was located, Jinwoo met a merchant. The merchant asked how Jinwoo was doing. The merchant reported that they were creating the foundation for a new labyrinth. Jinwoo asked if this meant that they would allow another labyrinth to take the place of the Water Dragon labyrinth. The merchant replied that they would start from scratch. and Jinwoo asked what he meant. The guy asked what would happen after it was finished, to which the monster replied that a new labyrinth would be created here, but it won't belong to Belicious. Jinwoo asked how he knew him, and the merchant began to remember. The monster remembered that he was the one who took care of his corpse. Jinwoo confidently stated that he didn't like the appearance of the new labyrinth. The merchant, in fear, began to beg the boy not to leave, because he had already agreed to do so. The young man noted that in the negotiations, it was stated that he would give Belicious the core of the labyrinth of the dead, but the merchant said that they were both destroyed. The monster asked not to worry, because the labyrinth will not appear anytime soon. He also told Jinwoo that the core was on the verge of collapse, and most of the funding was going towards its preservation. To extract the core safely, you have to sacrifice some of its energy, but there is no energy left there. Jinwoo asked the merchant what would happen if the core was forcibly removed. The monster replied that it would be completely destroyed. At that very moment, the core crumbled right in the guy's hands. Keeping his cool, the master said it was an accident, and also confirmed the merchant's words. The monster, seeing the destroyed core, screamed in horror. He began to ask Jinwoo why he made such a mistake. The master asked the merchant to calm down. The guy said it was an accident, and asked not to call him rudely. The monster said that now he would be killed because of this. Jinwoo said that the big-fanged boar tribe was preparing to move to the 9th floor. He asked the merchant why he didn't just tell them to move here. The monster replied that then there would be an empty space on the 8th floor. The master didn't realize that the core labyrinth was such a rare resource. The merchant said that even they don't know how this core is made. It hides in places like altars and looks for a master. Once it finds it, it begins to reach the 3rd rank of the labyrinth. And after that, it acquires its original form. The master, having taken out a small core of the labyrinth, was convinced that this thing was very rare. The merchant did not understand where the guy got this item from. And then, kneeling down, he said that if Jinwoo had a new one registered, he could have just said so right away. The black merchant also said that they had no choice but to demand compensation from the master for destroying the labyrinth core. Jinwoo turned away and said that he needed to prepare for negotiations. The monster continued to say that with this labyrinth seed, they would be able to overpower the boars from the 8th floor. Then the master pointed to the core and shouted that the merchant's life was in his hands. He began to wonder what would happen if his parasite had consumed the labyrinth. The monster begged the boy and said that he had nothing to give in return. After that, he remembered that the aristocrats from the 10th floor were preparing to invade the 9th floor. The master began to clarify the information. The merchant then clarified that this was most likely a false rumor, since they would never have started a war on their own. The monster became so worried that they might be overheard that he asked the master to move further away. After they moved behind the wall, the merchant began to talk about the main thing. The 9th floor, it turned out, had been destroyed, and the aristocrats had long since lost any fighting spirit they had. There was a bloodbath there in the past, but now they are more focused on who can build the biggest palace. The master did not understand why the owners of the labyrinths would gather together to come up with an obvious trap. Then the merchant said that most aristocrats worship a certain person. That man was Count Parthenon of Despair from the 11th floor. Jinwoo said he had never heard that name before. At this moment, the monster told the master that he was an old enemy of Count Anatolius. Then the guy asked what this had to do with the 9th floor. He didn't understand what business the monster could have here. After the merchant's words, the housemaster, who looks like Anatolius's henchman. Then the monster said that the problem was that others saw it differently than the guy did. He also said that rumors about the master and the Naga labyrinth are quite widespread. 3 months after the creation of the labyrinth, the boy managed to defeat the king of the water dragons who ruled before the Great War. It sounded unreal, but the merchant himself witnessed how it happened. Eventually, the master said that the merchant was getting off topic. Then the monster said that the problem was that after everything that happened, Anatolius visited the labyrinth of the Nagas. Immediately after this, the master defeated Belicious. Naturally, the monster from the 11th floor would think that Anatolius himself did all the hard work. And it was precisely this secret of the continued success of the Naga labyrinth that lay in this graph. The merchant thought that the reason why the abyssal forces, who considered the Count as their enemy, turned their attention to the master was because of these rumors. After this dialogue, the master clarified all the information several more times. Jinwoo realized that he didn't have time to worry about what the other labyrinths on the 9th floor thought. Suddenly the merchant said that there was no labyrinth on the 9th floor except for the Naga, who was the Count's witness. All because he killed every single scout who would not have entered. The labyrinths know that there was once some creature from the abyss here. The monster assumed they thought of it as an intrusion between floors. The merchant also mentioned the news, but did not know how it would affect the master's mood. However, after the war with the King of the Dead, the Count decided to officially sponsor the boy. Some goods are being shipped directly from the 11th floor, but this will take at least a few weeks. This news upset the master very much because he wanted to rest. When the merchant began to say that he had told everything, the boy replied that this was not enough. The monster began to get angry because he told everything he knew. Then Jinwoo said that the merchant's life depended on this core just as much as the master's life. Suddenly, the guy asked the merchant if they were doing business on the 10th floor. The monster replied that someone else was responsible for everything there, and allowed the master to go with them. And then he thought about his words. Then the guy said he wanted to see what was going on downstairs. Sometime later, when Dominica found out about this, she was very upset. The guy said he needed to know the enemy to make the test easier. He was also sure that there was a rule against attacking a group of black traders. At this point, the vampire said that there were wild animals there that would easily notice any amateur disguise, as well as many groups of mercenaries and bandits that are not associated with any labyrinth. Then the master said that the group of black traders was well organized, and they could not be simply robbed. Rickshaw said that she did not think that the owner of the labyrinth should be constantly exposed to danger. The girl asked the owner to stay in the labyrinth, and she went instead of him. The master flatly refused this. The guy also said that he destroyed the threatening forces, and now the aristocrats are hunting them. They cannot know if the maze level will increase at the right moment, or if reinforcements will arrive at the perfect time. After that, Jinwoo ended the conversation and said that he would be in his room. The girls were left in confusion and did not know what to do. The guy walked to his room and understood that they were worried. Because no matter how strong the labyrinth was, if he died, then everything would be over. However, there is a big difference between second-hand and first-hand information about the enemy. Every time the master killed an enemy, a stronger one would appear. Therefore, there may be clues in the abyss that will help in the next attack. Suddenly, a dragon came up from behind, and the master said menacingly that he had asked not to disturb him. Then the dragon said that Quintus had asked to call the master. It turned out that a mercenary had arrived, who had decided to visit them once again after the war. Then the dragon said that this was most likely a heroic rank mercenary. After some time, a crowd of henchmen gathered in the labyrinth square. The mercenary introduced himself as a wandering knight of Gazer. He wanted to see the owner, and did not understand why he was being told to leave. Quint then asked the mercenary about the purpose of his visit, and he replied that he wanted to fight a duel with his master. The man asked why Quint didn't feel the same, and he replied that he was following orders. The hero also asked about the horse that befits all knights. There was a loud noise in the square. The master approached from behind the hero. The mercenary was surprised when he saw him, because he had imagined him to be taller. He began to ask for a fight, and said that if the master won, the mercenary would become his sword. The master began to discuss that the mercenary definitely had the rank of a hero, but he looked weaker than the dragon. The guy started asking the man why he came here. The mercenary replied that he wanted to see for himself the power that was rumored, so he came to fight the owner in a duel. Suddenly the master asked the same question again. Then the mercenary began to repeat the same words again, and the guy clarified that he needed the true purpose of his visit. Jinwoo didn't understand whether the mercenary thought he was stupid, or the other way around. The guy told the mercenary that if he wanted to lie, he should have at least changed his armor. The master asked what the Knight of Anatolius was doing here. At that moment, the mercenary took off his mask. Madness was visible in his eyes, and said not to pronounce his name. Then the master realized that this mercenary was half bull. The guy started saying that it was rather rude to speak about his master like that. The man then said that he was part of the Iron Knights before he came here. He also noted that he left of his own free will. When the master asked why, the man replied that he simply hated Anatolius. This made the guy laugh and worry at the same time. Jinwoo didn't understand why the mercenary would voluntarily leave the Count's Iron-Smooth Knights to take charge of the defense from the 9th floor. The mercenary continued to convince that everything said above was true. The master continued to disbelieve, because he knew that the 10th floor was full of individuals who hated Anatolius. The Count himself walked through the 10th floor to get to the 9th, just to talk to the guy. However, the master now realized that his little walk was just a plan aimed at completely depriving the guy of the right to choose. The mercenary said that he was not a valuable subordinate at all, and that Jinwoo did not know the Count very well. It was true that he was very meticulous and careful in his plans. However, the mercenary was nobody to the Count. At the end, the man said that the conversation was going on too long, and if they continued talking, the duel would turn into a battle to the death. The mercenary once again asked the owner to accept his request for a duel. The man also said that his goal was to personally verify the master's strength. The master already has a headache from all the chaos that is happening. In the end, the guy decided to accept the mercenary's challenge. However, the master had a condition. Even if he won, the mercenary would not become his sword. Jinwoo ordered that his secret be taken to the grave with him. After that, the guy rushed towards the mercenary at high speed. The man was surprised that the master was going to attack with his halberd instead of defending. He considered this type of attack to be a disgrace. The master easily cut off the mercenary's head, and did not expect that he would not even react to the attack. The knight's body began to attack Jinwoo from behind while he was unaware. Turning around, the guy was shocked by what was happening. Having fought off the attack with difficulty, the master still could not understand how the man moved without a head. The mercenary began to say that all he did was blink, and the next moment, he was already staring into space. He thought he couldn't defeat his master, but he couldn't give up until he showed what he was capable of. The knight turned his head and shouted that he would give everything he had. While Jinwoo held off the attack, the henchmen crowded around the fallen head in confusion. The knight asked the horned rats to move his head closer to his body. He said that the duel had just begun, and he couldn't look so pathetic. Suddenly, a vampire appeared in front of him. She wondered why the mercenary seemed so familiar to her. And then, raising her head, Angela greeted Balzac. He was a high-ranking undead known as Adil Yuhan. The vampire also said that everything the man said earlier was true. The master was surprised because he could not believe that he had actually left Anatolius because he hated him. Dilicons always ride on a horse or some other animal, and also that they are self-aware, just like Belicious. Dilicons inherit the body and soul from their past life. This creature can be created by dying during a battle and immediately awakening as an undead. Then the vampire added that the man must die by decapitation, and also feel deep disgust for the man who killed him. Having put all these facts together, the master realized that the knight was killed by Anatolius. The man then began to tell that he was a member of an old mercenary group made up of therianthropes in the abyss. Like any mercenary group, they rested in the labyrinths of clients when they were hired. Their old captain was chosen by the mercenaries as a labyrinth. Then he appointed a new knight, and at the same time tried to expel everyone. The master did not understand why the mercenaries did not like that the labyrinth chose them. Then the man replied that the whole point was to wait until the new labyrinth was fattened and then eat it. The knight also said that in his past life his king was wise. Over the years as mercenaries, they have collected enough gems to fill their master's room and more. Each improvement took quite a long time, and of course they chose one of them to protect. The mercenaries were able to quickly increase the level of the labyrinth and gain more strength for the battle. The story of their labyrinth spread far and wide throughout Gazer as they successfully defended themselves against every attack. At that moment, the man felt like he had finally done something with his life. He also thought that their king would become a real aristocrat, and they would actually live on the 11th floor. And all because then the surrounding labyrinths recognized them. Although in reality it was all forced. It was then that Anatolius personally attacked the mercenaries. The knight asked the captain what was the matter. He then began to ask how long the man was going to continue calling the master of the labyrinth captain. The guy also said that he was on a completely different level compared to a mercenary like him. Noticing his friend's fear, the guy asked why he was afraid. Then the comrade pointed to the count, who covered 100 meters in just one step. Then the master said that although this was the most difficult enemy they had ever encountered, they had nevertheless made it here. And it's also possible that he's an easier enemy than they think. The knight was alarmed by this situation. At this moment, the master of the labyrinth ordered the action to begin. He began to call on everyone to listen to him. Their opponents were Count Anatolius the Iron Giant and about 100 of his knights. The owner continued to shout that they were no longer a newborn fragile labyrinth or some group of mercenaries. This was the final step and test in the name of the labyrinth of therianthropes. Everyone shouted in one voice that their master was an invincible commander. And then the guy ordered to begin the attack. The count's knight turned to his master. He said that there is a kind of nobility that can only be felt in stupid creatures. Then the count said that he had to express his respect. At this moment, the chief knight said for everyone to prepare for the attack. Then the count took his huge sword, and smoke spread throughout the entire area. The knight had never seen anything like it. His master ordered him to take 2 babies and pretend to be dead, and also said that he would be a wall for them. The boy apologized for not expecting the count to be so strong. At that moment, everything they had created over the years, it was destroyed by just one attack. When the knight woke up, he was surprised that he had not even lost his limbs. It was a miracle that the man only broke his legs. Seeing the 2 little children, he was glad that they were also still alive, although seriously wounded. He needed to get his comrades before the enemy got to them. Suddenly something struck the man very strongly. The count's knight informed the master that the master of the labyrinth was dead. But there were several survivors who were not affected by the death of the labyrinth. Then Anatolius ordered that mercy be shown to them. At that moment, his knight attacked one of the kids with great speed. The man was shocked and didn't know how to react. He didn't understand why the knights were finishing off the little ones. The man asked the Dark Knight, confused what he was doing. However, he didn't pay any attention to him. The man watched as his allies continued to be mercilessly pierced with the sword. He didn't understand anything, and his eyes darkened. He finally shouted that this could not be called mercy. Suddenly Anatolius approached him with a request to talk. Turning around, the man was stunned with fear. After that, He shouted that the Count had to destroy their little labyrinth because he was afraid of something. He continued to shout that they had no precious stones or valuable treasures. The Count replied that he was simply showing respect, since the boys were the ones who held the weapons in their hands and expressed a desire for war. Extending his hand, the Count said that they had made their own choice. The man continued to yell at him to stop trying to act like a good guy. Then Anatolius said that he was attracted by potential, and also, if promising people come in the form of wanderers, then he will accept them. The Count also added that the mercenaries do not meet his standards. And all because they turned out to be nothing more than a crowd of stupid animals who could not appreciate their enemy. The Count simply compressed the eternal pain into a short moment to give them all peace. After this, Anatolius asked the man to accept his mercy. The man was shocked and didn't know what to say. He didn't understand how he could be grateful. Addressing the Count, the man said that he had come all this way with the hero-rank knights just to chat. The Count destroyed thousands of soldiers defending the labyrinth. Grabbing a huge stone, the man asked the Count if he could hear himself. After this, he threw a stone at Anatolius and asked him to accept it as his gratitude. Then the Count said that it was not courageous to allow his emotions to rule him. His knight also noted that they always heard the same monologue from the survivors. Besides, this labyrinth was just a gathering place of animals. Then the Count remarked that he would like to try something new. Suddenly the man spoke again, and said that he was sure that to them they were just a pack of animals. He also had no doubt that a bunch of weaklings had gotten together. It all looked like nothing more than a colony of ants fighting for their lives. Taking his head in his hands, the man began shouting at the Count again. Anatolius was already about to leave. However, the man on his horse began to attack. At that moment, the Count said that only the strong survive in Geyser, and he should simply accept his fate. He also said that nothing would change. Suddenly the man jumped and attacked the Count. He screamed, his eyes burning with rage. Seeing the man's aspiration, Anatolius said that it all looked quite interesting. The Count's knight asked for forgiveness because everything happened so suddenly, and he was unable to react in time. He didn't expect the man to rise as an undead being to continue attacking. Having prepared for battle, the knight said that he would take care of him. Then the Count said that there had been countless enemies who had attacked him, but that such a thing had never happened before. He also said that the Dilicons feed on hatred, but most of them do not achieve their goal of revenge. Then the knight added that he had heard that in the process they also lose their minds. The Count ordered the man to be accepted and trained as a knight. Anatolius assumed that if the object of his hatred was always near him, he would not go mad until he gave up his revenge. So the Count decided to see when this beast would change his mind. They ended up with some pretty interesting loot. Having told the whole story, the master decided to clarify whether the man had joined him as a knight without resistance. Then the mercenary said that he woke up in his labyrinth and caused a real commotion. After this, the man was silent for a moment. And all because he couldn't even defeat the Count's weakest knight. All of Anatolius' iron-blooded knights were of hero rank or higher. The master was shocked that Anatolius had more than 100 hero-rank knights. Then the mercenary asked if he could tell the second part of his story. Nothing special happened after that. The chief knight tried to convince the man that he would not be able to leave even a scratch on the Count. However, the mercenary believed that this was not a conviction, but a message from the Count. The man decided to demonstrate that he could easily detach his head without any problems. The vampire asked why he needed to make a mountain out of a molehill by hiding his identity. The mercenary replied that he thought that if he introduced himself as an undead, the master would not like him. Jinwoo, having assessed everything the man said, understood his situation. Although it was a bit long, the information was very valuable. The master decided to reward the man and invited him to the training hall. The guy also said that causing more damage to the area than had already been done would be rude to the workers. The mercenary nodded his head and followed. He said he would give it his all this time. And now they were standing in the training hall of the Naga labyrinth. The mercenary put down his weapon and looked around. The master said that even though he was undead, the man should avoid mortal wounds. The knight said that this time everything would not be as simple as before. The master replied that this was exactly what he wanted. The duel began and the knight became filled with rage. After a while, he was already lying in a death pose. The man said that it turned out that he was not the only one who did not use all his strength. The master asked if the mercenary meant to say that he became stronger with a horse. The boy also asked why Anatolius had not provided him with a single horse or animal. The man replied that they did not know the reason, but a Dilicon could not ride a living creature. Although walking undead can be found, the master has never seen such an animal. The new worker thought that making a ghost horse would be easy. Then Angela said that if the black trader had left the Belicious alive, there would have been a way to create her. The master replied that even if he were here, it still wouldn't make much difference. And all because even the chimeras were just corpses that were revived more carefully. The biggest thing he did in terms of modification was change the Water Dragon King, whose head he simply replaced. The master understood that a guy like him could not create a four-legged beast, since they didn't even suspect that the new worker was abolitious. These words completely angered him. The worker justified himself by saying that he had kept the original shape because there was no better material than the original. The vampire said that if he could create a non-dead mount, then she would bow down before him. The worker left in anger and thought that he would force the girl to bow down. At this time in the bar, the other workers were worried that this worker would cause trouble again. They didn't judge, which didn't seem like the kind of guy who would cause accidents. Suddenly a voice was heard and the workers turned around. Pinky stood in front of them, saying that her mealtime was almost over. The workers informed her that she had a younger child, and Pinky asked where he was. Then, with an awkward look, they replied that there was a newcomer to the cemetery. Pinky was very surprised that he was all alone there. She got angry and started saying that they, as elders, shouldn't push a newbie around like that. All the workers were stunned and didn't know how to stop Pinky's anger. As she quickly left the bar, she shouted that she would quickly check on him, because she couldn't lose her only youngest. The workers thought that if they saw it with their own eyes, they would understand it faster than explaining it in words. The evil worker was evil and did not understand how her elders could act so cruelly. They were very kind to the girl when she was called. Pinky realized that maybe it was her fault, since the newbie had taken on all the work on his own. She began to run faster and faster and asked for forgiveness for her sins. Pinky was very surprised when she saw the door, because she realized that it was the reason why there had been no terrible smell lately. However, she began to worry even more, because there was a hermetically sealed space behind the door. Open the door, she began to ask the new guy where he was, and if everything was okay with him. Suddenly something struck her. Seeing the beautiful order, she could not understand whether she was really in that very cemetery. The piles of bodies that had simply been abandoned and covered with earth disappeared. All were buried with care according to time of death and race. Suddenly Pinky saw a house and was surprised, because there was no such building. Look out the window, she saw her youngest and realized it was a break. The worker reasoned that he had a lot of materials for cultivation, but the problem was in her body. He understood that he would not be able to withstand the creation of undead in this body. Eavesdropping on his conversation, Pinky realized that he had already come to terms with his situation and was working hard. The worker understood that if he acted with extreme caution, there should be no problems. The little girl was shocked, because the guy, knowing that his body was at its limit, still tried to do something for the labyrinth. At this moment, Pinky began to admire him and fell in love. He was different from his elders, who simply hung around the tavern all day. Pinky decided that if this went on any longer, the child would faint and headed for the door. This place was the most terrible, and they could work together for a long time. Throwing the door open, Pinky shouted to the newcomer that she had come to help. The new guy was stunned with horror and started screaming about who she was. He was absolutely certain that he said he would manage the cemetery himself. Pinky replied that he didn't need to burden himself like that. She admired the newcomer for taking on such a challenge on his own, yet still putting another Naga above himself. Pinky told the newcomer not to worry, because she came here because she wanted to. Then the new guy started shouting that he had already said that he didn't need help. He was sure that the girl had other duties that needed to be fulfilled. Pinky continued to admire the boy for the fact that despite the situation he was in, he still cared about the girl not breaking the rules of the maze. The new guy still asked her to leave because he was very busy. The little girl still couldn't believe that he was running this huge cemetery all by himself. Pinky said the Naga servant would be understanding if it explained the situation to her. After this, the little girl came back for permission and told the newcomer to wait a little longer. The worker was left completely confused because he could not convey anything to her. He couldn't understand what was happening to this naked woman. He had to meditate 3 times a day in a room filled with miasma after meals. Given the maid's character, the newcomer was confident that she would allow Pinky to work here. After this, the worker realized that perhaps she was there to spy on him. He couldn't believe that he had already been found out. The worker realized that he most likely had to kill her. If he puts her in a room full of miasma, Pinky will pass out within 10 minutes. The worker decided to seal the rooms with the most miasma and dig a secret passage to the Chimera's workshop. The next day at 8 in the morning, Pinky burst into the house and told the newbie to accept the recruit. She was ordered to help him at the cemetery from today onwards. Now they will live in the same house with the new kid. Pinky started to explain that they had 1 hour of personal time after meals. They should not invade each other's territory or talk to each other. The new guy was angry that this spy was being careless about everything and said that he would give her the hardest job. He was sure that the baby would leave on her own if it became too difficult. Pinky said she would do everything she could. After this, a huge mountain of dead workers appeared in front of her. The newbie ordered her to leave all the useful parts and bury the rest. He also clarified that they must manage to do this before lunch. Tears immediately appeared on Pinky's face, which caused confusion among the newcomer. The girl screamed, asking him if he had done such hard work alone. After this, the worker's eyes lit up and she said that she would do it. And now, an hour later, they had already finished with part of the mountain. After a while, Pinky was glad that they managed to do all this before lunch. This really upset the new guy, because he thought the little girl would give up before lunch. Suddenly there was a knock on the door and a cry that they had been brought lunch. As he walked through the door, the worker said that for some reason there was food for two. Suddenly, he saw Pinky, and the little girl immediately began to thank Durmi for her hard work. The worker didn't understand why Pinky was working there. The little girl began to say that she had no choice, and she simply did as her heart told her. Durmi said that he would not try to stop her. After this, the worker approached the new guy and told him to make her happy. After this, as he was leaving, Durmi said that he loved her and asked her not to forget about him. Watching this performance, the newcomer was completely perplexed. He didn't understand what was happening and realized that the workers had probably gone crazy. The newcomer soon realized that this was most likely their plan to make him lose his guard. He decided to find out everything about Pinky down to the smallest detail. It was personal time after lunch, when the newbie was meditating and Pinky was having fun at the bar. 3 days later, on the outskirts of the Naga labyrinth territory, the master was walking with a dark merchant. The guy told him that he was short, but he was bargaining, not understanding what significance this had. The master then explained that if he were as big as the king of water dragons, he would immediately attract attention. The merchant replied that this was normal and said that they were almost there. Looking the other way, the merchant said that they had reached his comrade from the 10th floor. The merchant greeted them joyfully. Then the master asked for an explanation, and the dark merchant said that she forgot to tell about it. The girl began to tell the baron that there was a necessary procedure before they went to the 10th floor. After that, she handed over a piece of paper with a pen and said that it needed to be signed. After this, the girl looked at the invincible baron with hope. The master began to say that he did not expect to see a demon. Then the merchant began to say that in fact the guys were responsible for the floors of the abyss several years ago. And everything changed because all their merchants continued to die on the floors of the abyss. It didn't matter if the imp died, since there were many of them. But losing their goods was not something they could ignore. Now the demon girl had to work for them. The girl was looking forward to this, so she couldn't sleep normally for the last 3 days. The master decided to find out if everything was okay, but the girl only thanked him for his concern. Then the merchant said that the girl would be fine even if she did not sleep for 3 months instead of 3 days. Suddenly the master remembered that he had forgotten something. The guy began to hand over the promised dungeon core to the dark merchant. The monster immediately began to rejoice that his life was now saved. Then the demon began to tear the sheet and tell the imp to get back to work. As they walked through the portal, the merchant wished them luck on their journey. The master began to reason that their method of teleportation was very convenient. However, that demon didn't use anything. Then a girl came up to the guy from behind and said that they couldn't teleport to the surface or to other labyrinths. When Jinwoo asked about the obvious, the demon replied that all the other masters of the labyrinth had the same concerns. After that, the girl suggested teleporting to the 10th floor, where mercenaries were waiting for them. Taking Jinwoo's arm, they fell silent. The guy didn't understand what was going on and decided to ask. Then the demon replied that she was enjoying their solitude, and then the portal began to appear somewhere on the 10th floor of Geyser. Having fully emerged, the girl said that they were there. The guy didn't see the ceiling and was surprised that it really was an abyss. They were about 5 minutes late due to some personal reasons. After that, the demon began to introduce the mercenaries in charge of protecting the group of black traders on the 10th floor. They were known to be failures. The captain extended his hand and said that as long as the master pretended to be one of their trainees, there shouldn't be any problems. Jinwoo began to reason that it was difficult to determine their species due to their clothes and mask. And then I decided to see how strong they were. Suddenly something stopped the guy and shocked him. All the mercenaries were ordinary soldiers, at best from the 3rd floor. Then the master approached the girl and asked if these guys were random passers-by. The girl began to explain that the failures had been responsible for protecting the black traders for 5 years, and also that they are the only mercenary bodyguards on the 10th floor. Suddenly, one of the mercenaries said that a group of giant worms was quickly approaching about 200 steps away from them. Then the captain said that this was very good, and it would be much more annoying if they appeared during work. The captain ordered the master to rest somewhere at the end, because in fact he could be considered a burden. Jinwoo looked at them with confusion. Even he knew about the worms, despite the fact that he had paid no attention to the abyss after he had risen to the surface. They are able to move freely on the ground, but without the vibration of moving creatures on the surface. One day, a research team of 100 people died because one of them got so lost that he ended up on the middle floors. The guy thought that only he and the demon could deal with the giant worms, and then he realized that all the mercenaries would be killed. Then the captain turned to the master and said that everything he saw was not at all everything that really was. and then I also paid attention to the master's parasite, and that he relies on it too much. Having seen the target, the captain said that there would be one for each mercenary. Then the healer replied that it was not his job, and then prepared for battle. A girl from the group started screaming that she was telling him to hold back, and then she also shouted that she had to clean up after him again. Another mercenary told her not to get distracted by trifles. The master watched all this and did not understand what was happening. The mercenaries still seemed like ordinary soldiers. However, 2 worms were beaten half to death in just a second. Then the demon decided to add that the failed mercenaries were created from those who were picked up from the streets. They were liberated after the Great War, but failed their journey to heaven. The mercenaries were Geyserians of the Abyss. No one knew when the conflict between the surface and the geyser began. It has not been a century since captive people began to be used as slaves. The creatures that were born from these captives are the same as the master. It doesn't matter who a person would be, the king of the geyser or the hero of humanity. The important thing is that the Geyserians are much more blessed with geyser than everyone thought. The girl was sure that the higher beings of the geyser were afraid of this. That is why the higher beings of the geyser decided to expel them under the pretext of freeing the captives in the hope that they would lose their powers. Their idea was to end the war, and also so that people on the surface could not receive the blessing. However, contrary to the wishes of the higher beings, this did not happen. All because there were those who turned away from humanity and took their place in the geyser. It was these that began to be called failures. Children of the underground who gave up life on the surface and remained in the geyser. The master did not understand what the demon was getting at, because he was also a man, and in fact, an enemy of geyser. Then the girl replied that it was a little different. She saw the master as an old acquaintance. Technically, they were not geyser's creations. Suddenly the captain came up and said that they themselves could explain everything to the guy. After that, he began to take off his mask and introduce himself. His name was Purim, and he was the captain of a group of mercenaries. Following him, other participants began to take off their masks and introduce themselves. Some were scouts, some were support. The captain began to say that they had just proven their skills. Therefore, the master does not need to worry that the mission will go badly. Jinwoo asked the captain if it was true that they had all given up trying to get to the surface. Then Hyejin said that he was sure that the master remembered what the atmosphere was like in the geyser when the prisoners were freed after the end of the Great War. It was a series of nightmares that are impossible to forget. After this, the captain also said that it was completely normal to lose memory after all. He began to tell that there was a holiday in Geyser at that time. Tens of thousands of people were freed at once. For other inhabitants, it was nothing more than a delicacy. Their fellows were devoured as soon as they were freed from the labyrinths. No one understood what kind of surface people were willing to risk their lives for. The little captain could not understand whether the surface existed at all. It is the surface where there is no ceiling. The one where you can spend hours watching the floating clouds, the countless stars and the planes swaying in the wind. The captain didn't understand if it was really worth risking his only life. He often wondered if they had failed during the journey to the surface paradise. However, I immediately realized that they had failed even at the beginning. They surrendered in order to survive. If death was the price to pay for a dream, then they decided to simply run away to the very edge of Geyser. They decided to replace the warm sun, fresh air and human laughter with shadows, dust and terrible screams. The captain was clear that they could survive in the darkness because there was no heaven for them. Eventually they abandoned the existence of the surface entirely. They returned to the master of the labyrinth, who had been freed, and begged him to take them back. So they began to work as soldiers, not as prisoners. Eventually the master of the labyrinth was killed during the war, and they barely managed to escape. The following story is important to understand how they received Geyser's blessing. However, the captain was a little hesitant to tell her to the master, despite the client's request. And even the fact that the guy was a person they met after their release did not influence his decision. Suddenly Jinwoo asked if they were still giving up on the surface. The guy started saying that he was born on the 12th floor, but he still managed to reach the surface. It is precisely this very surface that the mercenaries refuse. The kids immediately began to recognize what this place was. They also began to tell that they had heard that sometimes water falls from the sky. The captain, however, became dejected at that moment, and all because the master once again decided to instill hope in the mercenaries. At this moment, the guy decided to show the mercenaries what the surface was. He instantly began to open a portal, and clouds opened up before them. Jinwoo wanted to convey to the guys that they were not failures at all, but just a little late. The girls happily ran across the green grass and shouted that the world was very bright. The guy said that he never thought that the air could be so clean. Although they could not taste anything, they thought that even the air was delicious. At this time, the master asked the girl why she wasn't going with them. The demon replied that she could not leave her workplace. Then Jinwoo asked for forgiveness for deviating from the plan. Suddenly, the captain began to say that he had heard that their kind constantly returned to Gazer from the surface, and that was why he believed in its existence. However, the guy did not expect the surface to look exactly like this. After this, the captain thanked the master for this amazing experience. Jinwoo began to say that he was confident that the boy would be able to reach the surface with his fighting skills. The captain, hearing this, remained silent. After a short silence, he said that the blessing of Gazer refers to the mana that all creatures born in Gazer possess, including the Gazerians. The deeper a creature descends, the more concentrated the mana becomes. Although the captain's thoughts were just a hypothesis, he believed that since the Gazerians did not have time to evolve, they began to absorb the mana around them. Then the master decided to ask if the guy meant that Gazerians born in the same area were equally strong. The captain explained that mana does not become full immediately after birth and grows in a person as he adapts. It creates a gap in power between the Gazerians of the lower floor and the abyss. However, all it gives them is physical enhancement. All other Gazer creatures are born with the ability to use mana. That was why the captain thought that the subordinates of the Jinwoo labyrinth thought that he probably didn't know how to use it. However, the captain was willing to teach the boy how to use Geyser's blessing. He claimed that the master would become so strong that it would be heaven and earth. The girls couldn't understand why the captain and the owner suddenly started fighting. They thought that this time could be spent gathering their kind of people. At this time, Jinwoo said that the captain had expressed himself incorrectly towards him. He couldn't believe the captain's words until he saw it for himself. Then, looking down, the captain agreed and thought that perhaps it was necessary. He also said that Jinwoo would have to fight with all his might. And then he added that it is not so difficult to detect dissipating mana that has nowhere to go. A Geyzerian from the upper floors wouldn't even have the mana that a master has. But the captain did not know that it began with the abyss. After he saw the power of the 12th floor, he was very surprised. However, this didn't change anything now. The master was sure that the captain would not be able to defeat him. After that, he immediately rushed into battle. The captain, having repelled the attack, said that simply possessing mana really does increase physical strength. However, this effect is minimal. Jinwoo must learn to focus mana within his body. It is precisely in order to gain greater strength, endurance, and agility. His thinking skills will also improve, and this will allow the guy to quickly analyze the enemy's attacks. At that moment, the master realized that he could not even touch the captain. He decided to ask what would happen if he went further and learned to infuse his weapons with mana. The captain replied that then even an iron pickaxe would be a good tool. She can even block an adamantium sword. At this time, Jinwoo was thinking that although many of his attacks did not cause damage to the masters of the labyrinths, he could at least hit them. The master couldn't even touch this guy. What was even more insane was that the captain didn't budge. Admitting his weakness, Jinwoo said that he had underestimated his opponent, and also that I have never fought with such a strong person. After using the parasite, he said it was time to go all out. The guy flew towards the captain like a bullet. The same one stood and talked about training. The captain used his parasite, opened his claws, and immediately repelled the attack, absorbing Jinwoo. The master could not understand what had just happened. The captain replied that the parasite was not a privilege that only he had. Although they are an endangered species, they still exist in Gazer. The captain also explained that this fight was necessary to assess the master's strength as a Geyzerian. Jinwoo, reasoning that he couldn't compare to the captain even with the strength of the 12th floor, the parasite, and the physical enhancement effects of the labyrinth. And he immediately admitted that the captain was indeed strong. However, the captain did not like this answer. He asked the guy if he still didn't understand. The captain asked if Jinwoo felt anything. Then it dawned on the guy. He saw a wall in front of him. Despite countless battles on the 9th floor, he never lost to his equals. No matter who the opponent was, if the master continued the attack at the same pace, he always managed to win. All these thoughts filled the guy's head. Eventually he realized that he just wasn't strong enough to understand it. Then the guy realized that it wasn't at all about the captain being strong. The darkened master said that he was the one who was weak. The captain began to say that knowing yourself was as important as knowing your enemy. Life in Gazer is not like the heroic stories. The eternal and unchanging law of Gazer is survival. They evolve through adaptation and exploration. Then the master asked if all this was due to Geyser's blessing. After hearing the answer, the master also added that the captain, in fact, stands a step above the human race. After that he fell silent. Jinwoo began to say that he had no choice but to admit his defeat. After that, the guy decided to ask again. Bowing before the captain, he began to ask him to teach him how to use the blessing of Gazer. After this, the master also added that the captain would be his second teacher. Then the captain said that he was going to teach the boy anyway. After they finished speaking, everyone returned back to Gazer. Everyone was very sad that they did not stay in paradise longer. Demon said that this time the plan included training the Baron. Thanks to this, the period was increased to 3 weeks, instead of the usual 2. The captain reassured the master, saying that they would try to change his physique so that if he did well, the boy would be able to circulate mana by the end of today. After that, he ordered Jinwoo to take off his outer clothing and sit comfortably on the floor. The captain said they would teach the boy to sense mana before they left. He also asked the master what he thought was the reason why the deep gems were in the bodies of beings. The guy assumed it had something to do with mana, given the context of their conversation. Then the captain said that the deep gems look like a heart, and instead of blood there is mana. The deeper one goes into the geyser, the more deep gems can be found due to the abundance of mana. If the captain had to evaluate the beast, he would say that it was of medium-high rank. The master asked if the captain had a stone in his body. Then the captain replied that the master would still get it too. After that, one of the mercenaries asked for forgiveness and touched Jinwoo's back. The master asked her, puzzled, if she was going to make him explode or something like that. Eugene's ability allows her to manipulate the cells of a target's body. However, if it directly touches the target, it can heal injuries. After that, Eugene got to work. When she touched the guy, she immediately saw the horizon and the ocean. She couldn't believe what was inside him. Seeing the girl's dejected appearance, the captain became wary. He began to say that the weld inside the guy mana will continue on its way. Once the master gets used to this, mana will flow into every small vein and vessel. After that, he told the other mercenary to focus. Then the girl began to create a noise-canceling barrier. By covering the captain, Eugene, and the master with a silent bubble, she created a barrier that isolated them from the outside world. The captain began to reason that mana was so quiet and passive in its resting state that Jinwoo couldn't even tell that it was there. Thanks to Eugene, the process will not take dangerous forms, but the paths of his mana have never been opened before. The master was clearly in great pain, as mana passed through his body for the first time. Jinwoo said that he could actually feel something flowing through his body. The words spoken surprised the captain a little. Suddenly Eugene was dumbfounded. Turning to the captain, she repeated that the paths of the master were basically already open. The captain couldn't believe that Jinwoo had no skills and couldn't even use his mana. Then Jinwoo asked what the problem was. The captain replied that it was just a bit unexpected. He then asked the master if he had any skills. The guy said he could detect the enemy's weaknesses, and also, thanks to the parasite, to see the internal organs of creatures. The master also said that this ability is activated by itself when the light comes on in his eyes. Even during their fight, it turned on regardless of his wishes. Then the captain said that it was not a skill, since the guy should have had marks on his eyes. The master said that he knew about the special abilities that some Geyserians possess. He also noted that there were no confirmed cases of the skills being demonstrated, at least after they escaped to the surface. The captain then explained that skills are created based on the environment. Those sent on reconnaissance missions or used as bait are given detection skills, and those who are thrown into the front lines or subjected to experiments receive defensive skills. Those who had to learn to read enemy movements and focus on avoiding fights to get to paradise were given the skills of foresight. Usually skills appear when you are on the verge of death. The master said he had not heard any stories of people becoming especially strong thanks to skills. Most skill users do not know the source of their powers. However, it is true that they use mana whether they realize it or not. The captain explained that when Jinwoo used a skill, marks would appear on his eyes. The ability to see the organs of opponents is most likely the merit of the parasite. The master asked if discovering weaknesses would really not help him with his training. The captain said that since Eugene said the paths were already open, they just needed her to circulate the guy's mana. Suddenly the girl said that she couldn't do anything and compared it to throwing a pebble into a huge sea. She explained that her skill level was not high enough to do anything about it. The captain realized that this would make things very difficult for them. The master still did not understand what was being discussed. The captain then began to explain that their plan was to create a natural flow of mana in Jinwoo's body. However, for some reason the paths are already open. If Eugene can't intervene, the boy needs to remember the feeling he felt when he awakened his mana. The captain also said that if the master's paths are open, it means that he has already experienced awakening. After that, he asked Jinwoo if he had any ideas where he could experience this feeling. The master began to reason that this was definitely not after he became the master of the labyrinth. However, all he did until he escaped to the surface was dig. Then the captain said that the guy had previously said that he didn't remember how he escaped. The guy explained that he was not alone, but did not check whether any of his comrades survived, because he lost consciousness along the way. When he woke up, he was already rising to the surface. Then the captain said that most likely it was then that the master awakened his mana. This made the situation very difficult, as they would not be able to go down to the 12th floor to try to recover the memories. Suddenly Demon brought a monster and said that we could use it. She explained that even though he was used as a porter, he was still Geyser's beast. He specializes in recording information and transmitting orders. If the girl helps him a little, it will allow him to observe his past in more detail. The demon said that she would order the beast to hypnotize the master. Of course, she needed his permission to do this. Since these are the memories of a Geyserian, they will be mostly useless. Then the master said that he had no reason to refuse, because it would make him stronger. Then the girl began preparations. She said that it must be because master has so much mana, that his resistance to psychological attacks is very strong. He will need to relax his entire body and accept the attack in order to begin the hypnosis. Sitting down more comfortably, the guy said that they should get started. Closing his eyes, he thought it was time to look back. Now he saw himself as a very small child. He didn't expect to start from birth. The boy ended up in his mother's human farm. Jinwoo didn't understand what a newborn could do. The first step to raising the perfect child was to kill the crying child instinct. However, this does not mean that bad children were punished. In the end, the pain will only make them cry louder. And after that there will be complete silence. The babies stared at the ceiling endlessly. The red cradles took care of any waste they produced. And although it is unclear whether they were living creatures themselves, for babies who have yet to develop their own ego, all they have to do is survive by watching the baby get eaten every now and then. This is when children become accustomed to the concept of death. Once the cradles mature to a blue hue, the pillars descend downwards. They form new red lullabies, and the cries of newborns begin to echo throughout the room. Let it be just a moment, and soon there will be silence again. Once they reach the floor below, the pillars throw the children out, and thanks to the pillows, only a few people die in the process. There, unkind guardians await the children, and animals, poorly disguised as people, begin to behave like parents. When a child shows interest in a strange noise that the caregivers are making, they immediately begin to say what it is. So the master once touched a pickaxe lying on the ground. After this, the guardians immediately make another sound, as if reacting to the child. In this way, they try to teach children to speak. Sometimes the pillars throw out food for the children, and that is when they grow up in the midst of the endless conversations of the animals. When children are old enough to stand on their own 2 feet, they pick up tools from the ground. This is when physical strengthening with the help of mana begins. The first floor was for creation or death, and the second was for mastering basic knowledge. The top floor is intended for acquiring work skills. The mother was also there. The top floor was absolutely simple. People had to dig until she assessed the child. The highly valued ones are given to the highest aristocrats, while the lowly valued ones are given to the barons. Those who were never noticed by their mother had to dig forever. Jinwoo, to be honest, really enjoyed working. He did nothing for months except daydream. In some places, even cracks did not appear upon impact. Then he began to find weak spots in the stones, and this is what gave impetus to his future features. The runners praised him and said he was a good kid. Soon the boy was assessed as high level and sent to the 12th floor, to the very labyrinth where the Spider Duke lived. At this time, the guy was interested in information that was needed for today's investigation. Addressing him, another man said that he was truly passionate about his work. This might be a real treat for a reporter like Jinwoo. Others did not understand the meaning of his writings. They went crazy and tried to dissuade the guy from this idea. Suddenly, the major joined the argument. He started shouting that his demobilization period had expired a long time ago. Then Jinwoo started shouting that it had been more than a month since then, but they were still locked in. Suddenly, a boy intervened in the dialogue, asking them to calm down, because roll call would soon begin. After that, he turned to the major and asked why he couldn't be above Jinwoo and just forgive him. He knew that things were hard for everyone. However, they are on the same plate, and it would be nice if everyone was more understanding. Suddenly, the voice of spiders was heard, and everyone turned around. The roll call began, and the youngest indicated the number of people in the room. However, the spider immediately noticed that one was clearly missing. The reporter then said that in the last entry they reported that the 8th was buried during the work. At this time, the spider began to kill one of the guys. He screamed and asked for help. One of the labyrinth participants said that tomorrow, the group would continue digging in the planned direction. These dialogues continued every day and were absolutely identical. One of the guys was sure that the spiders knew that they had no chance of survival even if they got out of here. Suddenly, they had a month's supply of food and a new group member. The youngest one said that this child must have been born downstairs, and also that it seems they are called Geyserians. He continued to ask the boy where he had been before he came here. The baby replied that he had been eaten by a big fish and was inside its stomach. He also said that they worked with a pickaxe for 30 nights with his comrades. However, immediately after this, the boy said that the big spider had eaten everyone. Then another member of the group came along and said that perhaps the baby had been digging in another place for about a month before coming here. It is also possible that the large fish was a vehicle. The youngest was surprised that Jiwon was able to understand the baby, although he was only guessing. The whole group continued to talk about this little guy, and were glad that they wouldn't even have to teach him how to do the job. The reporter was glad that they could at least talk to him. The major, noticing how the boy spoke, was surprised and said that he had a strong spirit.